Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. You can.
I
want you to leave that message there, then I put in the support.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a referee. As I said to you, people are allowed to say what they want to say. You can do whatever you want. You can be here or you cannot.
Because I'm trying to be frankly quite chill, but I do have a problem when people then will protect one side but not the other. Like, what was happening there felt like that you were protecting them because they were gay and forgetting that they was saying things which was way over the limit. It doesn't matter if someone's gay or not. They don't get extra special rights here in anything. Same as someone that's straight. But they straight up cannot then move then when they are doing things. They have done things about them. And I do government work. So if I'm not annoyed by someone, I will just put in a word, which I did, about them.
Okay.
Because I'm not going to mess around with that.
Okay.
Just because I'm not saying I'll get them hurt, I've not done any of that. But I've told them that I'm quite pissed off by these people online. And I've addressed it more, that this is something that we need to look at more.
Okay.
Because I do cybersecurity and the fact that we do need to keep the world safe and to make it a safer place.
Yep.
And those things I don't agree with because ultimately it doesn't even matter. Even if a straight man wants to go at gay people, that is a right in that sense. Whether we, like for example, with me, I straight up don't agree with gay people, but I don't say that. I don't push straightness on them. I don't make them feel uncomfortable. I don't do any of that.
I get it. I get what you're saying, and you've made your point clear, and it's in the past. We just move forward.
Yeah, I totally understand, but then I don't want, let's say, sort of chilling again another time, and then they can say something, and then it's like, I'll just get fired for that. Like, I just want things fair.
We'll cross that bridge.
I'm not saying for you to do anything. I'm just saying, like, listen, if I can protect them, but, like, I also don't want to be disrespected like that as well. Like, I'm straight. I shouldn't get abused online because of that. And also, people do have strengths. And I do have a personal dislike into gay people, especially because of what's going on in the past, of my past.
Okay. Hey, that's fine. That's fine. It's in the past. It's in the past. How are you doing, Maximize? How's your day?
No, but fucking work is heavy like shit.
Do you have lots of...
I'm not even going to fight that. To say the amount that I'm doing is insane is an understatement.
Really?
I'm literally at my PC right now. I can do some of it, but this is the bad thing. When I'm doing work at my PC, that shows that not only have I been doing work for them in the offices, that now it's that much work that I've got to take my own personal time away that I'm at home to do work.
Okay.
That shows how bad that is.
I gotcha. All right. So what kind of work do you have?
That's fucking insane with cybersecurity.
Oh, okay.
But I don't normally do that kind of thing. I do...
Aren't you a bounty hunter, though?
Which I can't talk about.
You're cybersecurity and bounty hunter?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
okay.
my own little company. I do a little bit of work for the government on the side. A little bit.
I gotcha.
Because ultimately, it's good money, and I do like helping protect places. And I like making security stronger.
Excellent. Hey, do you know what Kill Tony is, Maximize?
I don't do work for the US government. I don't protect them.
Okay.
I protect other countries.
You protect other
countries. I work for two of us.
Excellent.
So I get contracted, so I do what's classed as contract work in the online type space. Which means that if you need someone, there's 2 routes you can get. Normally you can get someone on the payroll and do like normal 9 to 5, or maybe you've got a big issue or something like that, or you need more someone that knows what they're doing more or whatever. Normally you'll file it off to contract workers. And you put yourself on certain databases, which are private. No one can go on those and search them up. That's the reason why I'm not on like LinkedIn or anything like that. And these countries or big companies will then look for people. But what they'll do is on those websites or fire a person, they will say what they need, and then a list of people will get contacted to do that work. I always refuse work for the US. I always have and I always will. I'll never take that.
Very well. Do you know what Kill Tony is?
No.
Oh, it's the world's largest live podcast. You've never heard of it? It takes place at the Comedy Mothership in Austin.
I've heard something about that.
There you go. Well, we're going to watch it. They have a brand new episode, so feel free to check it out. It's quite interesting, my man. Here we go.
Here we go.
Mate, we're in Yorkshire, boy. How you doing, dude?
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. You're not for Tony. Let's go!
So where in Yorkshire are you from?
Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh?
I'm ready for the best night of my fucking life. Let's go.
Excellent. LFG. It's Kill Tony. This is the brand new one. This is the biggest live podcast in the world.
Oh, shit.
Amazing.
Mama, we made it. You're at Kill Tony, the number one
I'll
live
tell you
podcast in the
something
world,
about
brought to you by Squarespace, Blue Chew, Prize
the
Space, Game Time, and Talkspace. How about one more time for the best damn band in the
Big dog. Maximize. We're watching a podcast. We'll listen to you all after this, but we want to watch this. Thank you.
Sosa and Raul Vallejo, Michael Gonzalez
Okay, tell us after.
on the drums, Sean Greenberg on the guitar tonight, John Bees on the keys, and this right here is the undeniable D Madness on that bass guitar. Oh my God. We have such a fun show lined up. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
All right, you guys ready to start the damn show, huh? Two of the funniest comedians in the world tonight, ladies and gentlemen. The fun never ends here. It is the return of a great guest and the debut of another great guest. These are two guests that I can't believe we're lucky enough to have on this same episode. We're about to have so much goddamn fun as I introduce to you two of the best. It's Ian Bagg and Tyler Fisher. Fuck yeah! We got another chair. We got a second chair. Wave to the people. You threw your shit out already? So fast. There's a chair. Fuck yeah.
We're watching Kill Tony, Frosty. Feel free to watch along, my friend.
They're on tour. IanBag.com, TylerFisher.com. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight. Welcome.
I apologize, I didn't bring merch.
Tyler, what the fuck did you just throw out to the crowd there?
All smiles and hats. I'm shadow banned on the internet. You're not even shadow banned for your shit, so you got to spell it out. You got to write it all out now, or you're not going to find it.
I love it. You got it. all socials at Ty the Fish, FISCH.
I'm still wearing Jordan Peterson's gay shirt from last time, by the way. So
I love it. Well, welcome back. Tyler, you've been on the show once before. Ian Bag, this is your first time.
yes.
Welcome, Ian. We're going to have so much goddamn fun tonight. Yes. Over 280 human beings signed up for the chance to be on this show. It's real. Yeah, it's in the bucket here. And they are all at a bar across the street. If I pull their name out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which interrupts them, and they have to wrap it up then. And that's it. You want to pull the first name tonight, sir? Look at that.
Yes.
Right off the top there. Yeah, go ahead. Take it. Get them. Yeah, that's it. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? While they go wrangle that comedian from across the street, we have a golden ticket winner that is here to get the show started tonight. It's been a while since we saw him. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you with a brand new 60 seconds, one of the most adorable creatures to ever hit the stage here on Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the top young, very young, rising, and by rising I mean he's not growing anymore, comedians in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Heath Cordes, everybody.
Oh, Kill Tony! A lady broke my heart recently. She said she'd always be in my corner, but she's not. She left. She's not in my corner. She left. Stupid fucking bitch. But you know what's always been in my corner. You know what's actually in my corner. Stiff socks. And freedom. I met a nice lady the other night. She told me that she had a mommy kink, and that's great for me. That's perfect. I'm kinky. I have a fucking anything that moves kink. I didn't use protection. I'm not supposed to know what that is. This small boy. She asked me if I had some. I said, when I'm in danger, I call 911. I'm a dad now. Thank you.
Heath Cordes. Absolutely. Welcome. I don't even know where to begin.
Hi, Tony.
Hello, how are you? Why'd you point at me when you said stiff socks?
It was a misdirect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So a woman broke your heart?
Yeah, I'm heartbroken.
Oh my goodness.
I'm heartbroken.
How did that happen? What happened?
I play the music.
Yeah, if you're gonna hit it, fucking hit it.
Yeah.
Jesus.
She let me on. She told me that she would take care of me. She told me that she had milk. She said I could grow with her.
Was this your mother?
I wish.
Wow. She said you could grow with her. Something that's absolutely physically impossible.
Question.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that the only thing wrong with your heart?
There's no, it's not.
I had a feeling.
Yeah.
Was she a nurse?
No, I that's my kink. I want a nurse.
What do you think? That's your kink.
Yeah.
You look like a child. Everything's your fucking
Yeah.
Like just doing it. That's fucking kinky. Right? You should be doing homework. You're doing it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap. But that guy's a kid. If Tyson was here, he would hold you fucking and tease you.
Hell yeah.
I'm mad at you. I'm upset that I don't look like you.
If Biden was here, he'd be sucking on your toes right now.
Yeah.
It's true. It's true.
Joke. It's not a joke. Come on.
Those are the longest toes I've ever seen.
Fine. He looks like he has long toes. You look like you're born from pre-cum. I can say that because I was. We're, solidarity, man. Look at that. Jeffrey Dahmer when he was 6.
I love it. So Heath, you have your heart broken. How did she let you know? Did she tell you face to face that it's over or what?
No, it was through text.
Oh,
It was through text. Yeah.
yeah. And then it's true you've already moved on to another woman.
Yeah, I did.
And you
I went to Puerto Rico.
you really hold on a second.
Yeah.
When did you go to Puerto Rico?
Like literally, like I just got back from San Juan today.
Today.
Yeah.
When were you in Puerto Rico? How long were you in Puerto
This
Rico?
weekend, this whole weekend, I was doing like a private gig for like a bunch of millionaires, and like I did this house party. All the venues pulled out. I don't know why, but
Were there any threats? Were you in danger at all? Did anybody say anything to you?
Look at them.
yeah.
Fucking always in danger. Fucking,
Yeah.
Every time a van goes by. I love it. Question: did you go outside when you were there? Because you're white as fuck.
Yeah, I just like, I mean, I didn't tan much. I wore SPF 100, you know. Yeah, kids proof.
You got a chick there, though?
Yeah, I brought a chick.
You brought a chick?
Yeah, I brought a chick.
Oh, yeah, whoa.
Yeah.
You took a girl to Puerto Rico with you?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Look at the life that you're living, Heath.
Yeah.
Wow! Fist bump from Michael Gonzalez. Hell yeah!
So share a coach seat?
I sat in her lap. I didn't even have to buy a ticket.
Amazing. Amazing.
I like that he's bragging about bringing his handler with him. I love you. I love you. I'm not trying to be mean at all. I'm just like, fuck, you're a child.
Yeah, no, it is. He's unbelievably adorable. So tell
Absolutely funny.
me a little bit more about Puerto Rico. Was there any other highlights? Did the gig go good? What exactly did they pay you to do?
They
Red Band. Oh, fuck. For the love of God.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ, Red Band. We can just give it a little bit of time. Okay. Just a couple more weeks.
Nobody heard the joke. They don't even have electricity there.
Well, now they're gonna rewind it. Okay. Son of a fucking bitch. No, don't hide. Don't hide now.
The electricity did go out like 3 times.
Okay, fuck this. Fuck this. Fuck this. God damn it. Can you say anything else about fucking all of Puerto Rico?
It didn't smell like garbage.
Okay, all right, that's it. That's it. This interview's over. Ladies, Heath, anything else to say? Are you done?
I mean, it depends on you.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Depends on you.
You got it.
There he goes, Heath Cordes, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Time for the bucket. Heath, put that mic stand back where you got it from, you little misbehavior, you. All right, your first bucket pull of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Oh shit, there's the lovely Heidi. Oh, one more time for Heidi, ladies and gentlemen. It has begun. All right, ladies and gentlemen, your first bucket pull of the night goes by the name of Matt Rivera, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, Matt Rivera.
People have been telling me lately that they don't think I'm very nice, so I'm trying to be more supportive. Like a friend of mine recently came out as bisexual. That was weird. But he made an Instagram post about it. Did you guys know that it's not supportive to comment I fucking knew it? But I'm not perfect either. Like, I like tomboys, which is a type of girl. I'm serious, but It's still a weird thing to come out and say to your guy friends, especially one of them is named Tom. I think, okay, delivery could be simple, like, I like tomboys, but no, I'm worried I'm going to fuck up and be like, I like tomboys. It was even worse than I thought. Because I was drunk, I was just like, I like boys, Tom. Thank you.
All right, Matt Rivera, welcome to the show, Matt.
Thank you, happy to be here.
This is your first time, right?
Yeah, first time on Tony.
How long you been doing stand-up?
I've been doing stand-up for about 4 years.
4 years. Where at?
I started in Union City, New Jersey.
Okay. And where else? Where you been since then?
I've done a lot of time in New York. I just moved out here 8 months just to pursue it. I heard the scene was awesome, and I've never fucking going back. It's just sick.
Yeah, you're having fun here in Austin,
yeah.
Texas. It is a good old time. What do you do for a living?
Right now, I do a lot of temp work, but I work for Not a Damn Chance Burger.
Oh, hell yeah. We love Not a Damn Chance Burger. Truly one of the most addictive, unbelievable, heroin-like burgers you can find in the city.
It's great burgers. It's worth the $17.
Yeah, it really, really is. It's a fucking diabolical burger. That's incredible. I love it. What do you think, Ian?
Well, where have you been hanging out that you needed to say tomboys are a type of girl?
I just know that I'm in Texas and things get lost in translation out here.
Whoa.
They get lost in translation in New York City as well.
That's
been a hell of a week.
So you didn't think they were smart enough?
What's that?
You didn't think they were smart enough to pick up on that?
I was rolling the dice. I don't know.
It was a fucking good roll. I liked it.
Are you bisexual? You got the... Isn't that the left earring? Are we still doing that?
You do have a lacrosse in your left ear.
Yeah.
Is the one in the right I can't see over there? Okay, no, just a normal one?
Just a normal one, yeah.
Okay, so where do you stand sexually? Are you a Tom girl?
He's in a Bon Jovi tribute band.
No. I am straight, but a lot of people say that I look like I could be gay.
I know all about that too. We relate on a lot of things. Yeah. Okay, Matt. So here in Austin, what do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up comedy?
I heard there's a lot of like cool nature stuff to do out here. I honestly. Holy shit. Oh my God.
I got 2 gay dads. My gaydars are amazing. I know people are gay before they even know. This guy, you'll find out.
It's been 8 months. You just heard that there's nature stuff to do here?
Well, I just got by.
What's that?
Oh, timey voice. I don't know.
Have you been to an H-E-B yet?
Yeah, that's the fucking shit, dude.
It is. Absolutely right. Shout out to H-E-B, the greatest grocery store that's ever existed. How about a Buc-ee's? Have you been to Buc-ee's?
Yeah, I actually went to a Buc-ee's the first time like a couple weeks ago.
What did it make you feel like? Tell the people watching around the world how it feels for a little boy from Jersey, tiny, tiny little boy from Jersey, to walk into a Buc-ee's for the first time. How about the wonder that went over your body, or however it made you feel?
I've never been to a place that sells like cigarettes and also brisket. That was really interesting. But it was the craziest thing is that it was just like a giant gift shop about this beaver, and I don't really get the lore behind it.
Oh, you will. Oh, give it some time.
Hold on a second. He hangs out at grocery stores, in the woods, truck shops, and doesn't know what a beaver is. This guy's gay as fuck. What are we doing here?
What are we doing?
The jig is up, dude. I'll suck you off right now, dude. I look like the CEO of Buc-ee's, by the way.
Maybe you should sit on the outside.
I love it. So, Matt, what else in your life? What do you have a crazy family? How do you think you ended up wanting to be a stand-up comedian? What kind of childhood trauma did you go through?
Is it that obvious?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I am a child of divorce. My family's Puerto Rican, and
this episode's canceled.
Say no more.
Jesus Christ.
Enjoy your golden buzzer. That was that was fucking good timing right there. My family's Puerto Rican. Enjoy your money, sir. Have a good night. Tell your people, please. No. It's the name of his show. It's not what they want him to do.
You look like a Puerto Rican Rachel Maddow, actually. We know how this guy's voting tomorrow.
Holy shit.
That's fantastic. So, Puerto Rican family, what was that like? Hey, we got Tony killed. Great, fucking awesome. Remember that show? Remember when there used to be a show every Monday? Ha 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 ha. Now that guy's dead. Ha 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 ha. You fucking traitors all there. Tell us about your fucking family. Hurry, motherfucker.
Okay.
Answer now.
Okay. So I was raised very whitewashed. My older sister speaks Spanish, but me and my younger siblings don't speak any Spanish. And my dad raised us in the Bronx, New York, and we were very sheltered. Like, he made us walk in a straight line. He was a military guy. And yeah, we didn't absorb any of the hood, so that's cool, I guess.
Absorb? You mean bullets?
Yeah, when you say you didn't absorb any of the hood, are you saying that walking in a straight line is the way to avoid being influenced in any way? Like your dad figured it out?
Also, are you, as a Puerto Rican, calling New York City a white trash garbage dump?
What are you saying, man? I live there.
Enjoy, Tony.
Fuck!
Free, my friend. You're free.
Being whitewashed was the most he was cleaned, though, I'd say.
Okie dokie.
I got nothing to lose. I just got banned from Delta Airlines, so.
All right, Matt. Well, what scares you, Matt? What are you afraid of in this world?
I think I'm most afraid of dying feeling worthless.
Wow. Fuck,
We'll be right back.
It's a comedy show, motherfucker. Jesus Christ, now we all have to leave and cry ourselves to sleep because we all feel that. Fuck me. That's what I came here for.
Well,
I know, we fucking felt it. Yes.
I would say...
White man and a black man felt that right then. Black lady, sorry. Apologize.
You guys are great.
Tomboy. Oh, it's just getting worse. I'm not going to say anything.
Matt, fun times. You're not worthless to us. You're leaving here with a big joke book. Congratulations. There you go. Oh God. Tony assaults Puerto Rican comedian. We're going to edit all this out. We're going to edit it all out. All right, Jesus Christ, Heidi, hurry up for the love of fucking God. Okay, all right, have Yoni fix it. Jesus fucking God almighty. All right. Who's ready to start tonight's show, huh? All right. Hey, y'all. This podcast is sponsored by Game Time. Folks, I love live events. Comedy, music, sports, I love it all. When I go to live events, I use Game Time. Game Time has a new feature called Game Time Picks that makes getting tickets for your favorite live events even easier. Game Time Picks filters out the fluff to show you only incredible deals on great seats, so you don't have to waste time searching through thousands of tickets. Red Band.
Tony, I love Game Time. They make buying tickets so easy and affordable. I just found a super deal with our pal Jelly Roll at the Moody. It's so easy to pick your seats, add them to your cart, and check out. I personally love the seat views before you buy, plus the lowest price guarantee.
Yum. Game Time also has the best ticket coverage. Your purchase is covered with the most flexible customer service policy in the ticketing industry, so take the guesswork out of buying concert tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code KILLTONY for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code KILLTONY Why? $20 off. That's why. Download Game Time today. What time is it? It's game time. And here we go. Your next bucket full, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Lorenzo Tyree. Everybody, Lorenzo Tyree.
Call me Lemonade because I'm about to be made tonight. Minute Maid. So growing up, I actually got made fun of. It was like what, 6 years old? Yeah, like 6 years old. And this kid came up to me at the lunch table. He's like, Lorenzo, you got big pointy ears. Is your dad an elf? And everyone started howling. This guy's dad's an elf. Dumbo. And I'm like in shock because like I never met my dad. I know, typical. But I go home that night to my grandma. I go to buy my babushka, what they say in Russian. I go home to her. And I'm like, Grandma, is my dad an elf? Is that where he's been this whole time up in the North Pole helping kids make, helping Santa make toys for the kids? And she's like, no, Lorenzo, your dad's not an elf. Your dad's deported. And that's why I knew where my dad was and what deported meant.
Lorenzo Tyree, ladies and gentlemen. Lorenzo, do I even want to ask what ethnicity you are?
I'm a mutt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
What do you think I am?
Well,
Don't ask him.
He can't do that.
It's like fucking, we're all going down if you ask him.
you're the one that made a joke about being deported. So where would they be deported to if you're such a mutt?
Dominican Republic.
Okay, all right. Dominican Republic. Totally different place.
Horrible roads.
Horrible roads. I love it. Okay. And what's your mom?
My mom is Italian and Scottish and Costa Rican.
Okay.
And Woody Allen, apparently.
You do have a look to you. Ian is onto something here. You have a little bit of a look.
Yeah.
What do people say that you look like?
Free college.
Have you seen the movie Gran Turismo? I need to drive the cars. I need to go fast. The guy,
No.
I look like him.
Okay. How long you been on stand-up for, Lorenzo?
Roughly a year. Just
I can tell it's going roughly. So about a year. Where's this year been?
Here in Austin. Yeah, here in Austin.
Is this where you're from?
No.
Where are you from?
Born and raised Alaska.
They got people like you in Alaska?
Very few.
Damn, your people crossed a lot of borders to get up there. They just kept going until they fucking are stuck in the snow. We'll stay here. Ian,
Who gets deported from Alaska? Like, fuck, there's nothing there.
Yeah, well, the garbage is frozen there. You can't get rid of it. You can't get rid of it.
You make me laugh, Big.
what do you do for work, Lorenzo?
We got a little smoke shop downtown.
Okay.
Smoke Paradise. Come see me.
Okay.
Come see me.
Smoke Paradise. What makes your smoke shop better than the rest?
Oh, I'm there. It's cool. It's like a little trailer. So it's like I'm serving out this little trailer. People come up, homeless and all. It's fun. It's really fun.
Okay. How long have you been working there?
February. So like 8 months. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a ride.
All right. What's your love life like?
My love life?
Yeah.
I'm young. I'm just trying to figure out myself.
You got a pink left earring again. Look at that. A pink left earring.
I think that's red, man.
Huh?
It's red.
Oh, it's the right one?
Red.
Oh, red. Oh.
Red, yeah. Ruby
Sorry,
red.
I don't see color.
I like that.
I do see Jews, though. I do see Jews.
Ty, the left one's not gay. Remember that.
The left one's not gay.
Not gay.
Oh, okay.
The right's gay.
Hey, but I got both
Thanks
ones. So
well, that means you're gay.
Okay. All right, guys. This is a very earring-heavy episode so far. Let's keep it on the human. I like to focus on what's in between the ears of the comedians here. And I don't have much to work with right now. Lorenzo, tell us a fun fact about your life. What makes you interesting?
Raised by my grandma. That was cool. She's an interesting person.
Why were you raised by your grandma?
Mom on drugs.
Mom's on drugs?
Yeah.
What kind of drugs?
Like all of them. Not even. She's getting better, but like I think she's probably done like everything. Like
wow.
Yeah.
How often do you talk to your mom?
Now I talk to her more. Yeah, like I just called her last week, so like yeah, every week or so.
Get her on the line. I found my mom overdosing.
Was that her thing? Like, was she like a partier?
You could say that. Yeah, Alaska gets wild.
Right.
It is?
Oh yeah.
That's their saying.
Yeah. Great North.
The salmon.
Alaska's wild.
The salmon is. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. And his mom.
I know the people are.
Mom's grabbing fish out of the stream to sell her drugs.
Do you fish a lot in Alaska?
Oh man. This doesn't even go back to Alaska. It's like I'm Dominican. I gotta get this fish.
Spear?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah. I don't use that raw shit. I fucking get in there
With a gun? What is that?
Do you have any clue what you're talking about right now? I'm Dominican. Talk about fishing. I gotta stab people.
Okay, I don't know that.
And what about Dad? Tell us about your dad.
Well, I never met him like until 7th grade. I went to Dominica and it was wild.
Yeah, tell us about it.
That was wild. So you know, first 2 weeks was like paradise. Just, you know, everything's good, we're eating good, going out. Then my auntie went back home to Alaska and like he switched the flip, like locked the doors up, kept me inside, couldn't play with the Dominican kids, couldn't learn more Spanish. And then he broke my phone. Couldn't talk to the fam.
What do you mean he broke your phone? You like smashed it?
Yeah, he smashed it. It's like I was on playing like some Clash Royale, and he was like, "What are you doing over there? Are you texting your family?" I'm like, "No," but I really was. But I was like, "No." And he's like, "Yeah, let me see the phone." I was like, "No." And he grabs it, he just slams it. He's like, "This is my house." You know, it's that bullshit.
All right.
We've all been there.
Yeah. But yeah, it was wild. Like
it was wild.
It was wild.
I want to hear more about that though. As far as your writing goes, I would write about that. That's interesting stuff.
So yeah, like got bare minimum food. Like we got some like water with some tang, and then some bread and butter. That was breakfast. Dinner with some
water with tang.
Yeah.
I mean tang?
Like
yeah, exactly. It's just tang.
Well, it's like the powder that you gotta put it in.
Well, yeah, but that's actually not. I mean, it's not the worst breakfast beverage in the world. Tang's not that terrible.
I mean, the bread like it filled up, made me full.
Was your dad in prison?
Huh?
When you went to visit him, was he in prison?
No, he was actually doing really good in Dominica because he knows English, so he get like the English / like Spanish job. So he's like doing pretty good, but like he's a bad man.
He's actually here tonight. Why don't you come on out, Carl?
Let's back it up to breakfast again. So you had tang, and you said bread with butter. Was this bread toasted?
No, we didn't have a toaster.
No toaster.
No toaster.
So it's just raw bread.
Yeah.
But essentially, it's sushi toast. Depending on how you look at it. I mean, in a normal household, I know rich kids that are happy with some tang and toast for breakfast.
That seems back to you saying raw bread.
Yeah, raw bread.
The most bougie thing I've ever heard you say in my life. No wonder they hated you in New York. Just walked out. Oh, raw bread was backstage.
It's only applicable during breakfast conversations. Raw bread is normal for lunch and dinner, especially dinner.
Go actually.
Yeah,
let's go bread. Raw toast.
Well, I guess
raw toast. Yeah, that's
what it is. Sorry, we're talking. You fucking blew our mind.
Now that dough has entered the conversation, you're right. I guess dough would kind of be raw bread.
And bread is raw toast.
I feel like we're doing whatever drugs your mom is on right now.
I feel like we're in a trailer wherever he works. And
There's levels to it. There's levels to it. There's dough, and there's bread, and there's toast.
Yeah.
Thank you, lady. Fuck you, bitch. What an asshole.
That's the yeast of your worries, Tony.
Wow, look at that. Red band. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Where's your sound effect?
Somebody's father came to I got to nowhere and dropped that.
There it is. You guys might not have been here last week. We have a new sound effect for when Red Band has a good one. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, Lorenzo. It was okay. Here comes a little joke book coming at you. There he goes. Lorenzo Tyree with a little joke book. And on it goes. How about a hand for Yoni, ladies and gentlemen? He is the muscle. The muscle. Not quite as pretty as Heidi, but he can do like mechanical shit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian is a golden ticket winner. He is a legend on this show. Make some noise for the great and powerful Aaron Belisle, everybody. It's a return of Aaron Belisle. From America's Got Talent, recruited for that show here on Kill Tony. AGT, Kill Tony legend. One more time for the great Aaron Belisle, everybody.
I had a one-night stand, and 6 weeks later she texts me saying she's pregnant. Bullshit. I wore protection. And no, I didn't put the condom on my hand to protect her from Mr. Scratchy. I knew she was lying because we only had sex once, and I checked, and I had a full bag of goop. I brought my condoms home with me and inspected them because you can't trust these hoes. This lady poked holes in my condoms. I have pictures. She's a lunatic. I don't even have money. I'm just a middle-class retarded guy like you. Drake puts hot sauce in his condoms and ties them up so this doesn't happen. But I can't tie a knot, so next time I'm using fucking lighter fluid. She thought she could outsmart me. Nah, I knew what to do. I told her cerebral palsy is hereditary. You can't fool me, lady. That little two-handed bastard ain't mine.
Aaron Belisle, ladies and gentlemen. God damn. A lot of drama going on with the golden ticket winners lately. Look at you. Filling up fucking condoms, taking them home with you? You really did that?
Well, I sent some coat hangers in the mail, and I'm just hoping for the best.
Oh, shit. You are a wild boy, Aaron Belisle. Good Lord Almighty. Look at that. Never heard you make so much noise before.
Hey, you guys.
Very interesting. So it was a one-night stand? You can barely fucking stand.
One hand stand. Calls it a one hand stand. That's good for grabbing the clit, that little claw thing.
Yeah.
You kind of getting, you know.
Yep. The old reverse squirter there. The old no-look squirt. Just fucking
clit grabbing claw.
Yep.
I can stand. We did it doggy style.
Oh. More like froggy style.
Was it a chihuahua?
I finally realized why they call you the golden pony. You like to be on all fours getting pissed on in a horse mask.
Okay. Fuck all of you. It is true, though, by the way. That's hot. That's hot. Do you have any special crazy things you're into in the bedroom? You ever use Mr. Scratchy for anything? Ian Bag?
Sorry.
What are you into, Aaron? You wouldn't need a ball gag in your mouth. That wouldn't do anything.
This is a dangerous weapon.
It is. It is. Uh-oh, he's cooking up something good here. For those of you just listening, the podcast, his thumb is absolutely scorching across the board.
Would you want this inside of you?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
No, they don't. No, nobody wants that inside of him. Mr. Scratchy.
There's a watch in it for you.
That watch ain't going nowhere. Look at that thing. I've never seen a more secure watch in my entire life.
Would you want this inside?
Oh, he's cooking up something, Ian. Look out.
It's so nice to meet you, Ian. You're like Matt Rife after 6 kids and the worst divorce of all time.
You guys are fellow Canadians, I do believe, right? You're a Canadian, right?
You Canadian?
Yeah.
You didn't tell me that. I've been talking to him all weekend, kind of.
The real land of garbage?
The real land.
Okay, all right. Well, it's a hot subject tonight. Ha 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 ha. Very topical. All right, you fucking son of a bitch. Over there typing shit. Aaron Belial, what else is going on, Deuterino?
Halloween was fun. I like to scare kids. I didn't dress up or anything. I just tell them when I was a kid I didn't eat my vegetables. I was handing out onions and shit saying, if you don't want to look like me, you better eat that.
It's amazing. You doing, well, yeah.
Huh. Onions stop that from happening.
Yeah. Isn't that an interesting vegetable for the onion? Of all the vegetables, you went with onions there?
You want it inside you?
It's the hardest one to chop, too.
I like to make them cry.
Ah, fuck yeah, Aaron.
Like putting them inside?
I love it. So you really took the condom home with you? Is that a real thing? No way, right? I mean, you could yes or no. You could shake your head.
You just go to the bathroom.
It's called a joke, Tony.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Thank you, Aaron. You fucking piece of shit. All right. Okay. Anything else we should know about you, Aaron?
After my last appearance, someone invited me to a ranch that does horseback riding for special needs kids. And I thought, this is perfect. I'll help Tony find new regulars. And I started handing out flyers to the parents.
I love it that one of my special needs comedians is making fun of me for hiring so many special needs comedians. You have to love it. I'll give you some time off after this so that that fucking stereotype of my show dies down a little bit.
Then I realized I am just hurting myself, so I put a shock collar on the horses. Those little bastards have no grip strength at all.
All right. Aaron, I love you. You're amazing. You have some tour dates coming up or something? You have that already preset in your phone?
I am going to Arkansas, and I have a big run in the Florida area in December. I'll be in Miami, Naples, Key West, Boca, Melbourne, Jacksonville, Tampa Bay, basically everywhere with Gators. Get tickets at mutecomedian.com.
Wow. There he goes. Mutecomedian.com. We know him. We love him. Our boy, there he goes, galloping away. It's amazing when that guy shows up to a horse riding place and he already looks like he fell off a horse. They're like, oh, he's going for it again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket pool goes by the name of Angel Maldonado, everybody. Angel Maldonado. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Angel.
How we doing tonight, y'all? Ooh, Yeah. All right. Identify yourself. Who in this room thinks I'm straight? You know, show of hands, make a little noise, clap your hands. All right. Some delayed reactions. That's the usual reaction that I get, actually. I don't know what it is about Texas. Ever since I moved here, I think all the steers, everybody just figures that I'm the queer. I don't know what that's about. Either that or long hair combined with I'm so racially ambiguous that everybody also assumes that my sexuality is an ambiguous topic. I don't know what that is. I don't know. I think I'm onto something. The other day I had a comic tell me that I'd make a good prison wife. Yeah, it was his actual wording was, "You would have the power of the pussy in prison, Angel." And I said, "Wow, thank you. I appreciate that." True story. Anyway, that was my time.
All right, Angel Maldonado. How you doing, Angel?
I am loving life. I am so tired. I'm so high.
Okay, there's the excuses.
Yeah.
Why are you so tired?
I'm a door guy next door at Buckwild. I've been working all Halloween weekend. It's so fucked up. My sleep schedule is nocturnal right now. It's bad.
Yeah. Okay. What else? I mean, that doesn't seem like that crazy of a job. What is that, like 8 to 3 or something?
No. I work until the bars close, and then I left.
So what time is that?
I left work at like 4 a.m. last night.
So 8 to 4?
Yeah. Nah, 6
to 4.
Yeah, 6 to like 4 a.m.
Check IDs.
Yeah. It's easy money. It's pretty fun. I'm not complaining.
Right.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, you were.
Dante,
We all heard it.
I mean, I'm from New York originally, so I mean, people read my energy as complaining a lot. I don't know.
New York. What
Yes, sir.
ethnicity are you, Angel Maldonado?
I don't want to bring this up, Tony. I don't want to bring this up.
God.
Let's just say,
Just say what subway you live off of.
well, let's just say I'm un poquito garbage, basura.
The people of Puerto Rico were never called garbage. The island has a landfill problem. The landfills are filled. The joke stems from the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. It is a misdirect joke. You're supposed to think I'm bringing up the Great Pacific Garbage Patch.
We love the garbage. We love
Get
it.
it.
We love the garbage, right? This guy just crawled out of the garbage can. He's voting for me so strong. If he can wake up tomorrow, wake this guy up, right? Wake this guy up.
That's great.
Sleepy little angel. Look at this guy. Just like Joe Biden, sleepy little angel.
Where did that evil light come from? All these things he should have led with. Like he should have led with the he should have started with the Paquito Mouse or whatever the fuck he said. And then you should have laughed. The rest of the shit you shouldn't have done. I'm gonna be honest with you, because you're really funny, but you forgot because you didn't get any sleep. You thought I have a big day coming up tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'll stay up and get high.
I've had a very long weekend. Yeah. That
Beautiful son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Can you do a Trump impression? I think that would kill if you could.
Yeah, try it out.
There's a lot going on in this country, folks.
Oh God! All right.
I would still vote for you over her, but
He's winning them back.
You look like a hotter version of Kamala, actually.
Thank you.
You're slightly more retarded than her, but it's in the eyes or something.
Yeah.
Can you just try, please, without any practice, a Kamala impression?
Yo, I swear I'm black.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I promise.
You're looking good, dude.
You just rewrote your minute.
That's
That's
good.
fantastic. You're fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
You got to stop with the first part.
I've only lived in Austin for 7 months, but I've wanted to do comedy since I was a little kid. I was an improv kid. That's my comedy background. It's
the
sad.
part about shot.
You went to school for that?
UCB.
Okay.
Yeah, for many years. Yeah.
Yes, and
Yes, and not a lot of pussy.
Really? You seem like a good-looking guy. You seem like you have a good sense of humor.
Yeah, I mean, I get flirted with a lot at my new job.
What's your flirt like? Give us an example. Pretend like there's a woman. She hands you her ID. What do you say?
How you doing today? You look nice. You know, my name's Angel. You know, like in the sky.
Nope.
Yeah, that's.
Nick was just going.
I'm an honest guy. I just stay quiet if I see a pretty girl. You know what I'm saying? Send her back to Puerto Rico. When I start doing this, it doesn't work. All the garbage around.
Can you skateboard?
Oh yeah, I'm a longboarder. I feel more natural. I've been living in Aspen for the last 4 years.
Aspen?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, you're just frozen still a little bit.
No, I got an anxiety disorder. I shiver a lot. Yeah, but no, I feel more natural on a snowboard than I do like walking on 2 feet. Yeah,
because you don't have to talk to anybody. Just fucking.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, I just listen to music real loud, and then I just ignore everybody that tries to yell at me. You know, it's
Do you
good.
get a big night's sleep before you do that?
Nope, never.
All right, just checking.
Yeah.
Okay, Angel. What are some things that you do for fun here in Austin, Texas?
Oh man,
Snowboard years.
I mean, I there's so much I could say.
Really, you could say any one of the things that are going through your head.
Yeah, let's just say I've been skiing in other ways.
Oh, look at you!
My job provides good opportunities.
Wow, so you're not always so sleepy.
Yeah, I've been saying I wish that energy drinks like actually provided you sleep other than energy, and I found the stimulant that actually provides you with something that feels like sleep.
How often are you doing cocaine? Let's talk about
Man,
it.
I'm sorry, Mom.
Well, we know what the anxiety disorder is. It's just a cocaine addiction.
Yeah.
No.
And don't apologize to your mom about this. She saw your minute.
I take Prozac. Oh, dude.
You take Prozac?
Yeah.
You take Prozac and cocaine?
Where does the energy go, man?
Man, I keep it inside, you know? That's why I shake a lot and sweat. It's just a lot of energy going on, internal combustion, you know?
How long have you been on Prozac?
I started smoking and drinking a lot when I first moved here, trying to like fight the anxiety going on stage. And then I saw a psychiatrist. I was like, sobriety helps my stage presence a little more than like drinking and smoking. And obviously, I'm still struggling with that.
Right? Yeah, you said you're high. Yeah. So how you went to the therapist? What, like 5 months ago, ballpark?
Yeah, just about. Yeah, that's pretty
you've
accurate,
been here
Tony.
7 months. You said you went to a therapist. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, no, you got the
You're
track.
shocked, like I'm a psychic or something like that.
No, I'm not. I know how. I know
Okay.
you're smart.
And so you've been on Prozac for about probably maybe 4 months. And how long have you been doing cocaine?
About like.
But the same?
First time was a long time ago.
Sure, but I'm talking about regularly.
Consistently,
Here. Right.
like the past 3-4 weeks. Since
Okay, so it's a new problem. I love this. This is good. This interview is going well.
It's a new solution.
I don't know if it's a solution exactly.
I'm not on it tonight, Tony. That's all I gotta say.
This guy's out of control.
Probably would have been a good night to do it.
Oh my God!
You tried cleaning your damn room. Your fucking wife everywhere.
Jordan Peterson.
No.
Wow. How about just being a model?
You know, I remember
I remember people didn't think I was funny when I started doing comedy as a teenager because everybody would tell me, "Hey, you ever think about modeling? Like that's a good career path for you." They would never be like, "Hey, that shit was funny," like
And here we are.
Yeah, here we are today. You know what I'm saying?
So, like, when's the last time you did cocaine? Was it last night?
Maybe.
Okay.
Looking for cocaine, though?
No. I'm just curious. I'm curious what it's like for a guy like you. So you're working last night, right?
Maybe.
Okay, enough with the maybe. So it's a yes?
Actually, no. The days turn into nights real quick these days.
Okay. So when do you do the cocaine? Who do you do it with? Do you do it by yourself? Do you buy it?
I got buddies. I'm friends with a lot of comics out here.
Not the question I asked. When you do cocaine, do you do it by yourself sometimes?
Tony, sometimes, yes.
Okay. So, like the last time you did it.
The last time I did a bump by myself in the bathroom at Shakespeare's.
Okay. So, all right. And that helps you get through the night. But then you drink.
Yeah.
And you wake up and you're depressed.
Yeah.
And you take Prozac.
Yeah.
And then wherever the day takes you from there, maybe you do more blow, have some more drinks, and then you take Prozac again.
Riding the wave, baby.
Have you talked riding the wave, baby? Have you talked with your therapist about this new cocaine habit?
A little bit.
What did they say?
They say as long as you're not. My opinion is that I'm not abusing any drugs. Ever since I started taking Prozac, I've been using drugs for fun and not to cope. And so, yeah, new excuses, Tony. I know.
Are you sure you took the improv class?
They taught me to be honest. That was one of the early rules.
Angel, here's a little joke.
Thank you.
There you go. Absolutely. There he goes. Angel Maldonado.
Appreciate it.
No, you know what I'm going to do? Hello, world. This podcast is sponsored by Zippix. Zippix believes nicotine users should have a better way to get their nicotine than smoking, vaping, or dipping. Their toothpicks are discreet, taste great, and allow you to get your fix anywhere, anytime. Their cutting-edge infusion process means the nicotine and flavoring is absorbed throughout every toothpick and not just coated on the surface. Red Band.
Tony, I love Zippix. Cinnamon is mine. You know, these toothpicks are a great alternative to smoking. I hope you give their toothpicks a try and see why their customers keep coming back.
No doubt about it. I love it on airplanes, long car rides. We bet when you first heard of nicotine toothpicks, you probably thought, do they even work? If you ask Zippix customers, you'll find the answer is a resounding yes. Nicotine toothpicks are a great way to curb your nicotine cravings discreetly and conveniently. One aspect of nicotine toothpicks that makes them an effective replacement for cigarette smokers is that they satisfy both the oral fixation and hand-to-mouth routine that you get from smoking. Customers who were former smokers say that this had a huge impact when transitioning from cigarettes to toothpicks. So give Zippix toothpicks a try. Go to zippixtoothpicks.com and order a bundle today. And now it's time for Kill Tony. Before we do that, I'm going to say that set was so low energy, such a little amount of laughter that I think I'm going to bring in a special utility player that we bring in only when somebody does really, really, really poorly and gets almost zero laughter. Energy drinks were brought up during that set with Angel Maldonado. This guy is what I think of when I think of somebody failing, when I think of somebody doing energy drinks. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to present to you a golden ticket winner with a brand new 60 seconds. This is Drew Nickens, everybody.
Tony's not racist. But what do you think for me? And I'm a black comedian. When he told that black joke, all I could think of was, I placed last in that watermelon carving competition. I lost to D Madness. Cam got disqualified because he spelled Halloween wrong. Got mad and shake the watermelon 50 times. We all know Tony won the whole competition.
Because you can't beat the gays at arts and crafts, am I right? But it was rigged. I only got safety scissors to carve my watermelon with. I didn't even get a real knife because it's dangerous. But the positive thing is, David Lucas had fruit for the first time, and he loved it. He got all the watermelon innards. He looked like a diabetic Kool-Aid man. All right, thank y'all. That's my time.
You know, I forgot all about that fucking joke.
I'm black. I didn't forget.
All right. Well, it's a cute little Halloween joke. Barack Obama didn't think it was cute, but that fucking guy. Yeah, it's a weird week when you could say Barack Obama criticized my joke. He said I made a joke about black people eating watermelons. That's not true. It was a joke about carving watermelons at an all-black Halloween party. The joke being, of course,
yeah, the brothers. We didn't. I'm not going to do an Obama. What am I doing? Can you do an Obama? I can't really, but you kind of. You're like you're doing a Kramer impression if you said the N-word more. Or...
I'm not allowed to say the N-word and I'm black.
His dad is black.
Hell yeah, brother.
It is absolutely wild.
I'm confused. So the other guy was on cocaine and you're not.
No, I do energy drinks.
He really does. How many energy drinks have you had today?
3.
Wow. Which ones? Was it just Red Bulls?
No, I did a Rise Rainbow Sherbet, slept on flavor. Can't find it anywhere. And then I shotgun the Red Bull in the bathroom. Because people judge me now and say, Drew, you're going to kill yourself. I'm like, but then I have one down there.
You sipped a Red Bull down there?
Yeah, with the water.
I love it. I love it. You mix some water. You cut it with some water.
Yeah.
True.
Just like Tang, cut it with some water, baby.
Hey, Tang is slept on, dog. You ever put Tang in a Red Bull? It's fucking fantastic. It's a kick in the glass and your ass.
Have you ever had raw bread?
When you think of the raw bread, what do you picture?
Domino's pizza. I love their crazy bread. And so, like, I can only imagine if you don't cook it, it's still fucking delicious. Am I right, Tyler?
Yeah, dude.
Oh my God.
Drew, what else is going on with you?
So the last couple weeks, I've won 2 out of 3 poker tournaments that I played in. Pretty cool, right? Pretty good for a dumb guy.
What's some of your tricks? Do you like pretend like you're dumber at the table and like fuck people up? You like play stupid, like, oh, it's a good hand when you're bluffing. Like,
so what I do is I just be my natural self, and they're like, oh, he's special needs. We can't really take his money.
Right.
It works like a fucking charm. And then I get them all like bamboozled, and they're like, wow, great story. Oh, and then I'm like, oh, what? Oh, I got the nuts. I get them. It's and I can do it for like 5 to 6 hours. Comedy's really helpful because I can have constant conversation, but still concentrate on what's my hand, and I can distract them.
They call him Big Blind. He doesn't see social cues.
I'm not autistic. I'm just dumb, dog. Don't do that.
I love it.
I beg to differ on that.
Okay.
You got a autism, son.
Love it.
I got a brain injury, sir.
Same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't exactly have a full house up here. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, poker joke.
Hell yeah. Drew, I absolutely love you. Thanks for popping in. You are the man. There goes Drew Nickens. On to the next one. Now we got a bucket pull, and then we'll do that. Your 4th bucket pull of the night, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Taylor Neely. Here we go. Taylor Neely with a new minute.
Oh, incredible, wonderful. Ladies, let me hear you say hey. Fellas, let me hear you say yeah, 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 yeah. I can hear you. Oh yeah. Oh my God, dude! I don't know if you know this, but you're sitting in the kissing section. Yeah, I gotta come down there and give you a kiss. No, you're not into it. No one's ever happy to be in the kissing section. Well, how do you think I feel? Now I gotta go back there and tell them they're in the anal section. So, pucker up, anal section. You can have that. Who do you guys think would win in a fight? New York City Rat? Swallow that whole, chew that entire glass whole right now. Who do you think? That's my time. Thank you so much. I'm Taylor Neely.
Taylor Neely, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Did you do some of Angel Maldonado's cocaine back there?
No.
You seem like a wild boy.
Me? No.
Okay. Tyler Fisher, what do you think about your Adderall-infested younger brother here?
I think I'm the only guy in town that looks like Jeff Foxworthy fuck Macaulay Culkin. All right, you better watch out. What? Here, put this on. You look just like here, just tell people you're me. You'll make a ton of money.
There he is.
Yeah, you got a big head. A very tiny
I
head.
have a huge ass head. My mom had to have a C-section, and my head was so big.
Holy shit.
Wow.
I know.
Okay. Taylor, this is your first time on the show, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome. How long you been doing stand-up?
3.5 years.
Where at?
Atlanta.
Atlanta, Georgia. You still live in Atlanta?
No, I moved here in August.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, welcome.
Thank you.
What do you love about Austin, Texas?
Oh, I like the comedy scene a fuck ton. It's great. It's awesome. I like it's more, it's just more free.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
It really is. What do you do for work here?
Handyman.
You're a handyman?
Yes.
For what, dollhouses?
Hey, you shut the fuck up, dude.
Bro.
Whoa. Uh-oh. We're about to have a flyweight fight of the century over here.
I'll put you in the kissing section, bro.
Wow. Taylor and Tyler and Taylor.
We'd be waiting in ounces, man, I think.
Wow, this is crazy.
That is what I look like, though. Fuck.
Do you like what you see?
I kind of do, actually. I'm in hard, man.
This is incredible.
Wow. What?
Do you also put your height on Tinder as millimeters to trick?
No, it does say 5'8" on my driver's license, but it's secretly, not so secretly, it's 5'7" and 3/4, but legally 5'8".
There you go.
Yeah, bomb, that sucks. Shit.
Fuck. The fuck is D Madness going right now? Is somebody gonna help this fucking guy? There's nothing but stairways on the other end of that curtain, by the way. I've never seen D walk off on his own before.
You just walked a blind guy. Holy shit.
Jesus Christ. So what did you say your height was?
5'8".
Get the fuck out of here. No way.
Does anyone believe in that?
5'4".
Tyler, why don't you, take this. Tyler.
Ass.
That looks about right. Wow. Look at that. Hey. I don't think we need the tape measure. I kind of believe you at 5'8". I'll believe 5'8".
Yeah, he's 5'8". So small. God damn.
Ian, what do you think about this young buck?
I think he's fantastic. Great energy. He's growing a mustache. He's 12. He's got a giant head. Looks like this fella over here. Everybody's all excited. He's got tattoos. He will fix things in your house.
Yeah.
What do you specialize in as a handyman?
I'm transitioning to mounting just
Nice.
TVs. Hey, what the fuck?
Nice.
Hey, you also shut the fuck up. I didn't mean that. I'm sorry. No, I really didn't mean. Transitioning to just mounting TVs.
Just mounting TVs.
Yes.
High heels.
Yeah.
It's better money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What from? What were you doing before?
I finished a big painting job today, and I mow lawns and put furniture. Task rabbit.
Okay, so you're a Mexican. Yeah.
And he just started transitioning today?
No. When I moved here, I just found the job on ZipRecruiter. Shout out.
Absolutely. We absolutely love ZipRecruiter. No doubt about it.
Oh, the smartest way to hunt.
All right. What do you do for fun at nighttime, Taylor? What's your nightlife?
Oh, well, I'm sober because I used to smoke a lot of crack cocaine, and I don't do that anymore.
There it is.
Wow.
Yeah, that last guy doesn't have fucking shit on me. But
Yeah.
go grow up and smoke crack like an adult.
Yeah. How did you end up smoking crack?
You see Wolf of Wall Street?
What?
Wolf of Wall Street. I really loved cocaine in college, and then when I was drunk, I saw Wolf of Wall Street. And when they smoked crack in Wolf of Wall Street, drunk me was like that was like a fuckload of fun. And then I went home from college. I'm from Columbus, Ohio, and I went to Ohio State. Go Buckeyes! And I went to. I came out of a blackout, and I asked this guy if he knew where to get crack. And then
you tried crack for the first time from a random guy in Columbus, Ohio?
Yes, a homeless guy.
So you smoked it, a homeless guy. You smoke crack. What happens? Take us through the process, please.
The first time I smoked crack, so it's like a young homeless black man. He seemed like my age, and I'm like, "Do you know where to get crack?" He takes me to like the bad part of High Street, which is like yeah. And then he takes me to a tall, lanky black guy, and I give him money, and he could have walked away with the money, but crackheads are very honorable, and he comes back. He comes back with the crack, and we smoke it, and then like somehow I get a gaggle of like homeless guys, and we're walking down the street, and we go into I go into a convenience store because I want some water because coke and crack makes you very thirsty, and they start asking me for money and shit, and I don't want to deal with this, so I'm walking out of the gas station, and there's another guy walking to his car, and then like, "Oh, yo, we're done with you." And I get in their car, we speed off, and then these guys are like, "Yo, what'd you get into tonight?" And I'm like, "Well, I smoked crack for the first time." And then they're like, "Well, you want to smoke some more?" So we smoked crack.
Okay. So then what happened?
They dropped me back off at my friend's fraternity house at 6 a.m.
5th Street, 6th Street.
Did you love it?
Drunk me loves it.
Okay.
But, sober me, it's all bad. It's bad at the end. It's fun. It's fun for the first 30 minutes, and then it's.
Let me ask you this: how soon after that did you want to do it again?
Every time I got drunk until I got it under control this time.
Yeah. So you kept and you would drink almost every night?
No, it's more. I'm like a binger. Like I'll relapse and I'll binge for like a week. And I went to the psych ward recently, and that was bad. I was being too naughty.
Okay. Yeah. It sounds like it. What do you guys think?
Are you sending comedians from a homeless shelter across the street, just shipping them across 6th Street?
Now, do people know you're a handyman when you're working? Or are you a crackhead that's breaking into the house?
I am the guy on the corner with the windshield wiper just trying to wash people's windshields.
There's nothing crazier than a cracked out little white guy breaking into your house. Can I mount your TV?
But he's transitioning. He's an honorable crackhead. That old saying.
He'll drop you off at 6 a.m. after he's mounted your TV. Stole your copper.
Well, Taylor, fun times, decent set. But a lot of that was trying to get the crowd to fucking repeat after you shit. So you're leaving here with a little joke book. Come back again. Keep signing up. Maybe you'll get a big one. There goes Taylor Neely, everybody. We've come to that time of the show where it is indeed time for one of your most elite regulars of all time. This young man is selling out all over the country, technically all over the world. Anytime he announces a date, it sells out. He's a monster. You get to see a brand new minute from the one and only Cam Patterson, everybody.
Hey, people take politics too serious, nigga. Real shit. I know it's been a thing tonight, but really, people take politics way too serious. I don't even know how to spell politics, so I don't really care about it too much. It don't really bother me at all. It's funny, because I believe in like 3 degrees of separation. And I talk to Joe Rogan all the time, and that blows my mind, dog. He just talked to Donald Trump for 3 hours. And I have to talk to crackheads on the street. You understand what I'm saying? Those crackheads have no idea. They 2 phone calls away from Donald Trump, nigga. They had no idea. They be like, let me get $1. I got something better for you, nigga. Just wait on it. Outrageous one a couple days ago. That was cool. That was fun as shit. He was slow as hell. And I beat him. After I beat him, he was like, I told him, I said, if you beat me, I'll give you $20 if you beat me, right? He was like, oh, I can beat you. I promise I can beat you. And then we raced, and then I won. He was like, hey, we just split the pot. Fuck it. Just split it in half. Now give me half the money, please. That's my time.
Unbelievable. That's how it's done.
Appreciate
a brand new minute from the man himself.
Come on, nigga, we outside, man.
We are. We outside.
Come on, bro.
It's unbelievable.
This shit crazy, man.
We are in it.
Hell yeah.
No doubt
A
about it.
lady called me a bigot the other day.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck that mean, bitch. Be smarter, dumbass. Stupid, bitch. Use better words, stupid.
What did you do to make her call you a bigot?
What did you do to make her call you a bigot?
God damn.
I've been fighting for you all week, nigga. You have no idea. Been fighting hard as shit. Fighting hard as fuck, nigga. That motherfucker better leave me alone, pussy. It's been fucking
fight.
crazy.
Don't fight. Rope a dope. Just let them wear themselves.
The crackheads love me. They love me.
Trump, what do you think about Cam Patterson?
I love the African Americans. Oh, Trump acts like he saved black people. Before I was president, black people, they couldn't even walk. They couldn't speak English. Cam barely can, but he's doing great.
I speak great English, nigga. My English phenomenal.
Yeah, he's like Joe Biden, mumbling.
So funny.
So it's been a wild week for you, huh, Cam?
Yeah, it's been up and down. My brother loved that shit. My brother enjoyed it. Yeah. He a mailman, so that's cool.
I love it.
Yeah.
He's a real mailman?
Swear to God. The funny thing is, I'm doing this. My life is going great. And my brother's a real man, and he's still my dad's favorite.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is he the youngest?
Oldest.
Okay.
You don't want to say the oldest.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. How many brothers do you have?
I got one brother. Well,
wait.
I'm talking about. I got one blood brother.
That you know of, yeah.
I got.
That's an ass stretch.
I got one blood. I got a lot of brothers I fuck with. You know what I'm saying? Like niggas I know from the streets and shit. But like I got one blood brother.
Okay.
Gang shit.
Yeah,
I love him.
Indeed.
He the best, man.
He's just been doing his Kamala impression this whole time, man.
It's good.
So how many brothers you have?
Got one brother.
Okay.
Yeah. I got a couple homeboys that we did some shit together. So they're my brothers also. They are.
No.
They are.
They're brother, not a brother.
Ain't you?
They're brother, but they're not the brother.
What the fuck that mean? You confuse me right now.
You confuse me.
We confusing each other.
I love it.
That great shit. Yeah, this is good.
Is the mail
places?
Is the mailman your blood brother?
Yes.
But he's not the oldest. You count the oldest as one of your.
Oh no, that's my sister. My oldest sibling is my sister.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got a sister. Yeah.
Now
I got three sisters and one brother.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Do you think he's a mailman because he has all these packages in his car? Like what
the fuck that mean?
There you go. Red band's back.
you on fire for 2 weeks. What the fuck happened? That was terrible.
Back to normal. He snapped
That was
out
horrible.
of it. All right. I love it. Cam, were you on the road this week at all?
Yeah.
Where were you at?
I was in Sacramento.
Okay, Sacramento.
She was cool, bro. She was cool.
Punchline?
Yeah. Great club. Like that. Like. It was a guy in the crowd, was like a swole dude, real swole guy. And I asked him, I said, what do you do? He like, I'm an entrepreneur. I was like, okay, yeah. But what is your entrepreneur in? And then he was like, I'm a security. And like he just made it more vague than anything, right? And then kind of find out he's like a security guard, and he came to the meet and greet, gave me a Gucci jacket. That was pretty cool. It was too big, so I gave it to my sister because she big as hell, right?
I am your sister.
Yes, she your size, nigga. She big as shit.
That bitch is beautiful.
I gave it to my.
She should be a mailman.
So I gave it to her, and then we went. Then he took it to the Gucci store the next day and bought me like some slides and he bought Jolly a jacket. It was crazy.
real Gucci stuff?
Yeah, he closed it down for us. I don't know what he might be the president. I don't know what it is.
Damn.
No, he robbed a Gucci store.
Yeah. If it was closed. If it was closed when he went in there, I'm pretty sure.
No, absolutely. He said he closed down for us. I was like, that's cool. We asked No, they gave you never been in a riot? No, that's exactly what you were involved. They was giving us champagne and shit. Yes, you robbed it. Yeah, we robbed it. Fuck it, we robbed it. We stole that shit.
Amazing.
Hell
So
yeah.
Gucci slides now.
I've been had Gucci slides. I've had a bunch of Gucci slides. Nigga, you helped me get a lot of money, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Life is all right. Life ain't bad right now. You know what I'm saying? This is
That's
good.
awesome.
I got a bracelet and shit. I'm not having a
Bracelet?
About
No
you.
way.
Hell yeah.
You got bracelet?
You're spending your money.
I got a bracelet, nigga.
I'm wearing a woman's watch.
You got a woman's watch?
Look at that.
Look at that cute little tiny watch.
That's a little baby ass watch.
That is the tiniest watch I've ever seen.
My wrist look bigger. I got a.
Oh my god!
It look bigger.
Where did you get? Is that Stuart Little's? What is that? Where did you get a watch?
I found it in the garbage, Puerto Rico.
Oh my! Come on!
God damn it!
I make fun of your watch. You just gotta bring that up. Jesus Christ!
Y'all gonna die when you say words like that. Nigga, dangerous words right now, brother.
I like it. I need it.
Oh my god!
I'm on the no-fly list. Yeah.
What happened with Delta? Let's take a moment to talk about
We
this.
should talk.
Yeah, let's talk about it. I want Cam's input on this.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here for this.
Yeah. He has a lot of
What?
He has a lot of brothers and cousins that work at Delta, I'm sure.
You know, security.
Atlanta-based company.
Yeah, they were all riding in the overhead luggage. Actually, they came out right up. Oh, I tweeted a photo.
They're not gonna let me come back to cookouts after this shit, man. They gonna ban me from this shit.
Prepare to be called a bigot again. Here we go. Tyler Fisher's Delta story.
My Delta story. I took a picture of a pride pin and I just tweeted out, "Do I need to know who sucks dick or eats pussy? Does it help the plane fly?"
Hold on. You took a picture of a pride pin connected to what?
A flight attendant.
Right. That's an important part of the story.
Okay.
You just said you took a picture of a pride pin. So a flight attendant's wearing a pride pin, and you said what?
I said, "Do I need to know who sucks dick or eats pussy? Does it help the plane fly? Does it?" I got banned for life for that shit?
For life?
Yeah.
Damn.
For life.
Forever?
Forever.
Damn.
I'm fucked.
Forever,
I gotta take trains now. I gotta take choo-choo trains to my shows.
What about like other
It's the biggest airline in the world.
I mean, you got other airlines, dude.
I will suck a pilot's dick to get back on a
Hey, you don't have to do that. There's other airlines.
Be an ally.
There's different airlines. You can get on other airlines.
Stick with the train.
That's like when Texas like banned porn. Like they just banned Pornhub. That was it. All the other ones are still open.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's true.
Like go on a different airline. You fine.
They're gonna sue me though. They're suing me.
I be thinking this shit. I'm a fucking
They're gonna
genius.
sue me. Yeah.
For your little watch.
Yeah. Take all I got. This is it.
So what airline have you been using since?
Oh, I took Frontier. I flew in this morning. Oh, look at that.
You up, buddy?
Oh my god.
You don't have to do that.
Well, I did. That was all that was available. Oh, yeah. I came back from. I don't even remember where I was. It was so early.
7 connections from Dallas.
Yeah. It's a bumpy landing on
They didn't
Frontier.
even go up to a gate. They parked in the middle of the runway and just put the fucking ramp down.
Gonna be a spirit soon.
Yeah, boycott Delta, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, there you go.
Yeah.
How about you let the gays be gay on the plane?
I'm raised by gay men. I love gay men. It's
No,
not about.
you were raised by gay men?
Yes.
What's going on here, man?
I didn't know this.
What's going on?
What's going on here? What's going on here? What's going on?
Not when I was 7. He came out as racist, but then 4 years later, he started fucking dudes.
Damn.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
Look at me, obviously.
Yeah, I had no idea that the Keebler elves were gay. All right. Wow. Delta.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that interesting that I mean,
We both had a rough week, huh?
why you have to keep bringing my shit up here.
I'd rather have yours. You could still fly Delta, right? Not to Puerto Rico, but I'd much rather have yours, dude. I will trade. I'll start smoking. I'll do whatever I gotta do.
You lost all your airports. You only lost one. Oh my God.
Cam, literally the best minute of the night so far. You did it again. He has to do it every week. Not easy. Not an easy gig at all. How loud can this place get for the great Cam Patterson? All right, back to the bucket we go. Jesus, I just broke a name. That's a first. Look at that. Brute strength. Make some noise for Leslie Childs, everybody. Leslie Childs is next.
How's it going, everybody? My name is Leslie Childs. I'll just tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a single father. Been raising my son by myself now for 11 years. Now, that's a long-ass time to be doing something by yourself, right? So you're probably wondering the same thing everybody keeps asking, where the mom at? And that's a fair question. And I love telling people the honest God truth because there's nothing fucking funnier. See, when my son was 2 weeks old, my baby mama, that bitch took off with a midget. That's not a punchline. This bitch actually took off with a midget. And to this day, I don't know what pisses me off more. The fact that she took off with a midget or the fact that the midget was wearing cargo shorts. You ever seen an emo midget wearing cargo shorts? That shit will hurt your pride as a man. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Honestly, he looked like he was coming down with his shortcomings, look real. But look, on some serious shit though, my son, he's 11 years old and knows half the periodic table in the first 22 digits of pi. Not to pat myself on the shoulder, but I don't think I did too bad for a guy who failed the retarded class every year, right? And look, this bitch had the nerves to call me back up after about a week, talking about the midget was throwing beer cans at her and fucking hitting her with cans and shit. I was like, bitch, that sounds like a short relationship. Y'all, that's been my time. Y'all have a blessed night.
Wow. Well, joke's on her. The guy she left with can't fly Delta anymore.
Sorry. Fucking your ex-wife.
Welcome to the show, Leslie. How
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Everywhere's roomy for you. You gotta stand up on the seat to adjust your air vent.
I hide in the bathroom. I just sleep under the sink.
So, Leslie, how long have you been doing stand-up?
I have been trying to get on this show for almost 4.5 years.
You've been trying to get on this show for almost 4 years.
Almost 4 years, yeah.
When you say that, you mean you've been signing up off and on?
Dude, the shit I've been through just to try and get on this show will blow your mind. Dude.
Name some of the things that you've been through.
All right, so I drove from South Carolina, where I'm from, to here multiple times. My first time was for the HEB Arena show. All this is on YouTube. I took and traveled from there with no gas, no food, no money. Told jokes the entire time just to get by at gas stations and shit. My car broke down 5 times in every fucking state. There was a person coming here to see the show on HEB with a ticket, helping me get my car fixed. And again, it's all on YouTube. Shit that comes out of my mouth will blow your mind, but just take your mind. Everything I'm telling you, including my joke, is 100% true.
I believe you.
A midget was an upgrade. I'm gonna just.
Dude, my life is wild, dude. You have no idea.
So you're in South Carolina. That's where you live.
Yeah.
Your car broke 5 times on the way to the HEB Center. Have you tried to sign up for here multiple times?
Yeah, dude. You know that everybody's seen that red car sitting underneath the bridge, dude. That's my car. It's been here since.
Well, not everybody has seen a red car underneath the bridge. Let's just take it one step at a time here, Leslie. So how many times do you think you've driven from South Carolina to Austin, Texas to sign up for this show? Just give me a ballpark.
Probably about 5 times. I also drove from South Carolina to the LA one. Again, get no gas, no food, no money.
Oh my God, are you also on a no-fly list?
I'm on a lot of different lists, but not that one.
A lot of different lists.
And no touch list.
Wow. Okay, Leslie. Well, congratulations. You're here. You finally did it. All the hours on the road. That's amazing.
You wouldn't believe all the people that told me I wouldn't get here, dude. That it was a waste of time. That you're retarded. You're never gonna make it. Like I did fail the retarded class, but I made it. Fuck them.
I love it. I love it, Leslie. You didn't give up. Here you are. Here you are. What do you do for work, Leslie?
I'm fully disabled. See, I'm legally classified as. This is usually where I lose people. So sorry, but I'm
It's
legally.
okay. You're like the 4th retarded guy on the show tonight.
I'm legally classified as suicidal, homicidal, bipolar, childhood motor, depression, slight schizophrenia, OCD, ODD, ADHD, and slight night terrors. I got more issues, more coverage than AT&T.
And by how fast you said that, you're also autistic.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Tony, I've been telling everybody for a long time, I'm your wet dream, dude. Like the story, I see how surprised and amazed this man gets when he hears a true story. But the problem has been that every single time you hear these crazy true stories, they only got like one or two of them, dude. I got a fucking list of them. And I got fucking true. Every single one of them.
Thank God that was a list. They pulled that out as like, oh fuck, he's Puerto Rican as well.
The security guard back there, he had to pat me down. He's like, the security guard had to pat me down. He's like, you got any knives? I was like, dude, I ain't even allowed sharp objects.
So let's cover some of this scroll, man.
You ready, dude?
Let's fucking do it. How many of you want to hear this scroll? Nice.
Thank you.
Mike,
Your mythical best.
All right, now bear with me. Yeah, fuck.
Hear me, hear me. Todd speaks. Everyone quiet down.
All right, now y'all seriously, bear with me, dude. It's literally my handwriting. I did fail the fucking. You know how you failed a retarded class?
Okay, yeah. What? Go ahead.
Are you fucking? You're there until you're 21 and they kick you the fuck out.
Okay. All right.
All right. So number one, my baby mama took off with a midget. Again, all this shit's true. Number two, I ran away with a girl from the nut house. Number three, I married a girl out of spite to piss off my father. Now, funny thing about this, somebody told me I spelled spite wrong. I spelled spit, S-P-I-T. So, oh well. Number three, I married. Oh no, I already did that one. Fuck. All right, number four, I was kicked out of a woman's house for beating my meat for 4 days straight.
Hold on a second. Let's back it up a second. When you say that you married a girl out of spite in order to piss your dad off.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
All right, so I hate my father, dude. I like me and him always go at it. He fell out of a tree last year, and I was like, "Fuck it." But so I was all right. So
Make this your set. This is hilarious,
dude. I gotta. All these are true. All right, so I was writing. You know how a steam mirror, and when you steam in the bathroom, and you can write shit on the mirror and shit. I was drawing pentagrams and shit, just so they would pop out and go, "Oh no, the devil." And so I was like, I love seeing people's reaction, mainly fucking with people. And so he did what I like to call church hopping. We went and found this Christian girl to come talk to me about our Lord Jesus Savior. And so that night I took her to the park and I fucked her. And like literally everything was going good for about 3 months. And then one night she looks at me and goes, "I'm gonna go to the store and get some milk." And I was like, cool. Well, 2 weeks later, we found her in a psychiatric ward the next day over, sweating up and down. This is a lot right here. I had to Google most of this. Apparently, and she was swearing up and down that Apache helicopters were landing in my father's backyard, talking to her about the Masons, who apparently were after her because she knew that they killed her mother in some organization called the Red Coat was at our wedding. When we didn't even have a fucking wedding, we eloped. We didn't even have rings. Tony, do you know what the fuck they give you when you ain't got rings?
No.
Pipe cleaners. Mine was blue.
Okay. All right. What's next on your list?
All right, what was it? That was only number 4, dude. Damn, you didn't make it far. We got 50 on here. All right. I fell asleep in one school and woke up at another school. I walked over 100 miles just to get away from my family. The best way I can describe myself, dude, is like the actual Forrest Gump, like for real.
That's funny.
Yeah, I stole my mom's car when I was 12. I actually did that a few times. You ever been in a situation where you did some shit as a kid and then you grow up wishing that maybe they would have caught you just so you can brag about it, and then you have to tell them? I do all the time.
Let's go to number 6.
Glad you had a normal fucking life.
I was running a pedo ring.
I just felt like running.
Jenny was 6 at the time. She liked crack cocaine too. Crack cocaine, regular cocaine.
Bro, that exact line. Bro, I told somebody that exact line in DJ J. Her father didn't think it was very funny either.
Keep going. What's next? Like the old Letterman top 10.
This one just number 8. This one just happened last year. I was shot several times with a pepper ball gun infused with tear gas. That was by my aunt. Fuck you, Tina. Anyway,
keep going. Number 9.
All right. No. All right. Last year my father stole $30,000 from me. Fuck you again for that.
How did you get $30,000? How did you make $30,000?
All right, so I've been institutionalized since I was 5 years old. All right, in and out for a long time, for 6+ years until I was 18 and can say I'm no longer going back. Literally just so these motherfuckers can go, okay, he's not in the picture, we got a family perfect thing, and when he gets out, we get paid. So that's been pretty much my entire life. What was the question?
Fuck you, Tina.
Yeah, fuck you, Tina.
How did you get $30,000?
Oh, yeah. I took and I decided that I was going to try and pursue comedy through welding, right? And it took a lot.
As you do.
Right. A lot of people go to LA, a lot of people in New York, a lot of people just start welding.
Well, I'm a single father, so I had to figure out how to do this and do that at the same time. And so I was going to do travel welding and get paid for it.
Travel welding?
Yeah. Interesting. And so anyway, for like 4 or 5 years, I wasn't accepting my disability because I thought that if you made too much money, then you're off disability. Apparently that's not the case. And they owed me money, and me and my father, we got the same first, middle, and last name. And so he was like, ooh, I'll take advantage of this situation. And so I ended up in a car. How you doing? You've been staring at me pretty hard. I'm not going to hurt anyone. I swear I'm not.
It's a psychotic episode you're having. The person's just watching you. You're on stage right now. Everyone's looking at you.
Weld.
Yeah. What's next on the list?
All right, but I've been a single father for 11 years. I've been on more medication than any child should ever have to take. Ooh,
Let me stop you for a second. Let's talk about this 11-year-old.
Yeah.
Where are they right now?
Right now, he's in a car with a friend of mine.
The red car under the bridge.
Don't worry. The windows are up. He's not going to drown. It's raining right now.
Hold on. What?
Yeah. All right. So we live in my car. Me, my camera guy, and my son.
Wait, what? You have a fucking camera guy?
Yeah.
What?
This is fucking awesome.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
What? You pay a camera guy?
No, he was like getting kicked out of his place, and I was like, look, dude, I've been coming back and forth here for 4 years trying to figure out best ways to live out of my car because I lost everything to COVID, dude. I lost my job, my house, my truck. And so I said, fuck it. If I'm going to struggle, then I'm going to choose my struggle. But I'm going to do comedy, and I'm going to be the best father I can do. So fuck anybody who says you can't.
So your 11-year-old is with a camera guy right now?
Yeah, dude. Anybody who meets this kid loves him. He's smart. He's not shy. He's fucking outgoing. Literally, he knows half the periodic table in the first 22 digits of pi. I put a lot of time and effort into him. I've known I wanted to do comedy for a long time because if not for all these fucking crazy ass stories, why not comedy?
Do you have a squirrel? Does he go to school, the 11-year-old, or is he home?
Yeah, he goes to school right up the road, dude.
Here in Austin?
Yeah.
It's in the back seat. But I thought you lived in South Carolina.
I did.
How long have you been here?
About 3.5 months.
That long?
No, some of this shit's new. Some of this shit's
that long right there. That's how long he's been here. Read away.
That looks like
50. You want me to keep going?
That looks like a hammock that Tyler sleeps in.
Let's see. I forget what number was on.
Okay, give us another one out there.
All right.
The end is just going to be
number 14. We're going to like this.
You know what? Screw the list. I'm going to go back to some questions that I have.
Yeah.
So the 11-year-old goes to school.
Yeah.
You, him, and your camera guy all sleep in your car every night.
Which it takes, if you actually think about it, takes a lot of effort if you do it the right way. Like if you're seriously trying to make sure that DSS, which I've already been tested 4 times, comes up to your car, you gotta have the receipts. You gotta make sure your car's clean. You gotta make sure he's clean. Dude, I only dress like this on Monday.
Where do you guys shower at?
All right, so I got a membership with a Y. There's organizations that help you out with showers and stuff. Like I said, for 3 years, I came out here scoping out everything to make sure it was possible. I wasn't nominated 2017 Father of the Year Award through South Carolina for nothing.
Is that true?
Yeah.
You were almost the Father of the Year in South Carolina?
Yes, sir. Through man-to-man and
Who won?
Huh? I don't know. I didn't show up.
Fuck me.
Tim Wallace.
I was nominated.
I was in Austin checking things out, so I couldn't pick up my award. Otherwise, I would have been down there.
I think it was Ted Bundy.
Child can weld like a motherfucker.
I don't give a shit what they said.
Do you perform other places sometimes to practice for this, or are you focused on getting on Kill Tony?
I've been taking because when I moved here, I didn't know nothing about comedy. I didn't know anything at all. whatsoever. I didn't know a set from a bit, dude.
Sure.
So I basically told everybody, I was like, look, I'm going to use this as a platform, trying to figure out things I know and things I don't know to even try to ask about. And so that's all I've been doing is watching your show, taking notes, and figuring out, okay, how to make a joke, where should I go and learn shit, and shit like that. That's how I've been started.
Well, I mean, what can I say? Leslie, you are something else.
Here's a book.
What I'm going to do for you is I'm going to give you a big joke book. And for the 11-year-old, I'm going to give him a big joke book, too. And I'm going to give you some Zippix nicotine toothpicks.
I need those.
And for your camera guy, a small joke book. But that's for the camera guy.
Yeah.
But we got to keep it moving along. But that's for the whole household, the whole car hold.
Can I ask one favor?
What?
Can I ask one favor?
Can you ask me for one favor? Hold on, man. Hold on. He's going to ask me for a favor, and here we go.
Can I please find and show me where a camera is? And I just y'all don't understand how much I hate this bitch Tina. Like
you're about to talk shit to your aunt right now?
Yeah, dude.
You see that guy with his hand up over there? Look right at him.
All right, Tina, fuck you, fuck your son. I told you I'd get here. I told you I could do this. I told you I was fucking funny. Fuck you.
Wow. Welcome to the first ever episode of Kill Tina. Wow.
Oh, did I also mention I made D Madness a sweater? I hope you got it.
Did you get a sweater?
Yeah,
Someone give you a sweater lately,
D Madness, I'm not gay on the back of it.
Well, he wouldn't know what it says. But I'm sure he did, and if not, he will. Ladies and gentlemen, make noise one more time for Leslie Childs, everybody. Wow. Wow. Proof that anybody can sign up for this show. Proof that anything can happen. That is a very interesting case. All right, thank you. How about a hand for the lovely Heidi? All right, let's get another bucket full up. Make some noise for Matt Galetta, everybody. Matt Galetta. Interviews have been running long tonight. Here's Matt Galetta, everybody.
Yeah, it's nice to be in Texas where both abortion and jerking off's illegal. Yeah, man. Damn, it's crazy to be here in Austin, Texas, man. Hey, you know what's really crazy is that when you go to Austin, Texas, porn is banned, right? Pornhub is illegal in Austin, Texas. I don't know if you guys know this. So I have to get ID and have my dick in my hand just to see pornography. I'm like Edward Snowden when I jerk off. I delete most of my internet history, all right? It's like Texas, Pornhub, I have my dick in my hand and my ID. What was this? Like fucking on Epstein's Island? I got show ID. I got my dick in my hand. What am I in a fucking children's playpen? I got my dick in my hand. I got to show ID. What is this? P. Diddy's mansion before the cop trade? God, Texas. I'm not a criminal for jerking off. God damn.
What the fuck? Matt Galetta. Whoa, our first boo of the night. Matt. What's going on, Matt? How are you, buddy? It's okay. Over here, Matt. Focus on me, Matt.
Stop being mean to me.
Oh, my God.
Fucking assholes.
Matt, over here, Matt. Don't rile them up, Matt. I'm trying to help you. Focus on me.
What's up, bud?
How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Okay. How long have you been attempting stand-up comedy for? How long have you been a full-grown sea monkey?
I have been a sea monkey for a while. And I haven't grown any taller. I've been doing comedy on and off for about 5 years.
Really? Where have you been doing it on, and where have you been doing it off? There was a guy before you that has every mental illness in the world and a scroll, and he buried you with a shovel. He sleeps in a 3-bedroom car. You have no excuse right now.
Okay. Geez.
Wow, being almost father of the year.
Did he come with the scroll of felonies when he came up here too?
No, nothing you say is working, Matt.
Theo bombed.
My goodness gracious, look at you.
Well, it's great to be here, guys, bombing in front of you.
Wow, okay.
No, really, I'm happy to be here either way.
Okay, all right. Matt, where have you been doing this comedy at?
I started doing comedy in New Jersey.
Okay, you were in Jersey. All right, and then what happened?
I've basically been doing comedy since I was about 20 years old, and I was doing it. I live right near the Jersey Shore, so Rutgers has the Stress Factory, Vinnie Brand. So I was doing comedy there for yeah.
And they like you out there.
I guess, yeah.
They do?
No, they don't like me. No, they like me fine, man. I was just doing it. I always loved comedy. I wanted to do it. I actually had a month off of not coming to do comedy. Come here. And so, I'm happy to just do it again for you guys. And even if I didn't do well, I fucking love it, man.
Right, you love it no matter what.
No matter what.
Okay, great. What do you do for work, Matt?
I'm basically unemployed.
How do you survive?
I got hit by a Jewish person. And
whoa, that has nothing.
They're not good at driving. They hit me, and then I got money.
What do you mean you got hit?
They hit me from the back. Yeah, with a car.
You got rear-ended.
I got rear-ended by a Jew.
Is that why you look like a balding Hitler right now?
Yeah. Side short. Fight.
Oh.
Whoa.
Christ.
I was just putting my height. I'm the same height.
9.
Okay, don't feed into it, Tyler. Jesus, don't start speaking German to the Nazi. Wow.
I'm just going bald. I just a comb over. It ain't no Nazi things.
Okay. All right.
Just rocking a comb over.
Okay.
By the way, Tony, thank you so much for your roast. That we did with Trump's rally. That was awesome.
Okay. Well, yeah.
Much respect. You guys don't like what he did?
The Jews hate him. The Jews hate this guy. They really do.
Oh, Matt. What's an interesting thing about your life? What's a redeeming quality about you? Everybody hates you right now. What's going to make everyone like you?
Oh, Jesus. I got tap dance or sing a song like all these other fucking people.
Jesus Christ.
No, I honestly, I don't know if I have a redeeming quality, but I used to be a musician. I used to play music.
What kind of music did you play?
I played basically metal music.
What did you do in the band?
I played guitar, and then I also do vocals.
Okay. How about we play some metal music and we see your vocals?
I could request a song. We could do
What?
You want me to do a song? Is that what we're doing right now, right?
Not all of it.
I mean,
obviously.
Here's a little joke, but there he goes. Matt Galetta, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes.
Thank you.
Matt Galetta, everybody. There he goes. All right. You guys still having fun out there? Let's do one last bucket pull. I pulled. We haven't had a female up yet tonight, so I pulled until I got a woman. Here we go. Make some noise for a minute from Stacy Ross, everybody. Stacy Ross.
What's up, Austin? I love this dick-filled room. It's awesome. I love Kill Tony. But more about me. It's a little wet out there. It's a little wet out there. This is what we do for fucking comedy. I love it. Any chuckle suckers? I mean, I have to be funny for you to want to chuckle my fucker, I guess, but all my ex-boyfriends said I taste funny, so that's why I'm here. It's worth something, right? Are you guys really understand I'm from LA? I want to say I'm not liberal, but look at me. Right? I mean, you knew what I was going to look like, right? But you pretty much knew, like, you heard the voice, you're like, I know what she's gonna look like. Thank you, guys.
Oh my goodness. Stacy Ross. Can we bring Matt Galetta back up here? It's crazy. Stacy. Oh my goodness.
I'm still alive, I know. It's shocking.
Okay. Stacy, welcome. How's your life going? How you doing? Talking to the microphone, Stacy.
Yeah, I forgot.
You're living your dream right now. You're
right.
Requiem for a
This
dream.
is one that. This is probably the highlight of my life right now.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna cry.
Right, definitely. Ever since you left the band Motley Crue, this is the new highlight of your life.
They didn't have room for you. Motley Crue. That's right. Because I had to leave them. Because I had to leave the band. Never mind.
Okie dokie.
Like I'm sure. Did you say I left Motley Crue?
Okay. All right.
Wow.
I'll fuck her.
That's the best offer I've had all day. Thank you.
I'm a fugitive from Delta Airlines.
Yeah. Stacy, how long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
Almost 5 years.
5 years. Off and on? Or
No,
on? Okay. Okay.
On meth?
All right. What's the coolest gig you've ever done?
This room right here, right now.
Okay, that's cool. Good answer.
This town is fucking awesome.
You live here?
No, I'm here for a week.
Okay.
So I'm leaving at 4 in the morning.
You're leaving at 4 in the morning?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was here doing shit all week.
I'll drive you to the airport. Don't worry.
He's gonna have to drop you off at the Frontier gate, though. You're gonna have to walk a little bit.
Why you gotta do that to me?
Oh my goodness, Stacy.
Yeah, you missed me. I know.
Me?
Yeah, you.
You were on the show before in LA?
Like 6 times.
That's right. I kind of remember that. You had a different name then, correct?
Lady Blue Ball or Blue Ball.
That's right. I kind of remember that.
It's a story. It's a good one.
What is the story?
Well, I'm gonna find out later.
This is a real.
For me at all.
You have to sharpen your skills. I was playing a lot of poker, and I wanted to have my game all about poker, so I'm rubbing one out before I play in a poker game. And then
I'm gonna have you handle this. I'm out a little joke book, Stacy, and we're running out of time. We're gonna keep the show moving.
Thank you so
Make some
much.
noise for Stacy, everyone. Good luck. This thing
Go
took
check
a.
over that. You're caught up in the microphone. Take the microphone out. We don't need you going down even further.
Thank you. Yes. Don't want to be.
It's pleasure.
There she goes, Stacy, everybody.
Pleasure.
No, Tyler. No, don't, Tyler. No, come back. No. Everybody's wet.
Soaking wet.
It is, from what we understand, it is downpouring outside, which clearly makes the mentally ill a little more mentally ill. Hey, we still having fun? I got good news, ladies and gentlemen. We are done with the bucket pulls. There's only one person that can close an episode like this. And it is indeed the record holder for all-time appearances, all-time interviews. I mean, what can I say about him? He is the Vanilla Gorilla, the Memphis Strangler, the Big Red Machine. This is William Montgomery.
That lady literally just touched my dick when she walked past me. On the way here, my girlfriend and I pulled up to an intersection, and there was a homeless guy wearing a Nirvana shirt, and my girlfriend rolls down the window and says, "Name 4 songs, dumbass." My agent called me the other day and said he thinks there might be a World War III. And I said, great, could there be a part in it for me? But then I started thinking about it. I think the last thing we need is another Hollywood reboot. What's harder, finding Where's Waldo or going to a rap concert and trying to figure out which one on stage is the rapper? It's like they're all kind of wearing the same thing on stage, but they're not. Okay, that's my time.
But yeah, William, lights out Montgomery. Hell yes. Welcome, William.
So nice to be here, Tony.
I love it.
God, my throat is really hurting right now. I'm a little worried. I don't know. Please, somebody needs to, please, maybe one of y'all knows, but I wonder, I've been drinking so much honey recently. I've been drinking so much throat coat tea with honey. I will drink a full bottle in 2 nights. I just wonder if you can have too much sugar in honey.
Yes.
Can you?
Yes.
What happens if you have too much honey?
You die.
Why don't you look it up? Look up maximum amount of honey.
Diabetes.
This isn't for
Nancy.
You've had a sore throat for absolutely months now.
It's horrible, Tony. I'm not even kidding. I think I've done something weird. And hold on, who is that guy?
That is
on the guitar. He's been weirding me out. Red Band, do you know that guy at all?
I actually have no idea.
That is indeed Sean Greenberg joining us tonight. He absolutely rocked it out earlier during the pre-show. I was up there watching. He's a freak of nature.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Sean. I mean, I just had never seen him before. I've never noticed him before.
Yeah. Yeah, what do you think about it?
Hold on, can you do something else? That was cool. Something else cool?
Yeah, what else you got, Sean? Let's fucking flex over here a little bit. Sean Greenberg. While he plays guitar, you know what, Sean? Hold on a second. Let's do something fun. While you wail on the guitar, I'm going to name some of the side effects of having too much honey. And here we go. Wheezing and asthmatic symptoms. Dizziness. Nausea. Vomiting. Weakness. Excessive perspiration. Fainting. Irregular heart rhythms, aka arrhythmia. Cardiovascular disease. Stinging after topical application. Keep playing cool things, Sean. Like, change it up a little bit. There you go. Stinging after topical application. It is to be used as a natural sweetener, cough suppressant, and topical product for minor sores and wounds. Giving honey to a baby under the age of 1 year can cause a rare but serious gastrointestinal condition called infant botulism, caused by exposure to Clostridium botulism spores. Bacteria from the spores can grow and multiply in a baby's intestines, producing a dangerous toxin. Killed 2 birds with 1 stone there. You got to hear Sean Greenberg and the side effects of having too much honey. After studying all of this,
Sean, can you play behind your back? Because that all sounds.
Can you really play behind your back?
Can you play it behind your back?
No, he doesn't do that. He likes to keep it all in front of him. So do you heard the side effects of having too much honey? Does any of that apply to you?
It's Tony. You're gonna hate me right now.
Oh boy, you have.
Guess what I've been doing?
What have you been doing? Oh boy,
you're gonna.
Okay.
Seriously,
just do it.
You're gonna hate to hear what I'm about to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not kidding. There's a new Call of Duty, and it's a video game, and I have almost all of my submachine guns gold camouflage right now. We've had It was a 2 XP weekend. I have been playing it so much, Tony. So I came up here a little.
How does your throat hurt if you spend multiple days a week not working? Because you basically, I've noticed you've started taking Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays
I have
off.
to, or I start feeling insane.
Right.
I start feeling crazy. I have to have some sort of downtime.
Okay, cool.
I start feeling nuts.
Okay.
Like really crazy. I
We
started
talked
feeling
about that.
really crazy recently. If I start feeling like I'm working a little too hard, I start feeling insane.
You call what you do.
Yeah, getting fucking that 6 submachine guns. I got gold camouflage. Yes, I was working. That literally was 24 hours.
How long? I don't play games like that. How long does it take to beat a game like Call of Duty? Is there an end?
You don't do that. You just keep
you.
on playing. Yeah.
Wow.
But I've been doing that. Yeah, I got to relax. I've been feeling great. I got to take a little break. I mean, you don't want to hear that. I got to take some sort of a little break just generally.
I hear you. Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And sometimes Friday, Saturday. Do you think maybe you're doing too many cameos? Is that what might be driving you crazy? By the way, it would drive any of us crazy.
What?
We did as
Doing
many
that?
cameos as you.
Well, I mean, we're getting into the Christmas season. I mean, things are really ramping up, Tony. I mean, this is the most hectic time of the year for my ass. I mean, it's Thanksgiving, fucking Thanksgiving. What else you got? I mean, it's a lot of, it's not really a lot of Thanksgiving.
You get a lot of Kwanzaa requests?
No.
No.
I've never, no.
How about Hanukkah?
I refuse them every now and again. No, there's just seriously every now and again I'm like, hold on, this person's trying to trick me right now, and they've all happened to be for those ones.
Okay. So other than Call of Duty, what else have you been doing, William? That's about it.
We saw each other at the airport.
I know, we saw each other. Yeah.
That was the day I got banned.
Really?
Yes, right after, that was the flight that I tweeted the pin.
So you
Did you
saw
get banned too?
Huh?
I got banned from Delta Airlines.
So you saw him.
Yes.
And then you got on your Delta flight.
We saw each other about 50 times because we had to go through the TSA pre-check, so we had to make conversation. Imagine that. About 50 times we did. We did pretty well.
I know.
And then I got banned from Delta Airlines about 10 minutes later.
So
It's like a
So what-
Seinfeld episode. We're just bringing it.
let me ask you this: when you got on that Delta flight,
Yeah.
you saw the flight attendant walk by you,
Yeah.
right? And did you take the picture?
I fingered her first. I didn't. I left.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. No, I didn't.
That's absolutely insane thing to say.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
So the flight attendant.
This week it's okay.
Was it a woman?
Who's to say? You get in trouble for even really vote. Make sure you vote. End the bullshit.
So you took a picture. Was it like the first time you saw her? Were you like, oh, fuck, like that, or would you wait a second?
I'm tired of treating adults like kids with the
I know.
rainbow bullshit. It's enough.
Yeah.
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 All right. Well, I was doing so good until now.
No, it's good. It's great. I'm just curious about it.
Yeah, I took a photo and I posted it. And I actually deleted the photo because her face was in it. And her daughter reached out and said, I agree with you. I hate the woke shit. And her friend reached out and goes, I hate the fucking woke shit, but can you take it down because your face is in it? I took it down. Still got banned.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Impressive traction on Twitter.
Yeah. Go ahead and retweet that.
Yeah, that's
Die the fish. It's going to be right there.
FISCH.
Wait, so what do you mean? You got kicked off of an airplane? Is that what all?
No,
is that
I
what all
got
this
banned
is
for a
about?
tweet. I took a photo and tweeted it later on, and banned for life.
Gotta be careful.
Yeah. I know.
It happens to be.
William's always very well behaved on airplanes. What's the craziest thing you've ever seen on an airplane, William? You have any?
Honestly, Tony,
Yeah.
there was a time it's been so scary recently because yes, you're technically correct, Tony. On Sundays, I'm not doing anything, but I generally sleep an hour to 3, so I have to nap, or I'm not doing good. And it was so scary. I started on these early flights. I started having these nightmares that I find myself in the actual airplane, and the airplane starts crashing. And Tony, there was one day where it was when I was opening up for your ass, and you were sitting in front of me, and it's like I wake up and I'm on the plane, and I see you looking out of the window, and like rain starts coming in because there's some issue with the plane. And
Sounds like a Delta flight.
But that was a scary one, so now I can't go to.
All right. So all the yelling, it's like over because your throat's always sore. Have you gone to a doctor for this?
No, I don't have health insurance.
What do you mean you don't have health insurance?
I don't have health insurance.
William, you're rich.
I'm 37.
Why do you pretend like
And I'm rich. I mean, I think that could mean all kinds of things. Yes, I mean, I'm currently, thank the Lord above, I don't have any debt or anything, but I don't know. I mean, I think it's very much so all relative about somebody's spending. I think there's all kinds of stuff that goes into that. I don't know. Yeah, things, thank the Lord, have been all right. I mean, again, get a Christmas cameo from me. I mean, they're wonderful. Get one of those, but
it's a great ad.
It's just been a hard, and now it's raining outside. I gotta go play some more Call of Duty. I don't even want to play it anymore, Tony, but I'm gonna be playing it all night long tonight. All night long tonight. And it's gonna be raining outside, and I roll up some little joints and sit by the television and start talking shit and start to some of the fucking little people from the fucking
wow. Well, William, what can I say? Is there anything that you're passionate about this week? Anything else other than Call of Duty?
Getting my SMG gold camouflage!
Whoa! Oh my goodness. Did that hurt when you just did that?
Yes.
Oh, okay. In that case, we'll put a ribbon on it. William Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen. Ian Bagg is on tour. Go to ianbagg.com with 2 G's, IANBAGG.com. Tyler Fisher is on tour. Ian, thank you so much. How about a hand for Ian Bagg?
Thanks for having me.
How about a hand for Tyler Fisher? FISCH.com for tour dates. He's on tour. The drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt is in. It's amazing. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew over there. What do we got? Oh, shit. Trump and Biden. Look out. Classic characters from the show. Thank you to Squarespace, Blue Chew, Prize Picks, Game Time, Talkspace, Zippix Toothpicks, and to you guys, the audience. Thank you guys so much. Red Band.
Love you guys.
We love you guys. Thank you so much. God bless America. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Sure that's the oldest, but it's the oldest so far excavated. What we're seeing is that in that whole region around there was something was in motion, and it began to go into motion round about the beginning of the Younger Dryas, and this is where these two dates are really important. The Younger Dryas, I'll round the figures off, begins around 12,800 years ago, and it ends around 11,600 years ago. So Göbekli Tepe's construction date, if it is 11,600 years ago, if they don't find older materials, marks the end of the Younger Dryas. But the beginning of the Younger Dryas, we're already seeing the stirrings of the kind of culture that manifests in full form at Göbekli Tepe. And after the construction of Göbekli Tepe, in fact, even during the construction of Göbekli Tepe, we see agriculture beginning to be adopted. The people who created Göbekli Tepe were all hunter-foragers, at the beginning. But by the time Göbekli Tepe was finished, and it was definitely, deliberately finished, closed off, closed down, deliberately buried, covered with earth, covered with rubble, and then topped off with a hill, which is why Göbekli Tepe is called what it is. Göbekli Tepe means pot-bellied hill, or the hill of the navel. For a long time, Göbekli Tepe was thought to be just a hill that looked a bit like a pot-belly.
Can you say how it was discovered? I think this is one of the most fascinating things on Earth, period. So maybe can you say what it is and how it was discovered?
Well, Göbekli Tepe is, first of all, the oldest fully elaborated megalithic site that we know of anywhere in the world. It doesn't mean that older ones won't be found, but it is the oldest so far found. The part of the site that's been excavated, which is a tiny percentage of the whole site, we do know. My first visit to Göbekli Tepe was in 2013, and Dr. Klaus Schmidt, the late Dr. Klaus Schmidt, who died a year later, was very generous to me and showed me around the site for over a period of 3 days. And he explained to me that they've already used ground penetrating radar on the site, and they know that there's much more Göbekli Tepe still underground. So anything is possible in terms of the dating of Göbekli Tepe. But what we have at the moment is a series of almost circular but not quite circular enclosures, which are walled with relatively small stones, and then inside them you have pairs of megalithic pillars. And the archetypal part of that site is enclosure D, which contains the two largest upright megaliths, about 18 feet tall and reckoned to weigh somewhere in the range of 20 tons, if I have my memory correct. They're substantial, hefty pieces of stone. It isn't some kind of extraordinary feat to create a 20-foot tall or 20-ton megalith, nor is it an extraordinary feat to move it. There's nothing magical or really weird about that. Human beings can do that and always have. Besides, the quarry for the megaliths is right there. It's within 200 meters of the main enclosure. So that's not a mystery. But the mystery is why suddenly this new form of architecture, this massive megalithic pillars appear. And the pillars, one of the things that interests me about the pillars is their alignment, and there is good work that's been done which suggests that enclosure D aligns to the rising of the star Sirius, and the rising points of the star Sirius appear to be mapped by the other enclosures, which are all oriented in slightly different directions. It was the work entirely of hunter foragers, but by the time Göbekli Tepe was completed, agriculture was being introduced and was taking place there. Now, you asked how Göbekli Tepe was found. The answer to that is that there was a survey of that pot-bellied hill in the 1960s by some American archaeologists, and they were absolutely looking for Stone Age material, for material from the Paleolithic. And they had found some Paleolithic flints, upper Paleolithic flints around there, so it looked like a good place to look. But then they noticed, sticking out of the side of the hill, some very finely cut stone, bits of very large and very finely cut stone. And looking at that, the workmanship was so good that those archaeologists were confident that it had nothing to do with the Stone Age. And they thought they were looking at perhaps some Byzantine remains. And they abandoned the site and never looked at it further. And it wasn't until the German Archaeological Institute got involved, and particularly Klaus Schmidt, who I think was a genius, had real insight into this, and started to dig at Göbekli Tepe, that they realized what they'd found, that they'd found potentially the oldest megalithic site in the world. And they'd found it at a place where agriculture, according to the established historical timeline, that's where agriculture, at any rate in Europe and Western Asia, begins. It begins in Anatolia, in Turkey, and then it gradually disseminates westward from there.
And yet the understanding is it was created by hunter-gatherers.
It was created by hunter-gatherers, yeah. There was no agriculture 11,600 years ago in Göbekli Tepe. But by the time Göbekli Tepe was decommissioned, and I use that word deliberately, was closed down and buried, agriculture was all around it. And this was agriculture of people who knew how to cultivate plants.
Do we have an understanding when it was turned into if I could say, a time capsule, so protected by forming a mound around it. Is it around that similar time?
It stood from roughly 11,600 years ago to about 10,400 years ago, to about 8,400 BC. So around 1,200 years, it was there, and it continued to be elaborated as a site. And while it was being elaborated as a site, we see agriculture, I'm going to use the word, being introduced. There'd been no sign of it before, and suddenly it's there. And to me, that's another of the mysteries about Göbekli Tepe. And then with the new work that's being done, we realize that it's part of a much wider phenomenon, which spreads across an enormous distance. The puzzling thing is that after Göbekli Tepe, there almost seems to be a decline. Things fall down again, and then we enter this long, slow process of the Neolithic, thousands of years, gradual developments until we come to ancient Sumer and Mesopotamia. But agriculture has taken a firm root by then. Actually, one of the things, I'll just say this in passing, when I talk about a lost civilization introducing ideas to people, I'm often accused of stealing credit from the indigenous people who had those ideas in the first place. So I do find it slightly hypocritical that archaeology fully accepts that the idea of agriculture was introduced to Western Europe from Turkey, and that Western Europeans didn't invent agriculture. It was absolutely introduced by Anatolian farmers who traveled west. So the notion of dissemination of ideas perhaps shouldn't be so annoying to archaeologists as it is.
And perhaps we should also state, if we look at the entirety of history of hominids, humans or hominids have been explorers. I didn't even know this when I was preparing for this.
Yeah.
Looking at Homo erectus.
Yeah.
1.9 million years ago.
Absolutely.
Almost right away, they spread out through the whole world. And we, Homo sapiens, evolved from them. And we should also mention, since we're talking about sort of controversial debates going on, as I understand, there's still debates about the dynamics of all that was going on there, like we mentioned in Africa, that it's, I think the current understanding, we didn't come from one particular point of Africa, that there's multiple locations.
Mm-hmm. This is the out of Africa theory. I think it's more than a theory. It's really strongly evidenced. Why? Because we're part of the great ape family, and it's an African family.
Yeah.
There's no doubt that human beings, our deep origins are in Africa. But then there, as you rightly say, there were these very early migrations out of Africa by species that are likely ancestral to anatomically modern humans, including definitely Homo erectus and the astonishingly distant travels that they undertook. Yes, I think there is an urge to explore in all of humanity. I think there is an urge to find out what's around the next corner, what's over the brow of the next hill, and I think that goes very deep into human character. And I think it was being manifested in those early adventures of people who left Africa and traveled all around the world, and then settling in different parts of the world. I think a lot of anatomically modern human evolution took place outside Africa as well, not only in Africa.
So I guess the general puzzlement that you're filled with is, given that these creatures explore and spread and try out different environments, why did it take hundreds of thousands of years for them to develop complicated society settlements?
That's the first big question. Why did it take so long? And that raises in my mind a hypothesis, a possibility. Maybe it didn't take so long. Maybe things were happening that we haven't yet got hold of in the archaeological record, which await to be discovered. And of course, there are huge parts of the world that have not been studied at all by archaeology. But the fact that huge parts of the world have not been studied at all by archaeology is not on its own enough to suggest that we're missing a chapter in the human story. The reason that I come to that isn't only puzzlement about that 300,000 year gap. It's also to do with the fact that there's common iconography, there's common myths and traditions, and there's common spiritual ideas that are found all around the world. They're found amongst cultures that are geographically distant from one another, and that are also distant from one another in time. They don't necessarily occur at the same time. And this is where I think that archaeology is perhaps desperately needing a history of ideas as well as just a history of things, because an idea can manifest again and again throughout the human story. So there are particular issues. For example, the notion of the afterlife destiny of the soul. What happens to us when we die? And believe me, when you reach my age, that's something you do think about. What happens? I used to feel immortal when I was in my 40s, but now that I'm 74, I definitely know that I'm not. Well, it would be natural for human beings all around the world to have that same feeling, that same idea. But why would they all decide that what happens to the soul after death is that it makes a leap to the heavens, to the Milky Way, that it makes a journey along the Milky Way, that there it is confronted by challenges, by monsters, by closed gates. The course of the life that that person has lived will determine their destiny in that afterlife journey. And this idea, the path of souls, the Milky Way is called the path of souls. It's very strongly found in the Americas, right from South America through Mexico, through into North America, but it's also found in ancient Egypt, in ancient India, in ancient Mesopotamia, the same idea. And I don't feel that can be a coincidence. I feel that what we're looking at is an inheritance of an idea, a legacy that's been passed down from a remote common source to cultures all around the world, and then has taken on a life of its own within those cultures. So the remote common source would explain both the similarities and the differences in the expression of these ideas. The other thing, very puzzling thing, is this sequence of numbers that are a result of the precession of the equinoxes. At least I think that's the best theory to explain them. Here, I think it's important to pay tribute to the work of Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschen. Giorgio de Santillana was professor of history of science, actually at MIT, where you're based, back in the 60s. And Hertha von Deschen was professor of the history of science at Frankfurt University. And they wrote an immense book in the 1960s called Hamlet's Mill. And Hamlet's Mill differs very strongly from established opinion on the issue of the phenomenon of precession. And I'll explain what precession is in a moment. Generally, it's held that it was the Greeks who discovered the precession. And the dating on that is put back not very far, maybe 2,300 years ago or so. Santillana and von Deschen are pointing out that knowledge of precession is much, much older than that, thousands of years older than that, and they do actually trace it, I think I'm quoting them pretty much correctly, to some almost unbelievable ancestor civilization. Reading that book was one of the several reasons that I got into this mystery in the first place. Okay, now, the precession of the equinoxes, to give it its full name, results from the fact that our planet is the viewing platform from which we observe the stars. And our planet, of course, is rotating on its own axis at roughly 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. But what's less obvious is that it's also wobbling on its axis. And so if you imagine the extended north pole of the Earth pointing up at the sky, in our time, it's pointing at the star Polaris. And that is our pole star. But Polaris has not always been the pole star, precisely because of this wobble on the axis of the Earth. Other stars have occupied the pole position, and sometimes the extended north pole of the Earth points at empty space. There is no pole star. That's one of the obvious results of the wobble on the Earth's axis. The other one is that there are 12 well-known constellations in our time, the 12 constellations of the zodiac, that lie along what is referred to as the path of the sun. The Earth is orbiting the sun, and we are seeing what's behind it, what's in direct line with the sun in our view. And the zodiacal constellations all lie along the path of the sun. So at different times of the year, the sun will rise against the background of a particular zodiacal constellation. Today we live in the age of Pisces, and it's definitely not an accident that the early Christians used the fish as their symbol. This is another area where I differ from archaeology. I think the constellations of the zodiac were recognized as such much earlier than we suppose. Anyway, to get to the point, the key marker of the year, certainly in the northern hemisphere, was the spring equinox. The question was, what constellation is rising behind the sun? What constellation is housing the sun at dawn on the spring equinox? Right now it's Pisces. In another 150 years or so, it'll be Aquarius. We do live in the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Back in the time of the late ancient Egyptians, it was Aries, going back to the time of Ramesses or before. Before that, it was Taurus, and so on and so forth. It's backwards through the zodiac until 12,500 years ago, you come to the age of Leo, when the constellation of Leo houses the sun on the spring equinox. Now, this process unfolds very, 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 very slowly. The whole cycle, and it is a cycle, it repeats itself roughly every 26,000 years. Put a more exact figure on it, 25,920 years. That may be a convention. Some scholars would say it was a bit less than that, a bit more, but you're talking fractions. It's in that area. 25,920 years. To observe it, you really need more than one human lifetime, because it unfolds very, very slowly at a rate of 1 degree every 72 years. And the parallel that I often give is hold your finger up to the horizon, the distant horizon. The movement in one lifetime in a period of 72 years is about the width of your finger. It's not impossible to notice in a lifetime, but it's difficult. You've got to pass it on. And what seems to have happened is that some ancient culture, the culture that Santidhyana and von Deschen call some almost unbelievable ancestor culture, worked out the entire process of precession and selected the key numbers of precession, of which the most important number, the governing number, is the number 72. But we also have numbers related to the number 72. 72 plus 36 is 108. 108 divided by 2 is 54. These numbers are also found in mythology all around the world. There were 72 conspirators who were involved in killing the god Osiris in ancient Egypt and nailing him up in a wooden coffer and dumping him in the Nile. There are 432,000 in the Rig Veda. 432,000 is a multiple of 72. At Angkor in Cambodia, for example, you have the bridge to Angkor Thom, and on that bridge you have figures on both sides, sculpted figures, which are holding the body of a serpent. That serpent is Vasuki, and what they're doing is they're churning the Milky Ocean. It's the same metaphor of churning and turning that's defined in the story of Hamlet's Mill, of Unlodi's Mill. There are 54 on each side. 54 plus 54 is 108. 108 is 72 plus 36. It's a precessional number, according to the work that Santidhyana and von Deschen did. And the fascination with this number system and its discovery all around the world is one of the puzzles that intrigue me and suggest to me that we are looking at ancestral knowledge that was passed down, and probably was passed down from a specific single common source at one time, but then was spread out very, very widely around the world.
So one of the defining ways that you approach the study of human history that I think contrasts with mainstream archaeology is, do you take this sort of astronomical symbolism and the relationship between humans and the stars very seriously?
I do, as I believe the ancients did.
I think it's important to sort of consider what humans would have thought about back then. Now we have a lot of distractions. We have social media, we can watch videos on YouTube, whatever. But back then, especially before sort of electricity, the stars is like the sexiest thing to talk about.
There's no light pollution.
There's no light pollution, so that's in your
majesty of the heavens.
Every single night you're spending looking up at the stars, and you can imagine there's a lot of sort of status value to be the guy who's very good at studying the stars, and sort of the scientists of the day. And I'm sure there's going to be these geniuses that emerge. They're able to do two things. One, tell stories about the gods or whatever based on the stars. And then also, as we'll probably talk about, use the stars practically for navigation, for example.
Oh, yeah.
And so, like, it makes sense that the stars had primal importance for the ideas of the times, for the status, for religious explorations.
It was an ever-present reality.
Yes.
And it was bright, and it was brilliant, and it was full of lights. It's inconceivable that the ancients would not have paid attention to it. It was an overwhelming presence, and that's one of the reasons why I'm really confident that the constellations that we now recognize as the constellations of the zodiac were recognized much earlier, because it's hard to miss when you pay attention to the sky that the sun, over the course of the solar year, is month by month rising against the background of different constellations. And then there's a much longer process, the process of precession, which takes that journey backwards, and where we have a period of 2,160 years for each sign of the zodiac. I think it would have been hard for the ancients to have missed that. They might not have identified the constellations in exactly the same way we do today. That may well be a Babylonian or Greek convention, but that the constellations were there, I think was very clear, and that they were special constellations, unlike other ones higher up in the sky, which were not on the path of the sun, that people paid attention to.
Well, but detecting the precession of the equinox is hard, because especially they don't have any writing systems, they don't have any mathematical systems, so everything is told through words.
Yeah, they have, let's not underestimate oral traditions. The oral traditions, that's something we've lost in our culture today. One of the things that happens with the written word is that you gradually lose your memory. Actually, there's a nice story from ancient Egypt about the god Thoth, the god of wisdom, who is very proud of himself because he has invented writing. Look at this gift, he says to a mythical pharaoh of that time. Look at the gift that I am giving humanity, writing. This is a wonderful thing. It'll enable you to preserve so much that you would otherwise lose. And the pharaoh in this story replies to him, no, you have not given us a wonderful gift. You have destroyed the art of memory. We will forget everything. Words will roam free around the world, not accompanied by any wise advice to set them into context. And actually, that's a very interesting point. And we do know that cultures that still do have oral traditions are able to preserve information for very long periods of time. One thing I think is clear in any time, in any period of history, is human beings love stories. We love great stories. And one way to preserve information is to encode it, embed it in a great story. And so carefully done that actually it doesn't matter whether the storyteller knows that they're passing on that information or not. The story itself is the vehicle, and as long as it's repeated faithfully, the information contained within it will be passed on. And I do think this is part of the story of the preservation of knowledge.
So that's one of the reasons that you take myths seriously.
I take them very seriously, and the other, many reasons, but I can't help being deeply impressed and deeply puzzled by the worldwide tradition of a global cataclysm within human memory. I mean, we know scientifically that there have been many cataclysms in the past, going back millions of years. I mean, the best known one, of course, is the KPG event, as it's now called, that made the dinosaurs extinct 65 million or 66 million years ago. But has there been such a cataclysm in the lifetime of the human species? Yeah, the Mount Toba eruption about 70,000 years ago was pretty bad. But a global cataclysm, the Younger Dryas, really ticks all the boxes as a worldwide disaster, which definitely involved sea level rise, both at the beginning and at the end of the Younger Dryas. It definitely involved the swallowing up of lands that previously had been above water. And I think it's an excellent candidate for this worldwide tradition of a global cataclysm, of which one of, but not the only, distinguishing characteristics was a flood, an enormous flood, and the submergence of lands that had previously been above water, underwater. The fact that this story is found all around the world suggests to me that the archaeological explanation is, look, people suffer local floods all the time. I mean, as we're talking, there's flooding in Florida, but I don't think anybody in Florida is going to make the mistake of believing that that's a global flood. They know it's local. But that's the argument largely of archaeology dealing with the flood myths, so that some local population experienced a nasty local flooding event, and they decided to say that it affected the whole world. I'm not persuaded by that, particularly since we know there was a nasty epoch, the Younger Dryas, when flooding did occur and when the Earth was subjected to events cataclysmic enough to extinguish entirely the megafauna of the Ice Age.
So there's the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis that provides an explanation of what happened during this period that resulted in such rapid environmental change. So can you explain this hypothesis?
Yes. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, YDIH for short, is not a lunatic fringe theory, as its opponents often attempt to write it off. It's the work of more than 60 major scientists working across many different disciplines, including archaeology and including oceanography as well. They are collectively puzzled by the sudden onset of the Younger Dryas, and by the fact that it is accompanied 12,800 years ago by a distinct layer in the Earth. You can see it most clearly at Murray Springs in Arizona, for example. You can see it's about the width of a human hand. And there's a draw there that's been cut by flash flooding at some time, and that draw has revealed the sides of the draw, and you can see the cross section, and in the cross section is this distinct dark layer that runs through the Earth, and it contains evidence of wildfires. There's a lot of soot in it. There are also nanodiamonds in it. There is shocked quartz in it. There is quartz that's been melted at temperatures in excess of 2,200 degrees centigrade. There are carbon microspherules. All of these are proxies for some kind of cosmic impact. I talked a moment ago about the extinction of the dinosaurs. Lewis and Walter Alvarez, who made that incredible discovery, initially their discovery was based entirely on impact proxies, just as the Younger Dryas is. There was no crater, and for a long time they were disbelieved because they couldn't produce a crater. But when they finally did produce that deeply buried Chicxulub crater, that's when people started to say, yeah, they have to be right. But they weren't relying on the crater, they were relying on the impact proxies. And they're the same impact proxies that we find in what's called the Younger Dryas boundary layer all around the world. So it's the fact that at the moment when the Earth tips into a radical climate shift, it's been warming up for at least 2,000 years before 12,800 years ago. People at the time must have been feeling a great sense of relief. You know, we've been living through this really cold time, but it's getting better. Things are getting better. And then suddenly around 12,800 years ago, some might say 12,860 years ago, there's a massive global plunge in global temperatures, and the world suddenly gets as cold as it was at the peak of the Ice Age, and it's almost literally overnight. It's very, very, very rapid. Normally in an epoch when the Earth is going into a freeze, you would not expect sea levels to rise, but there is a sea level rise, a sudden one, right at the beginning of the Younger Dryas. And then you have this long frozen period from 12,800 to 11,600 years ago. And then equally dramatically and equally suddenly, the Younger Dryas comes to an end and the world very rapidly warms up, and you have a recognized pulse of meltwater at that time as the last of the glaciers collapse into the sea, called Meltwater Pulse 1b, around about 11,600 years ago. So this is a period which is very tightly defined. It's a period when we know that human populations were grievously disturbed. That's when the so-called Clovis culture of North America vanished entirely from the record during the Younger Dryas, and it's the time when the mammoths and the saber-toothed tigers vanished from the record as well.
Is there a good understanding of what happened geologically, whether there was an impact or not? Like, what explains this huge dip in temperature and then rise in temperature?
The abrupt cessation of the global meridional overturning circulation, of which the Gulf Stream is the best known part. the main theory that's been put forward up to now, and I don't dispute that theory at all, is that the sudden freeze was caused by the cutting off of the Gulf Stream, basically, which is part of the central heating system of our planet. So no wonder it became cold. But what's not really been addressed before is why that happened, why the Gulf Stream was cut, why a sudden pulse of meltwater went into the world ocean, and it was so much of it, and it was so cold that it actually stopped the Gulf Stream in its tracks. And that's where the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis offers a very elegant and very satisfactory solution to the problem. Now, the hypothesis, of course, is broader than that. Amongst the scientists working on it are, for example, Bill Napier, an astrophysicist and astronomer. They have assembled a great deal of evidence which suggests that the culprit in the Younger Dryas impact event or events was what we now call the torrid meteor stream, which the Earth still passes through twice a year. It's now about 30 million kilometers wide. It takes the Earth a couple of days to pass through it on its orbit. It passed through it in June, and it passes through it at the end of October. The suggestion is that the torrid meteor stream is the end product of a very large comet that entered the solar system round about 20,000 years ago, came in from the Oort cloud, got trapped by the gravity of the sun, and went into orbit around the sun, an orbit that crossed the orbit of the Earth. However, when it was one object, the likelihood of a collision with the Earth was extremely small. But as it started to do what all comets do, which was to break up into multiple fragments, because these are chunks of rock held together by ice, and as they warm up, they split and disintegrate and break into pieces. As it passed through that, its debris stream became larger and larger and wider. And the theory is that 12,800 years ago, the Earth passed through a particularly dense part of the torrid meteor stream and was hit by multiple impacts all around the planet, certainly from the west of North America as far east as Syria. And that we are by and large not talking about impacts that would have caused craters, although there certainly were some. We're talking about airbursts. When an object is 100 or 150 meters in diameter and it's coming in very fast into the Earth's atmosphere, it is very unlikely to reach the Earth. It's going to blow up in the sky. And the best known recent example of that is the Tunguska event in Siberia, which took place on the 30th of June 1908. The Tunguska event was, nobody disputes, it was definitely an airburst of a cometary fragment. And the date is interesting because the 30th of June is the height of the beta Taurids. It's one of the two times when the Earth is going through the torrid meteor stream. Well, luckily that part of Siberia wasn't inhabited, but 2,000 square miles of forest were destroyed. If that had happened over a major city, we would all be thinking very hard about objects out of the torrid meteor stream and about the risk of cosmic impact. So the suggestion is that it wasn't one impact, it wasn't two impacts, it wasn't three impacts, it was hundreds of airbursts all around the planet, coupled with a number of bigger objects, which the scientists working on this think hit the North American ice cap largely. Some of them may also have hit the Northern European ice cap, resulting in that sudden, otherwise unexplained flood of meltwater that went into the world ocean and caused the cooling that then took place. But this was a disaster for life all over the planet. And it's interesting that one of the sites where they find the Younger Dryas boundary and where they find overwhelming evidence of an airburst and where they find all the shocked quartz, the carbon microspherules, the nanodiamonds, the trinitite, and so on and so forth, all of those impact proxies are found at Abu Huraira. That was a settlement within 150 miles of Göbekli Tepe, and it was hit 12,800 years ago, and it was obliterated. Interestingly, it was re-inhabited by human beings within probably 5 years, but it was completely obliterated at that time. And it's difficult to imagine that the people who lived in that area would not have been very impressed by what they saw happening, by these massive explosions in the sky and the obliteration of Abu Huraira. Now, this is a theory. The Younger Dryas impact, it's a hypothesis, actually. It's not even a theory. A theory is, I think, considered a higher level than a hypothesis. That's why it's the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And of course, it has many opponents, and there are many who disagree with it. And there have been a series of peer-reviewed papers that have been published supposedly debunking the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. One, I think, was in 2011. It was called a requiem for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And there's one just been published a few months ago or a year ago, called a complete refutation of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, something like that, some lengthy title. So it's a hypothesis that has its opponents. And even within those of us who are looking at the alternative side of history, there are different points of view. Robert Schoch from Boston University, the geologist who demonstrated that the erosion on the Sphinx may well have been caused by exposure to a long period of very heavy rainfall. He doesn't go for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. He fully accepts that the Younger Dryas was a global cataclysm and that the extinctions took place, but he thinks it was caused by some kind of massive solar outburst. So what everybody's agreed on is the Younger Dryas was bad, but there is dispute about what caused it. I personally have found the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis to be the most persuasive, which most effectively explains all the evidence.
How important is the impact hypothesis to your understanding of the Ice Age advanced civilization? So is it possible to have another explanation for environmental factors that could have erased most of an advanced civilization during this period?
In a sense, it's not the impact hypothesis that is central to what I'm saying. It's the Younger Dryas that's central to what I'm saying. And the Younger Dryas required a trigger. Something caused it. I think the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, the notion that we're looking at a debris stream of a fragmenting comet, and we can still see that debris stream because it's still up there, we still pass through it twice a year, is the best explanation. But I don't mind other explanations. It's good that there are other explanations. The Younger Dryas is a big mystery, and it's not a mystery that's been solved yet. And that word advanced civilization, this is another word that is easily misunderstood. And I've tried to make clear many times that when we consider the possibility of something like a civilization in the past, we shouldn't imagine that it's us, that it's something like us. We should expect it to be completely different from us, but that it would have achieved certain things. So amongst the clues that intrigue me are those precessional numbers that are found all around the world, and are a category of ancient maps called portolanos, which suddenly started to appear just after the crusade that entered Constantinople and sacked Constantinople. The portolanos suddenly start to appear, and they're extremely accurate maps. Most of the ones that have survived are extremely accurate maps of the Mediterranean alone, but some of them show much wider areas. For example, on these portolano-style maps, you do find a depiction of Antarctica again and again. And another thing that these maps have in common is that many of the map makers state that they based their maps on multiple older source maps, which have not survived. These maps are intriguing because they have very accurate relative longitudes. Our civilization did not crack the longitude problem until the mid-18th century with Harrison's chronometer, which was able to keep accurate time at sea. So you could have the time in London and you could have the local time at sea at the same time, and then you could work out your longitude. There might be other ways of working out longitude as well, but there it is. The fact is, these portolanos have extremely accurate relative longitudes. Secondly, some of them show the world, to my eye, as it looked during the Ice Age. They show a much extended Indonesia and Malaysian Peninsula, and the series of islands that make up Indonesia today are all grouped together into one landmass. And that was the case during the Ice Age. That was the Sunda Shelf. And the presence of Antarctica on some of these maps also puzzles and intrigues me and is not satisfactorily explained, in my view, by archaeology, which says, oh, those map makers, they felt that the world needed something underneath it to balance it. So they put a fictional landmass there. I don't think that makes sense. I think somebody was mapping the world during the last Ice Age, but that doesn't mean that they had our kind of tech. It means that they were following that exploration instinct, that they knew how to navigate. They'd been watching the stars for thousands of years before. They knew how to navigate, and they knew how to build seagoing ships. And they explored the world, and they mapped the world. Those maps were made a very, very long time ago. Some of them, I believe, were likely preserved in the Library of Alexandria. I think even then they were being copied and recopied. We don't know exactly what happened to the Library of Alexandria, except that it was destroyed. I suggest it's likely this was during the period of the Roman Empire. I suggest it's likely that some of those maps were taken out of the library and taken to Constantinople. And that's where they were liberated during the Crusade and entered world culture again and started to be copied and recopied.
So from this perspective, when we talk about advanced Ice Age civilization, it could have been a relatively small group of people with the technology of their scholars of the stars and their expert seafaring navigators.
Yes, that's about as far as I would take it. And when I say that it, as I have said on a number of occasions, that it had technology equivalent to ours in the 18th century, I'm referring specifically to the ability to calculate longitude. I'm not saying that they were building steam engines. I don't see any evidence for that.
And perhaps some building tricks and skills of how to.
Definitely. And this again is where you come to a series of mysteries which are perhaps best expressed on the Giza Plateau in Egypt with the three great pyramids and the extraordinary megalithic temples that many people don't pay much attention to on the Giza Plateau, and the Great Sphinx itself. This is an area of particular importance in understanding this issue.
Well, can you actually describe the Sphinx and the Great Pyramids and what you find most mysterious and interesting about them?
Well, first of all, the astronomy. And here I must pay tribute to two individuals, actually three individuals in particular. One of them is John Anthony West, passed away in 2018. He was the first person in our era to begin to wonder if the Sphinx was much older than it had been. Actually, he got that idea from a philosopher called Schwaller de Lubicz, who'd noticed what he thought was water erosion on the body of the Sphinx. John West picked that up, and he was a great amateur Egyptologist himself. He spent most of his life in Egypt, and he was hugely versed in ancient Egypt. And when he looked at the Sphinx and at the strange scalloped erosion patterns and the vertical fissures, particularly in the trench around the Sphinx, he began to think maybe Schwaller was right. Maybe there was some sort of flooding here. And that's when he brought Robert Schoch, second person I'd like to recognize, geologist at Boston University. He brought Schoch to Giza, and Schoch was the first geologist to stick his neck out, risk the ire of Egyptologists, and say, well, it looks to me like the Sphinx was exposed to at least 1,000 years of heavy rainfall. And as Schoch's calculations have continued, as he's continued to be immersed in this mystery, he's continuously pushed that back. And he's now, again, looking at the date of around 12,500 years ago, during the Younger Dryas, for the creation of the Great Sphinx. And then, of course, this is the period of the wet Sahara, the humid Sahara. The Sahara was a completely different place during the Ice Age. There were rivers in it, there were lakes in it, it was fertile, it was possibly densely populated, and there was a lot of rain. There's not no rain in Giza today, but there's relatively little rain. The next person, not enough rain to cause that erosion damage on the Sphinx. The next person who needs to be mentioned in this context is Robert Bauval. Robert and I have co-authored a number of books together. Unfortunately, Robert has been very ill for the last 7 years. He's got a very bad chest infection, and I think also that Robert became very demoralized by the attacks of Egyptologists on his work. But Robert is the genius. And it does take a genius sometimes to make these connections, because nobody noticed it before. The three pyramids of Giza are laid out on the ground in the pattern of the three stars of Orion's belt. And skeptics will say, well, you can find any buildings and line them up with any stars you want, but Orion actually isn't any old constellation. Orion was the god Osiris in the sky. He was, the ancient Egyptians called the Orion constellation Sahu, and they recognized it as the celestial image of the god Osiris. So what's being copied on the ground is the belt of a deity, of a celestial deity. It's not just a random constellation. And then when we take precession into account, you find something else very intriguing happening. First of all, you find that the exact orientation of the pyramids as it is today, and pretty much as it was when they're supposed to have been built 4,500 years ago, it's not precisely related to how Orion's belt looked at that time. There's a bit of a twist. They're not quite right. But as you precess the stars backwards, as you go back and back and back, and you come to around 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago, in the Younger Dryas, you find that suddenly they lock perfectly. They match perfectly with the three pyramids on the ground. And that's the same moment that the Great Sphinx, an equinoctial monument, aligned perfectly to the rising sun on the spring equinox. Anybody can test this for themselves. Just go to Giza on the 21st of March, be there before dawn, stand behind the Sphinx, and you will see the sun rising directly in line with the gaze of the Sphinx. But the question is, what constellation was behind the Sphinx? And 12,500 years ago, it was the constellation of Leo. And actually, the constellation of Leo has a very Sphinx-like look. And I and my colleagues are pretty sure that the Sphinx was originally a lion entirely, and that it, over the thousands of years, it became damaged, it became eroded, particularly the part of it that sticks out the head. There were periods when the Sphinx was completely covered in sand, but still the head stuck out. By the time you come to the Fourth Dynasty, when the Great Pyramids are supposedly built, by the time you come to the Fourth Dynasty, the head of the lion, original lion head, would have been a complete mess. And we suggest that it was then recarved into a pharaonic head. Egyptologists think it was the pharaoh Khafre, but there's no real strong resemblance. But it's definitely wearing the Nemes headdress of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh. And we think that that's a result of a recarving of what was originally not only a lion-bodied, but also a lion-headed monument. It wouldn't make sense if you create an equinoctial marker in the time of Khafre, 4,500 years ago, and the Sphinx is an equinoctial marker. I mean, it's 270 feet long and 70 feet high, and it's looking directly at the rising sun on the equinox. If you create it then, you would be better. You'd be more likely to create it in the shape of a bull, because that was the age of Taurus, when the constellation of Taurus housed the sun on the spring equinox. So why is it a lion? And again, we think that's because of that observation of the skies and putting on the ground, as above, so below, putting on the ground an image of the sky at a particular time. Now, the fact that the Giza Plateau, it's a fact, of course, that Egyptologists completely dispute, but the fact that the principal monuments of the Giza Plateau, the three Great Pyramids and the Great Sphinx, all lock astronomically on the date of around 10,500 BC, to me is most unlikely to be an accident. And actually, if you look at computer software at the sky at that time, you'll see that the Milky Way is very prominent and seems to be mirrored on the ground by the River Nile. I suggest that may be one of the reasons amongst many why Giza was chosen as the site for this very special place. So the point I want to make is that an astronomical design on the ground, which memorializes a very ancient date, does not have to have been done 12,500 years ago. If from the ancient Egyptian point of view, you're there 4,500 years ago, and there's a time 8,000 years before that, which is very, very, very important to you. You could use astronomical language and megalithic architecture to memorialize that date on the Giza Plateau, which is what we think we're looking at, except for one thing, and that's the erosion patterns on the Sphinx. And we're pretty sure that the Sphinx, at least, does date back to 12,500 years ago. And with it, the megalithic temples, the so-called Vali Temple, which stands just to the east and just to the south of the Sphinx, and the Sphinx Temple, which stands directly in front of the Sphinx. The Sphinx Temple has largely been destroyed, but the Vali Temple, attributed to Khafre on no good grounds whatsoever, is a huge megalithic construction with blocks of limestone that weigh up to 100 tons each. And yet it has been remodeled, refaced with granite. There are granite blocks that are placed on top of the core limestone blocks. And those core limestone blocks were already eroded when the granite blocks were put there. Why? Because the granite blocks have actually been purposefully and deliberately cut to fit into the erosion marks on the, we believe, much older megalithic blocks there. So I think Giza is a very complicated site. I would never seek to divorce the dynastic ancient Egyptians from the Great Pyramids. They were closely involved in the construction of the Great Pyramids as we see them today. But what I do suggest is that there were very low platforms on the Giza Plateau that are much older, and that when we look at the three Great Pyramids, we're looking at a renovation and a restoration and an enhancement of much older structures that had existed on the Giza Plateau for a much longer period before that. Actually, the Great Pyramid is built around a natural hill. And that natural hill might have been seen as the original primeval mound to the ancient Egyptians.
So the idea is that the Sphinx was there long before the pyramids, and the pyramids were built by the Egyptian to celebrate further an already holy place.
Yeah, and there were platforms in place where the pyramids stand. Not the pyramids as we see them today, but the base of those pyramids was already in place at that time.
So what's the case? What's the evidence that the Egyptologists use to make the attributions that they do for the dating of the pyramids and the Sphinx?
Well, the three Great Pyramids of Giza are different from later pyramids. This is another problem that I have with the whole thing. Is the story of pyramid building? When did it really begin? And the timeline that we get from Egyptology is the first pyramid is the pyramid of the pharaoh Zoser, the step pyramid at Saqqara, about 100 years or so before the Giza pyramids are built. And then we have this explosion in the fourth dynasty of true pyramids. We have three of them attributed to a single pharaoh, Sneferu, who built supposedly the pyramid at Maidum and the two pyramids at Dashur, the bent and the red pyramid. And then within that same 100-year span, we have the Giza pyramids being built. This is according to the Orthodox chronology. And then suddenly, once the Giza project is finished, pyramid building goes into a massive slump in ancient Egypt. And the pyramids of the fifth dynasty are, frankly speaking, a mess outside. They're very inferior constructions. You can hardly recognize them as pyramids at all. But what happens when you go inside them is you find that they're extensively covered in hieroglyphs and imagery, repeating the name of the king who was supposedly buried in that place. Whereas the Giza pyramids have no internal inscriptions whatsoever. What we do have is one piece of graffiti about which there is some controversy. Basic statistics, it's a 6 million ton structure. Each side is about 750 feet long. Yeah. It's aligned almost perfectly to true north, south, east, and west. Within 3/60ths of a single degree. The 60ths because degrees are divided into 60s. It's the precision of the orientation and the absolute massive size of the thing, plus its very complicated internal passageways that are involved in it. You know, in the 9th century, the Great Pyramid still had its facing stones in place, but there was an Arab caliph, Caliph al-Mamun, who had already realized that other pyramids did have their entrances in the north face. Nobody knew where the entrance to the Great Pyramid was. He figured, there's an entrance to this thing. It's going to be in the north face somewhere. So he put together a team of workers, and they went in with sledgehammers, and they started smashing where he thought would be the entrance. And they cut their way into the Great Pyramid for a distance of maybe 100 feet. And then the hammering that they did dislodged something. They heard a little bit further away something big falling, and they realized there was a cavity there, and they started heading in that direction, and then they joined the internal passageway of the Great Pyramid, the descending and the ascending corridors that go up. When you go up the ascending corridor, every one of the internal passageways in the Great Pyramid that people can walk in slopes at an angle of 26 degrees. That's interesting because the angle of slope of the exterior of the Great Pyramid is 52 degrees. So we know mathematicians were at work as well as geometers in the creation of the Great Pyramid. If you go up the Grand Gallery, which is at the end of the so-called ascending corridor, and it's above the so-called Queen's Chamber. You go up the Grand Gallery, you're eventually going to come to what is known as the King's Chamber, in which there is a sarcophagus. And that sarcophagus is a little bit too big to have been got in through the narrow entrance passageway. It's almost as though the so-called King's Chamber was built around the sarcophagus already in place. Above the King's Chamber are 5 other chambers. These are known as relieving chambers. The theory was that they were built to relieve the pressure on the King's Chamber of the weight of the monument. But I think what makes that theory dubious is the fact that even lower down, where more weight was involved, you have the Queen's Chamber, and there are no such relieving chambers above that. In the top of these 5 chambers, a British adventurer and vandal called Howard Vyse, who dynamited his way into those chambers in the first place, allegedly found, well, he claims he found the graffiti, a piece of graffiti left by a work gang naming the pharaoh Khufu. And it's true, I've been in that chamber, and there is the cartouche of Khufu there, quite recognizable. But the dispute around it is whether that is a genuine piece of graffiti dating from the Old Kingdom, or whether Howard Vyse actually put it there himself because he was in desperate need of money at the time. I'm not sure what the answer to that question is. Another reason why, but it's one of the reasons that Egyptologists feel confident in saying that the pyramid is the work of Khufu. Another is what is called the Wadi al-Jarf papyri, where on the Red Sea, a diary, the diary of an individual called Merer, was found, and he talks about bringing highly polished limestone to the Great Pyramid. And it's clear that what he's talking about is the facing stones of the Great Pyramid. He's not talking about the body of the Great Pyramid. He's talking about the facing stones of the Great Pyramid during the reign of Khufu. So that's another reason why the Great Pyramid is attributed to Khufu. But I think that Khufu was undoubtedly involved in the Great Pyramid and in a big way, but I think he was building upon and elaborating a much older structure. And I think the heart of that structure is the subterranean chamber, which is 100 feet vertically beneath the base of the Great Pyramid. Anybody who suffers from claustrophobia will not enjoy being down there. You got to go down a 26-degree sloping corridor until a distance of about 300 feet. It's 100 feet vertically, but the slope means you're going to walk a distance of about, not walk, you're going to ape walk. You're almost going to have to crawl. I've learned from long experience that the best way to go down these corridors is actually backwards. If you go forward, you keep bumping your head on them because they're only 3 feet 5 inches high. You get down to the bottom, you have a short horizontal passage, and then you get into the subterranean chamber. The theory of Egyptology is that this was supposed to be the burial place of Khufu. But after cutting out that 300-foot-long, 26-degree sloping passage, a lot of which passes through bedrock, and having cut the subterranean chamber out of bedrock, gone to all that trouble, they decided they wouldn't bury him there, and they built what's now known as the Queen's Chamber as his burial chamber. But then they decided that wouldn't do either, so they then built the King's Chamber, and that's where the pharaoh is supposed to have been buried. Those Arab raiders under Caliph Mahmud didn't find anything in the Great Pyramid at all.
So your idea is that the Sphinx and maybe some aspects of the pyramid were much earlier, and why that's important is, in that case, it would be evidence of some transfer of technology, yes, from a much older civilization. The idea is that during the Younger Dryas, most of that civilization was either destroyed or damaged, and they desperately scattered across the globe, seeking refuge and telling stories of maybe the importance of the stars. Mm-hmm.
their knowledge about the stars,
Yeah.
and their knowledge about building and knowledge about navigation.
That's roughly the idea. So it's interesting that the ancient Egyptians have a notion of an epoch that they call Zep-Tepi, which is the first time. It means the first time. This is when the gods walked the earth. This is when 7 sages brought wisdom to ancient Egypt. And that is seen as the origin of ancient Egyptian civilization. There are king lists by the ancient Egyptians themselves. There are king lists that go back way beyond the first dynasty, go back 30,000 years into the past in ancient Egypt, considered to be entirely mythical by Egyptologists, but nevertheless it's interesting that there's that reference to remote time. Now, what you also have in Egypt are what might almost be described as secret societies. The followers of Horus are one of those, specifically tasked with bringing forward the knowledge from the first time into later periods. The souls of Pe and Nekhen are another one of these mysterious secret society groups who are possessors of knowledge that they transmit to the future. And what I'm broadly suggesting is that those survivors of the Younger Dryas cataclysm who settled in Giza may have been relatively small in number. It's interesting that they are referred to in the Edfu building text as 7 sages, because that repeats again and again. It's also in Mesopotamia. It's 7 sages, 7 Apkalu, who come out of the waters of the Persian Gulf and teach people all the skills of agriculture and of architecture and of astronomy. It's found all around the world that there was a relatively small number of people who took refuge in Giza, who benefited from the survival skills of the hunter-foragers who lived at Giza at that time, and who also passed on their knowledge to those hunter-foragers. But it was not knowledge that was ready to be put into shape at that time. And that knowledge was then preserved and kept and handled within very secretive groups that passed it down over thousands of years, and finally it bursts into full form in the 4th dynasty in ancient Egypt. And you know, the notion that knowledge might be transferred over thousands of years shouldn't be absurd. We know, for example, in the case of ancient Israel, it goes back to the time of Abraham, which is pretty much, I think, around 2000 BC, and knowledge has been preserved from that time right up to the present day. So if you can preserve knowledge for 4,000 years, you can probably preserve it for 8.
Now, of course, the error bars on this are quite large, but if an advanced Ice Age civilization existed, where do you think it was? Where do you think we might find it one day, if it existed? And how big do you think it might have been?
Well, this is where I'm often accused of presenting a God of the gaps argument, that I think there was a lost civilization because there's lots of the earth that archaeologists have never looked at. Of course, I'm not thinking that. These are very special gaps that I'm interested in. And I'm interested in them because of all the curiosities and the puzzlement that I've expressed to you before. It's not just because there are gaps in the archaeological record. It's because those gaps involve places that were very interesting places to live during the Ice Age. And they specifically include the Sahara Desert, which was not a desert during the Ice Age and went through this warm, wet period when it was very, very fertile. Certainly some archaeology has been done in the Sahara, but it's fractional, it's tiny. And I think if we want to get into the origins, true origins of ancient Egyptian civilization, of the peoples of ancient Egypt, we need to be looking in the Sahara for that. The Amazon rainforest is another example of this. I think the Sahara is about 9 million square kilometers. The Amazon that's left under dense canopy rainforest is about 5 million square kilometers, maybe closer to 6. And then you have the continental shelves that were submerged by sea level rise at the end of the Ice Age. Now, it's well established that sea level rose by 400 feet, but it didn't rise by 400 feet overnight. It came in dribs and drabs. There were periods of very rapid quite significant sea level rise, and there were periods when the sea level was rising much more slowly. So that 400-foot sea level rise is spread out over a period of about 10,000 years, but there are episodes within it, like meltwater pulse 1b, like meltwater pulse 1a, when the flooding was really immense.
How big do you think it might have been? And do you think it was spread across the globe? So if there were expert navigators, do you think they spread across the globe?
Well, the reason that I'm talking about the gaps is I don't know where this civilization started or where it was based. All I'm seeing are clues and mysteries and puzzles that intrigue me and which suggest to me that something is missing from our past. And I'm not inclined to look for that missing something in, for example, Northern Europe, because Northern Europe was not a very nice place to live during the Ice Age. I mean, nobody smart would build a civilization in Northern Europe 12,000 years ago. It was a hideous frozen wasteland. The places to look are places that were hospitable and welcoming to human beings during the Ice Age. And that, of course, includes the coastlines that are now underwater. Of course, it includes the Sahara Desert. And of course, it includes the Amazon rainforest as well. All of these places, I think, are candidates for, quote unquote, my lost civilization. And because I think, largely from those ancient maps, that it was a navigating, seafaring civilization, I suspect that it wasn't only in one place. It was probably in a number of places. And then I can only speculate. Maybe there was a cultural value where it was felt that it was not appropriate to interfere with the lives of hunter foragers at that time. Maybe it was felt that they should keep their distance from them. Just as even today, there is a feeling that we shouldn't be interfering too much with the uncontacted tribes in the Amazon rainforest. Although, interestingly, some of those tribes are now using cell phones. That possibility may have been there in the past, and only when we come to a global cataclysm does it become essential to have outreach and actually to take refuge amongst those hunter-forager populations. That is the hypothesis that I'm putting forward. I'm not claiming that it's a fact, but for me, it helps to explain the evidence.
So that speaks to one of the challenges that archaeologists provide to this idea, is that there is a lot of evidence of humans in the Ice Age, and they appear to be all hunter-gatherers. But like you said, only a small percent of areas where humans have lived have been studied by archaeologists.
That's right, very tiny percent, and even a tiny percent of every archaeological site has been studied by archaeologists too. Typically, 1 to 5% of any archaeological site is excavated.
I mean, that's why Göbekli Tepe fills my mind with imagination, especially seeing as a time capsule. You know, it's almost certain that there's places on Earth we haven't discovered that once we do, even if it's after the Ice Age, will change our view of human history. Do you think there's going to be a place, like what will be your dream thing to discover, like Göbekli Tepe, that says a definitive perturbation to our understanding of Ice Age history?
Some kind of archive, some kind of hall of records. There's both mystical associations with the Hall of Records at Giza from people like the Edgar Cayce organization. There's also ancient Egyptian traditions which suggest that something was concealed beneath the Sphinx. This is not an idea that is alien to ancient Egypt. It's quite present in ancient Egypt. So far as I know, nobody has dug down beneath the Sphinx. And of course, there's very good reasons for that. You don't want to damage the place too much. But let's call it the Hall of Records. I'd love to find that. But I think in a way, that's what Göbekli Tepe is. Göbekli Tepe is a Hall of Records. You know, it's interesting that just as I've tried to outline, I hope reasonably clearly, that the 3 great pyramids of Giza match Orion's belt in 10,500 BC, just as the Sphinx matches Leo in 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago or so. Pillar 43 in Enclosure D at Göbekli Tepe contains what a number of researchers, myself included, regard as an astronomical diagram. Martin Sweatman at Edinburgh University is brought forward the best work in this field, but it was initially started by a gentleman called Paul Burley, who noticed that one of the figures on pillar 43 is a scorpion, very much like we represent the constellation of Scorpio today, and that above it is a vulture with outstretched wings, which is in a posture very similar to the constellation that we call Sagittarius. And on that outstretched wing is a circular object. And the suggestion is that it's marking the time when the sun was at the center of the dark rift in the Milky Way at the summer solstice 12,500 years ago. That's what it's marking. It's interesting that the same date can be deduced from pillar 40. Of course, it's controversial. Martin Sweatman's ideas are by no means accepted by archaeology, but he's done very, very thorough, detailed statistical work on this, and I'm personally convinced. So we have a time capsule at Göbekli Tepe, which is memorializing a date that is at least 1,200 years before Göbekli Tepe was built. If that dating of 11,600 years ago proves to be absolutely the oldest date. As it is at present. The date memorialized on pillar 43 is 12,800 years ago, the beginning of the Younger Dryas, the beginning of the impact event. And then Giza does the same thing, but in much larger scale. It uses massive megalithic architecture, which is very difficult to destroy, and a profound knowledge of astronomy to encode a date in a language that any culture which is sufficiently literate in astronomy will be able to decode. We don't have to have a script that we can't read, like we do with the Indus Valley civilization or with the Easter Island script. We don't have to have a script that can't be interpreted. If you use astronomical language, then any astronomical literate civilization will be able to give you a date. The Hoover Dam has a star map built into it, and that star map is part of an exhibition that was put there at the founding of the Hoover Dam. And what it does is it freezes the sky above the Hoover Dam at the moment of its completion. And Oscar Hansen, the artist who created that piece, said so specifically that this would be so that any future culture would be able to know the time of the dam's construction. So you can use astronomy and architecture to memorialize a particular date.
Quick pause, bathroom break?
Sounds good.
So to me, the story that we've been talking about, it is both exciting if the mainstream archaeology narrative is correct. Mm-hmm. And the one you're constructing is correct. Both are super interesting because the mainstream archaeology perspective means that there's something about the human mind from which the pyramids, these ideas spring naturally. You place humans anywhere, you place them on Mars, it's going to come out that way. So that's an interesting story of human psychology that then becomes even more interesting when you evolve out of Africa, with Homo sapiens, how they think about the world. That's super interesting. Yeah. And then if there's an ancient civilization, advanced civilization that explains why there's so many similar types of ideas that spread, that means that there's so much undiscovered still about the sort of the spring of these ideas of civilization that come. So to me, they're both fascinating. So I don't know why there's so much sort of infighting, but
I think it's partly territorial. I think that I can't speak of all archaeologists, but some archaeologists feel very territorial about their profession, and they do not feel happy about outsiders entering their realm, especially if those outsiders have a large platform, and that's. I've found that the attacks on me by archaeologists have increased step by step with the increase of my exposure. I wasn't very interesting to them when I just had one minor bestseller in 1992 with a book called The Sign and the Seal. But when Fingerprints of the Gods was published in 1995 and became a global bestseller, then I started to attract their attention and appear to have been regarded as a threat to them, and that is the case today. That is why Ancient Apocalypse Season 1 was defined as the most dangerous show on Netflix. It's why the Society for American Archaeology wrote an open letter to Netflix asking Netflix to reclassify the series as science fiction. It's why they accused the series of anti-Semitism, misogyny, white supremacism, and a whole bunch of other things like that. It had nothing to do with anything that's in the series. It was like, we must shut this down. This is so dangerous to us. It's certainly not a danger. There are many more dangerous things in the world than a television series going on right now. But maybe it was seen as a danger to archaeology, that this non-archaeologist was in archaeological terrain and being viewed and seen by large and read by large numbers of people. Maybe that was part of the problem. And human nature being what it is, I noticed that two of my principal critics, John Hoops from the University of Kansas and Clint Dibble, who's now teaching at the University of Cardiff in Wales in the UK, are both people who like to have media exposure. And John Hoops has just recently started his YouTube channel. Clint Dibble has had one for quite a while, pretty small number of followers. I think that they feel that they should be the ones who are getting the global attention, and that it's not right that I am, and that the best way to stop that is to stop me, to shut me down, to get me cancelled, and basically requiring Netflix to relabel my series from a documentary to a science.
Hey, you changed your PFP. Yo, you changed your PFP.
Oh yeah, I changed it back.
Well, I
only had to change temporarily because of another server.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
I just left the Bitcoin Ass Munch TG. I wasn't aware, but well, what happened was there's a guy named Jared from Subway who came into the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu discussion. And if you don't know do you know who Jared from Subway, the real one, is?
I know who the real one is.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, there's a fake one. And he came in. Anyway, Joe, this guy in there, Joe and I were working on a project of a meth bot. And I kept getting pushed and pushed and pushed. Well, eventually this Joe, who I don't like at all, he said he really wanted to meet this Jared from Subway. And I said, look, I can't guarantee you who this person is, but I'm just making you aware that this is how this person goes. They go by Jared from Subway. So he ends up entering into a bunch of, agreements with him and gives him $10,000. And then Jared from Subway ghosts him. So Joe B. Printing Bags is the guy who I don't like. He made up what I felt was very hurtful. He took my face, put it on like a wanted sign, not even a wanted, it's like a real, he made like a thing that said, I molest children. And I think that that's just uncalled for. And I didn't want to have anything to do with him after that. I don't do that. That's a really sad thing. And then he put it all over the Bitcoin Ads Vision Telegram. And yeah, and like normally I can take shit from people, but that's like trying to get me, that's not cool at all. That's trying to get me in trouble. And so I was mad. I told
I was here the other day when you told Ass Munch you don't know why he would still be friends with that guy.
Exactly. And I've just been thinking about it.
And I agree. I didn't say anything because I didn't know what the situation was or who you were talking about. But now that I know, it's kind of weird.
Exactly. And I just kind of see the loyalty and that it's like not existent. It's just like, here's what I don't like is I see Ass Munch going in his thing and Riser going in his thing. They're talking to Joe and then they come in here and talk to me. And it's like, look, this is someone who tried to defame me. I don't think that's cool. And I was thinking about it. In fact, the thought of mine was exactly this. If somebody came in here and did the same thing for Caspian Sea and said, hey, Caspian Sea molests children, here's a police report on it, and makes up all kinds of stuff about it, I would never let that person in here. I would say, look, go do your own thing, but I have loyalty to Caspian Sea. Peace out, Girl Scout. And I see that As Much is kind of playing the center there, and I get that. I mean, but to me, I see that like Joe's in there all the time. They're like friends and they do things. And I'm like, look, if you're going to be friends with him, that's fine. Then we don't have to be friends. And you can say just about, anything that you want about me. But when you start to spread lies in other telegrams, that's, I feel, uncalled for. And As Much said, hey, I deleted it. And I'm like, and even at the time I was like, I understand you deleted it, but to me, I don't want to be a part of a community that just will allow that. So
I agree with you, man. I can't find fault in your logic. You have great logic for this.
Yeah. So
it's definitely not something that no. I'll probably. Well, I mean, I'll definitely be leaving the As Much channel as well. Not immediately.
No, you don't have to. It didn't necessarily happen to you, and I understand you're not in there interacting all the time with the person, but it's like they're still friends with them. And to me, if you want to be friends with them, you're more than welcome to do that. But you just should understand that I don't want you as my friend. If anybody did that to you, or to, well, let's just take Frosty, for example. Frosty comes in here and says, hey, Rabbi, did you know that this person made up a lie and posted it all over the Telegram? I'd be like, oh, well, we're getting rid of that. And also, I don't want that person in here anymore. I'm going to block them. I don't want those kind of, that kind of actor in my life anymore. And so I sent As Much a message, and I said, because he's going to come out and be like, well, I sent the before I left, I said, I take care, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, but I don't think this TG's for me. And then I sent As Much. I said, I don't want to be a part of the community if Joe's still there. In my opinion, you should have banned him after he made up lies about me. Nothing against you, but that is not the kind of loyalty I expect of my friends. It's as simple as that. And yeah. And if he comes out and he's like, look, I banned him, he's gone, I'll come back. But until then, like ever since he did that, I didn't say anything more in that TG. And it's like, why am I even still a member of this if I feel that this person wronged me? And then the other day when they came into there, like talking about him, like, you guys are still talking, he's still talking. I just don't want that guy in my life. So in case you're wondering, like, well, hey, why'd you leave that Bitcoin Ass Vision TG? I hadn't said much in there since this incident, and I used to say a lot in there. But then I also saw, like, as I went back, somebody asked Joe about me, and Joe said, all I do is introduce people to scammers. Like, I don't need that kind of backstabbing in my life. So I just kind of wanted to explain that.
It makes sense to me, man. Yeah, no, I definitely think that that's the right thing. It's a big internet. There's no reason to hang out in places where people aren't. No, I don't like that either. I wouldn't hang out with anyone who's talking shit on you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I feel the same way to you. It's like, and I really thought of it. Okay, like I own a server. So if somebody came in here and it wasn't just like they said it. Joe had to do some graphic design. Take my face, put it on like a thing that from the state of California. Put in there of all the charges, it was like child molestation. And it's like, dude, that's just no. Yeah, exactly. So I told him how I feel, and that's that.
Science fiction, which is what they actually had the temerity to suggest to Netflix, that would, if that had gone through, if Netflix had listened to them, that would have effectively been the cancellation of my documentary series. It would no longer have been ranked under documentary. So it was a deliberate attempt to shut me down, and I see that going on again and again, and it's so unfortunate and so unnecessary. I've become very defensive towards archaeology.
Oh, pardon me. Yeah, I am. I'm going to do one, I think, in a minute. I'm just going to send Asmunch this message in Discord as well, just so he knows that, like, why I did what I did, and he can, if, I mean, I'm not, I'm not mad at him. I just kind of mad at his decision to be like, still tolerate that person. And then there's just kind of a thing that I don't like is if you are gonna support that person or like still give them the time, then anything that I say in here, you just come back to them with. And it's like, it'd be like they came in the other day and they were like, hey, can Joe come in here? Fuck no, Joe can't come in here. That guy tried to ruin my life. I don't want that fucker in here. I don't want him anywhere around near me. And like for them, just, I don't know, it just brought up all that. And now I can see what's happening little by little. As I look in the TG, it's like Joe talks, Riser talks, Asmunch talks, Joe, Riser, Asmunch. And I'm like, oh man, I did not realize that they're still very good friends with him. And yeah, so I wish them well, as is said. And then also Joe would like message me in Telegram, hey, can I please come and would you still be friends with me and all this other shit? Like, dog, there's like a few things like that you can just absolutely ruin a person's reputation over, and that's one of them. And I gotta have a line somewhere. So yeah, I am gonna do a concert, and I don't know exactly what I'm gonna sing, but yeah, I am. I'm gonna probably use the restroom and do some other things, but yeah. So I'll be right back.
I hit back. After 30 years of these attacks on my work, I'm tired of it, and I do defend myself. And sometimes I'm perhaps over vigorous in that defense. Maybe I was a little bit too strong in my critique of archaeology in the first season of Ancient Apocalypse. Maybe I should have been a bit gentler and a bit kinder. And I've tried to reflect that in the second season, and to bring also many more indigenous voices into the second season, as well as the voices of many more archaeologists.
Yeah, in general, I got a chance to get a glimpse of the archaeology community, and in archaeology, in science in general, I don't have much patience for this kind of arrogance or snark or dismissal of general human curiosity that I think your work inspires in people. So that's why people like Ed Barnhart, who I recently had a conversation with, you know, he radiates sort of kindness and curiosity as well. And it's like that kind of approach to ideas, especially about human history, it inspires people. It inspires millions of people to ask questions.
Exactly.
I mean, that's why you had Keanu Reeves on the new season. He's basically coming to the show from that same perspective of curiosity.
Keanu is genuinely curious about the past and very, very interested in it, and he's bringing to it questions that everybody brings to the past. He's speaking for every man in the series.
So given that, can you maybe steelman the case that archaeologists make about this period that we've been talking about? Can you make the case that is indeed what happened? Is it was hunter-gatherers for a long time, and then there was a cataclysm, a very difficult period in human history with the Younger Dryas, and that changed the environment, and then led to the springing up of civilizations in different places on Earth. Can you sort of make the case for that?
Oh, no, I completely understand why that is the position of archaeology, because that's what they've found. Archaeology is very much wishing to define itself as a science. and it uses the techniques of weighing and measuring and counting are very key to what archaeology does. And in what they've found and what they've studied around the world, they don't see any traces of a lost civilization. And the idea that besides, we live in a very politically correct world today, and the idea that some kind of lost civilization brought knowledge to other cultures around the world is seen as almost racist or colonialist in some way. It triggers that aspect as well. But basically, I think majority of archaeologists are in complete good faith on this. I don't think that anybody's really seeking to frame me. I think that what we're hearing from most archaeologists, some much more vicious than others, but what we're hearing from most archaeologists is this is what we found, and we don't see evidence for a lost civilization in it. And to that, I must reply, please look at the myths. Please consider the implications of the Younger Dryas. Please look at the ancient astronomy. Please look at those ancient maps and don't just dismiss them and sneer at them. And for God's sake, please look more deeply at the parts of the world that were immensely habitable and attractive during the Ice Age and that have hardly been studied by archaeology at all, before you tell us that your theory is the only one that can possibly be correct. In fact, it's a very arrogant and silly position of archaeology, because archaeological theories are always being overthrown. It can take years, it can take decades. It took decades in the case of the Clovis First hypothesis for the settlement of the Americas. But sooner or later, a bad idea will be kicked out by a preponderance of evidence that that idea does not explain.
If we can just look back at your debate with Flint Dibble on Joe Rogan Experience, what are some takeaways from that? What have you learned? Maybe what are some things you like about Flint? You said that he's one of your big critics, but what do you like about his ideas, and what were you maybe bothered by?
First of all, just very recently, and it can be found on my YouTube channel, and it's signaled on. All right, I'm going to restart my device just because I want to make sure it has like the clearest microphone that I can, and any cache and all that shit is cleared. So I'll be back in like 2 minutes, and then it's Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons night. You're gonna hear me hit some high notes, baby. There you go. All right. I'm going to pull up YouTubers, and I've got my song list. Right. Okay, if you can, come to the arena. It'll take me a second to get it going, but reason why I do it in the arena, I don't know why, but like when I listen on YouTube, at least when I do it in the arena, it's clear the whole time. The microphone is, but when I'm in here, it's got that echo cancellation that kind of cuts me off every so often. So just one moment, we're going to start up this bad boy, and they have a lot of hits. All right. You're pulling up. Good. Okay. Let's get the camera going in my playhouse in case these folks want to see what Rabbi's doing. And we're going to send them a... All right, my playhouse chat. Hey everyone, come to the VCs if you want to hear a free concert of oldie songs sung by Rabbi. Alrighty, folks, we're about to start. Get your countdowns ready. All right, here we go. Starting up. Welcome, welcome. Glad that you're here. We are starting up a stream right now. And we're excited that you're here. All right. Let's see this bad boy work. Everything's ready. What's up, sluts? Glad everybody's here. We're about to have Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons night. And if you did not know, Frankie Valli has like a bajillion songs. And Rabbi is going to sing just about every single one of them. If you don't know who Frankie Valli is, see the Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. You can see their hit Broadway musical Jersey Boys. Here we go. Let's see if this works. Sherry baby, Sherry baby, Sherry baby, Sherry, can you come out tonight? Come out tonight, Sherry baby. Sherry baby, Sherry, can you come out tonight? Why don't you come out to the twist party? Come on, where the bright sun shines. Come on, we'll dance the night away. I'm gonna make you my Sherry baby. Sherry baby, Sherry, can you come out tonight? Come out tonight. Come out tonight. You better ask your mama. Sherry baby, tell her everything is alright. Why don't you come out with your red dress on? Come on, oh, you look so fine. Come on, move it nice and easy. Girl, you'll make me lose my mind. Sherry baby. Sherry baby, Sherry, can you come out tonight? Come out tonight. Come out tonight. Sherry baby, Sherry baby, Sherry. Next up, Big Girls Don't Cry. These songs are specifically for all of our friends in New Jersey, New York, the entire Eastern Seaboard. All right, we got to hit some high notes, kids. Here we go. Big girls don't cry. Big girls don't cry. Big girls don't cry. They don't cry. Big girls don't cry. Who said they don't cry? You right, girl. Said goodbye. My oh my girl didn't cry. I wonder why. Silly boy told my girl we had to break up. Silly boy hoped that she would call my bluff. Silly boy, then she said, in tonight's surprise, big girls don't cry. Big girls don't cry. They don't cry. Big girls don't cry. Who said they don't cry? Maybe I was cruel. Maybe I'm a fool. I'm such a fool. Silly girl, shame on you. Your mama said, silly girl, shame on you. You're crying in bed, silly girl, shame on you. You told a lie. Big girls do cry. Big girls don't cry. They don't cry. Big girls don't cry. That's just an alibi. Big girls don't cry. 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 Just ask the Rebecca to know. Do big girls cry? Sometimes. Sometimes we do. We all cry. Things happen. The important thing is how you handle challenge. And I know the Rebecca know. You bitches handle challenge better than perhaps anybody. Here we go, sluts. Here we go, girls. Walk, 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 walk. Oh, how you tried to cut me down to size, telling dirty lies to my friends. Ooh, ah, well, my own father said, give her up, don't bother. The world isn't coming to an end. He said, walk like a man, talk like a man, walk like a man, my son. No woman's worth for calling on the earth. So walk like a man, my son. Ooh, ooh, I've been a baby, I don't mean a maybe. Little Gina gone somehow. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah. So you'll be crying on account of your lying. Oh, yeah, just look who's laughing now. I don't walk like a man, fast as I can. Walk like a man from you. I'll tell the world Kids, you're going to notice, wow, these songs are short. They are. Back in the day, you could not have songs longer than some amount of time. Many times because the records could not hold that much data, but for other reasons as well. Next up, Ragdoll with 4 seasons. Here we go, girls. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ragdoll. When she was just a kid, clothes were hand-me-downs. They always laughed at her when she came into town. Called her Ragdoll, little Ragdoll. Such a pretty face, should be dressed in lace. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Stag Ragdoll, I charged her sad rags into glad rags if I could. My folks won't let me 'cause they say that she's no good. She's a Ragdoll, such a Ragdoll. Though I love her so, I can't let her go. Ooh, 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 Ragdoll, I love you just the way you are. Oh, Ragdoll. Ragdoll. Shout out to all the ragdolls out there. After Rabbi's done with the Rebets and all, you bitches are going to look like ragdolls just tossed in the corner like crusty socks. All right, next up, this is a beautiful song, kids. This is an absolute banger. This song is amazing. All right, kids. This one goes out to the Rebets and I'm sure everybody's like, that's every song. Yeah, you got that right. Here we go, girls. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. Pardon the way that I stare. There's nothing else to compare. The sight of you makes me weak. There are no words left to speak. But if you feel like I feel, please let me know that it's real. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. Here we go, girls. I love you, baby, and if it's quite alright, I need you, baby, to on the lonely night. I love you, baby. Trust in me when I say, oh, pretty baby, don't bring me down, I pray. Oh, pretty baby, now that I found you, stay and let me love you, baby. Let me love you. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. Oh, pretty baby, and if it's quite alright, I need you, baby. You want a lonely night, I love you, baby. Trust in me when I say, oh, pretty baby, don't bring me down, I pray. Oh, pretty baby, now that I found you, stay. Oh, pretty baby, trust in me when I say, oh, pretty baby. Next up, kids, we've got another hit by Frank Hill in the Four Seasons. Shout out to the Four Seasons Hotel. Shout out to Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. Shout out to summer, autumn, winter, spring, all that stuff. My eyes adored you. All right, here we go. My eyes adored you, though I never laid a hand on you. My eyes adored you. Like a million miles away from me, you couldn't see how I adored you. So close and yet so far. Carried your books from school, and made believe you're married to me. You were fifth grade, I was sixth, when we came to be. Walking home every day, over Barney Cutteridge and Bay, till we grew into the me and you, who went our separate ways. My eyes adored you, though I never laid a hand on you. My eyes adored you. Like a million miles away from me, you couldn't see how I adored you. So close and yet so far. Headed for the city lights, climb the ladder up to fortune and fame. I worked my fingers to the bone, made myself a name. Funny, I seem to find that no matter how the years unwind, still I reminisce about the girl I miss and the love I left behind. My eyes adored you, though I never laid a hand on you. My eyes adored you. Like a million miles away from me, you couldn't see how I adored you. So close and yet so far. I adored you. I'll let them live in them. No, I never laid a hand on the tender. We were back. And oh, baby, I adored you. I'm feeling sad regrets. I know I won't ever forget my old friend. I adored you, though I never laid a hand on you. My eyes adored you. Like a million miles away from you, I can see how I adored you. So close, and yet so far. I adored you. No, I never laid a hand on you. Yes, rabbits in the back. Yeah, Rabbi. You know Bracky? Be like, I'm familiar. She'd be like, Bracky. Still nothing. Be like, she's just got a case of Mary Lou Henner with a side of perhaps Rain Man. Who knows? She'll be fine. Just throw some toothpicks on the ground. There ain't no good in our goodbying. True love takes a lot of trying. Oh, I'm crying. Let's hang on to what we got. Don't let it go, girl. We got a lot. Not a lot of love between us. Hang on to what we got. Do. Yeah, you're gonna go and call it quits. Gonna chuck it all and break our love to bits. Breaking up. I wish you never said breaking up. No, we both regret it. That little chip of diamond on your hand ain't a fortune, babe, but you know it stands for love. I love you, try to mind with your love. We can't leave behind us, baby. Don't let go, baby. No, baby. Stay, let's hang on to what we got. Don't let go, girl. We got a lot. Got a lot of love between us. Hang on to what we got. Do. There's anything I wouldn't do. I'd pay any price to getting good with you. Patch it up. Let me a second turn and patch it up. Don't cool off while I'm burning. You guys are crying, dying at your door. Don't shut me out. Let me in once more. Open up your arms. I need to hold you. Your heart, oh girl, I told you, baby, say, let's hang on to what we got, girl. Don't let go, girl. We got a lot of love between us. Hang on hang on to what we got. All right. Next song is a big time hit, Kid Girls. Working my way back to you, babe, with a burning love inside. I'm working my way back to you, babe, and the happiness that died, I let it get away. Ooh, paying every day. Ooh, we were so in love with me. I played around like I was free. Thought I could have my cake and eat it too. But now I cried over losing you. Spending night and night, but I can't afford to go living my life without you. But every day I made you cry. I'm paying, girl, till the day that I die. I'll keep working my way back to you, babe, with a burning love inside. I'm working my way back to you, babe, and a happiness that died. I'm paying every day, ooh, paying every day. Ooh. I used to love to make you cry, and it made me feel like a man inside. And if I'd been a man in reality, you'd still be here, baby, loving me. Now the nights are long and lonely and I ain't too strong, babe. I just miss you so. And you're too proud, you won't give in. But when I think about all I could win, I keep working my way back to you, babe, with a burning love inside. Ooh, I'm working my way back to you, babe, and the happiness that died, I let it get away, paying every day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Working my way back to you, babe, with a burning love inside. I'm working my way back to you, babe, and the happiness that died. Oh, I cried, working my way back to you, babe, and the burning love inside. Working my way back to you. And happiness. All right, next up, kids. Bye, bye, baby. Yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Yeah. Rabbi, are you sure she's gonna be okay? Did you put the toothpicks on the ground? Yeah, she'll be fine. Y'all like they say, ooh, you can put it off any longer. Ooh, I just gotta tell you. Anyway, bye, bye, baby, baby, goodbye, baby, bye, 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 baby, don't make me cry, baby, bye, bye. You're the one girl in town I'd marry. Girl, I'd marry you now if I were free. Wish it could be. I could love you, but why begin it? 'Cause there ain't any future in it. She got me and I'm not free, so bye, baby, baby, goodbye, baby, bye, 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 baby, don't make me cry, bye, baby, bye, bye. Maybe I never will know you better. Wish I knew you before I met her. Please, would you and me be for me? Should have told you, but I can't linger. There's a wedding ring on my finger. She got me and I'm not free, so bye, baby. Baby, goodbye, bye, baby, bye, 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 baby, don't make me cry, bye, baby, bye, bye, baby, bye, bye, all right, kids. It's a challenging one. Yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Yeah, Rabbi. She's counted every toothpick in the shul. Just let her be. I can see there ain't no room for me. You're only holding out your heart and sympathy. If there's another man, then girl, I understand. Go on and take his hand. And don't you worry about me. I'll be blue and I'll be crying too. But girl, you know I only want what's best for you. What good is on my pride? If y'all are too jive, go on and be his bride. And don't you worry about me. I'll be strong. I'll try to carry on. Although you know it won't be easy when you're gone. I'll always think of you, the tender love we knew. But somehow I'll get through. So don't you worry about me. Oh, be Sweetie pie, before you say goodbye, remember if he ever leaves you high and dry, don't cry alone in pain, don't ever feel ashamed. If you want me again, just don't worry about me. I love you, no matter what you do. I'll spend my whole life waiting if you want me to. And if this is goodbye, you know I'd rather die than that you see me cry. 'Cause don't you worry about me, I'll be strong, I'll try to carry on. Although you know it won't be easy when you're gone. I'll always think of you, the tender love we knew. But somehow I'll get through. So don't you worry about me. I'll be strong. I'll try to carry on. And oh, you won't want me when you're gone. I'll always think of you, the tender love we knew, but somehow I'll get through. So don't you worry about me. I'll be strong. Boy, kids, when you had to put your records on the radio, they had to be short. These are just bow, bow, bow. All right, next up, we've got come on, Miriam. Yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Rabbi. I've been doing this in front of her face all morning. I don't know what's up with her. She'll be fine. Did you give her the toothpicks? Yeah, she's counted every toothpick in the shul. Well, go to a neighboring shul. Rabbi, you think that's going to work? Take her to the woods if you need to, and she can count sticks. Robertson, did you know that Sundar Pichai sucks? She'd be like, absolutely, Sundar Pichai sucks. Rabbi, yeah, go ahead, Robertson. Will you please do your world-famous impression of Anjali Pichai, Sundar Pichai's wife? Sure. My husband is such a asshole. What was that? My husband is such an asshole. Thank you. Appreciate that, Anjali. Miriam. Whoa, here I am, me again. I'll do anything just to make it right, so you'll understand. Oh, I know you can. Come on, Miriam. No matter what people say, it didn't happen that way. You're tapping twin, and not a mermaid thing. You understand. I know you can. Come on, Miriam, baby. Come on, Miriam, baby. Come on, Miriam, baby. Say it. What do you want to say? My Miriam, Miriam. Well, now you big brown eyes are full of tears from the bitterness of my cheating years. So I hang my head, wish I was dead. Come on, Miriam, baby. Come on, Miriam, baby. Come on, Miriam, baby. Say, hey, you can't understand my Miriam. Hey, come on, Miriam, Miriam, Miriam. And Miriam, Miriam. Yes, Rabbit's in the back. Rabbi. Racky over here. She's counted every light in the shul. She's counted every crack in the sidewalk outside. She's counting treads on tires at this point. Just let her be. And when she's done with that, you know what to do. Throw some toothpicks on the floor. Loves you, pretty baby. Who's gonna help you through the night? Who loves you, pretty mama? Who's always there to make it right? Who loves you, pretty baby? Who's gonna help you through the night? Who loves you, pretty mama? Who's always there to make it right? Who loves you, pretty baby? Who's gonna love you, mama? Who loves you? Who loves you, pretty baby? When tears are in your eyes and you can't find a way, it's hard to make believe you're happy when you're gray. Baby, when you're feeling like you'll never see the morning come to light, come to me. Baby, you'll see who loves you, pretty baby. Who's gonna help you through the night? Who loves you, pretty mama? Who's always there to make it? Who loves you? Who loves you, pretty baby? Who's gonna love you, mom? Who loves you? Who loves you, pretty baby? And when you think the whole wide world has passed you by, you keep on trying, but you really don't know why. Baby, when you need a smile to help your shadows keep away, come to me. Baby, you'll see who loves you, pretty baby. Who's gonna help you through the night? Who loves you, pretty mama? Who's always there to make it? Who loves you? Who's gonna love you, love you? Who's gonna love you, love you? Who's gonna love you, love you? Who's gonna love you? Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 baby, baby, do to me, baby. You'll see who loves you, pretty baby. Who's gonna help you through the night? Who loves you, pretty mama? Who's always there to make it right? Who loves you? Who's gonna love you? Next up, kids. Oh, yeah, Rabbi's in the back. Yeah, Rabbi. I just want to give you an update that Bracky seems to be coming to terms with everything. She keeps telling me about the 18th of Marcheshvan, and I honestly don't care about the 18th of Marcheshvan. I honestly don't care about toothpicks or lumens and light bulbs or cracks in sidewalks, but apparently it's my personal job to babysit her, so I just want you to know we're taking care of it. Excellent. Nice job, Robinson. Next up, Will You Still Love Me Tomorrow? Here we go, kids. Tonight you're mine completely. You give your love so sweetly tonight. The light of love is in your eyes. But will you love me tomorrow? Is this a lasting joy? Or just a moment's pleasure? Can I believe the magic of your smile? But will you still love me tomorrow? Tonight with words unspoken, you say that I'm the only one. But will my heart be broken when the night meets the morning sun? I'd like to know that your love is just a love I'm sure of. So tell me now, and I won't ask again. Will you still love me? Will you still love me? Will you still love me tomorrow? So tell me now, and I'll ask again. Will you still love me tomorrow? Will you still love me tomorrow? Will you still love me tomorrow? Will you love me tomorrow? Rabbit's in the back. Rabbi, just want to let you know, this is a woman who is so obsessed with you. She counted the hairs in your head and is now giving me the RGB color of your beard. Just let her be. Mr. Merchman. They called her Dawn. Dawn, go away, I'm no good for you. Oh, Dawn, stay with him, he'll be for you. Hang on, hang on, hang on to him. Think what a big man he'll be. Think of the places you'll see. Now think of what future would be with a poor boy like me. Don't go away. Please go away. Although you know I want you to stay. Don't go away. Please go away. Baby, don't cry. It's better this way. Oh, the places where we were born. Will you say that you want me? I want you to think what a family would say. Think what you're throwing away. So think what the future would be like a poor boy like me. Gone, go away, I'm no good for you. 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 Gone. Yes, Rebbitzin in the back. Rabbi, I just want to make sure you're aware that in the middle of that song, we all saw a giant snot rocket leave your left nostril at approximately a 69-degree downward angle in this direction, almost like back and to the left, back and to the left, back into the left, and now we see it hanging on your upper lip. Should happen when you party naked. Oh, don't it hurt deep inside to see someone do something to her? Oh, don't it pain to see someone cry? How especially when someone is hurt. Silence is golden, but my eyes still see. Silence is golden, golden, but my eyes still see. Talking is cheap, people follow like sheep, even though there is nowhere to go. How could she tell he deceived her so well? Pity she'll be the last one to know. So how many times will she fall for his lines? Should I tell her, or should I be cool? And if I tried, my girl, she'd say I lied. Mind your business, don't hurt her, you fool. Silence is golden, but my eyes still see. Silence is golden, golden, but my eyes still see. Ooh. Don't let your love go astray. Save it for me. Don't let your sweet kiss away. Save it for me. I know you're feeling blue, 'cause I feel blue like you. I'll be strong as long as you. Don't waste that look I adore. Save it for me. Just wait a little bit more. Save it for me. I know that you cry, baby, so do I. Just sit tight and leave on your line, 'cause I'm coming home to your arms. Oh, baby, I'm coming home to your arms. Save it for me. I love this instrument. Save it for me. I know that you must cry. Cry, baby, so do I. I'll be strong as long as you are. Wait till you as long as you save it for me. 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 Yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Rabbi, no worries. We found a crew behind the shul, and they have a wood chipper. And let's just say that Bracky is going to be A-okay. Is she counting wood chips? Big man in town each day as I grow older. The nights are getting colder. Someday the sun will shine on me. So she's just counting it. I don't have any. I'm down to my last penny. But darling, don't cry over me. I'll be a man in town, honey. Be a big man in town. Promise, darling, I'll be a big man in town. Catch you with the sea. For me. Big man in town, think that I'm a rover, but my roving days are over. Someday your folks will welcome me. I went away a small man, but I'll come home a tall man. Then what a pretty bride you'll be. I'll be a big man in town, and I'm just honey. I'll be a big man in town. Promise, darling, I'll be a big man in town. Just you wait and see. You'll be proud of me. Big man in town. I'm gonna make it. Just wait and see. Oh, I'm gonna make it. Just wait and see. Now I'm gonna make it. Just wait and see. I've been searching all this big wide world. And finally I found my candy girl. Candy girl. I may find me a candy girl. She says, sets my heart a whirl. Candy girl, with hugging, kissing, loving. She's mine. Whoa, 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 whoa. Candy girl. We get along so well, girl. I know just why I fell, Candy girl. She's thrilling, chilling. Yeah, she's so divine. She's mine. Whoa, 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 whoa. Candy girl. When we're out together, everyone knows the feel. Boasting people with a glow of love, and it's plain to see our love is real. And I'm happy as can be, girl. She bows eternally, Candy girl. You hold me and love me until the end of time. She's mine. Whoa, 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 whoa. Candy girl. Candy girl. Candy girl. Candy girl. Candy girl. Candy girl. Yes, Rabbit's in the back. Just want you to know, Bracky is doing wonderfully. She is counting wood like it's going out of style. Rabbi, thank you so much. You got it, girl. I told you. Just get her mind on to something and you'll be fine. And don't worry, she'll break out of it. It'll just be 1 or 2 days, tops. Perhaps. You never know. It can vary from people to people. Not people to people. Chicks to chicks. Chicas to chicas. All right, next up is Silhouettes. Took a walk into your house late last night. All the shades were pulled and drawn way down tight. From within the dim light cast two silhouette in the shade. Oh, what a lovely couple really made. Put his arms around your waist, held you tight, so you spin out and always taste. In the night, wondered why I'm not the guy who's silhouette on the shade. I couldn't hide the tears in my eyes. Silhouette, 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 silhouette eyes.
silhouette, dark silhouette, 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 silhouette. Ah. Lost control and rang your bell. I was sore, let me in or close the door. Down your door went two strangers who had been to silhouette on the shade. Said to the shop, you're on the wrong block. Brushed out through the house with wings on my feet. W right, I'll never love you, my sweet. W and I would be two silhouettes on the shade of your days. Two silhouettes on the shade. Silhouette, 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 silhouette. Ah, silhouette, 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 silhouette. Ah, Next up, kids. Put your loving hand out, baby. I'm begging. Begging. Put your loving hand out, baby. Begging, you. Your loving hand out, baby. Riding high when I was king. Played it hard, best because I had everything. Walked away, won me then. But easy come and easy go, and it would end. Begging, I'm begging you. Won't you give your hand out, baby? Begging you. Put your loving hand out, baby. I need you to understand that I tried so hard to be a man. The kind of man you want in the end. And then I didn't live again. An empty shell I used to be. Shadow of my life is hanging over me. A broken man that I didn't know will leave it standing, devil dancing with my soul. Begging you. Won't you give my hand out, baby? Begging you. Put your loving hand out, baby. Fighting hard to hold my own. No, I just can't make it all alone. I'm holding on, I can't go back. Now the big brass ring is a shade of black. Begging you. Won't you put your hand out, baby? Begging you. Put your loving hand out, baby. Begging you. Ooh.
love. My God, the last praise when he died. I'm in the storm. I want a Sunday kind of love. Want a love that's on the square. Can't seem to find somebody, some care. And I'm on a lonely road and leads me to nowhere. I need a Sunday kind of love. I do like Sunday dreaming. Oh, all night Sunday scheming. Every night, every hour, every day. Oh, I'm hoping to discover a certain kind of lover who will show me the way. I'm going someone to fold, to keep me warm when days and cold. Oh, for my life, to lead unto those. I want a Sunday kind of love. Oh. This is my emphysema and a little bit of mesothelioma on the side. Well, that was fun, kids. Don't you like when Rabbi doesn't know a lyric? Yeah, that's what it was. All right. Are you done? Why did that happen? The day you left me, an angel cried. The sun had faded and lines and wide of me. That God is way, you went away. The clouds had filled up the skies like the tears that filled my eyes. Lonely me, that cloudy day, you went away. And raindrops fell in the sky. The day you left me, an angel cried, an angel cried. I got an angel, and you know you hurt me so. And she knows the reason why. The raindrops fell down from the sky. From the day you left me, an angel cried, an angel cried. Oh, she cried on the cloudy day. Went away. And then they'll cry. Shout out to Marlene. Don't go away, cause I love you so, never let you go, Marlene. Come on, girl, won't you give in? Can't you see that you can't win? Never gonna give you go. Screaming through working with the guys on the corner. You're such a bad girl, telling me you're out with your mama. That's a lie, but you gotta grab my eye. That's oh no, cause I love you so. Never gonna let you go. Same place, the guys on the corner. You're such a bad girl, telling me you're out with your mama. That's a lie, but I still love my girl won't give in. Can't you see that you can't win? Never gonna let you go, Marlena. Oh, Next up, kids, we've got Penny Arcade. Bracky. Hey, girl. Eyes. Eyes. I don't think this is their song. Sometimes AI is incorrect. I see that I put some different. I'm sure they probably sang it at some point. I just don't think it's available on here. I'm sure at one time it was, but Sundar Pichai and his army of banners probably terminated that account months, if not years or decades ago. All right. Again. Yeah, okay, here we go. Give me the lyrics. Oh yeah, give me the lyrics in Japanese. That's cool. We're going. Little darling, whoa, 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 little darling, whoa, when you cry, yeah, you go, that na. Oh God. You. Oh, for you. Rabbitson, your friend is gonna be fine. I know she's obsessed with counting light bulbs in the ceiling. I know she's obsessed with lumens. I know that she can't get over candle power. She will be fine. Just give her a few days. Everything will calm down. But ain't no doubt that woman is walking differently. Let my love let me get away. That my love just for you. Oh, for Now, the Four Seasons did a lot of songs, kids, but some of the songs that they did, they're just not the better version of. There's the Diamonds. I would normally throw this in because it is Frankie Valli, but why not? Now I know this version a little bit better, I think. Here we go. Let's see. It's up to you, kids. Oh, little darling. Oh, little darling. Oh, really well. Oh, you. My lover. I was the wronger. Did you try? Do love you? Noah. That my lover was worse for you. For you. But Rabbitson, she's gonna be fine. She's got the wood chipper. She's counting lights in the shul ceiling. She's got toothpicks if she gets bored. I know you're sick of hearing about Mark Heshman, the 18th of March was an important day for this woman. You just gotta let her be, okay? You gotta understand. It happens to all the Rebettes to know. That Madonna, do you try? Would you love to? So I hope, but no, that my lover. I was just for you. Ooh, for you. Bump, 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 bump. Hey, that was fun. Was it? What else? All right. Any other songs? Here we go, kids. Racky. Eyes, girl. Eyes. Up here. Up here. You ever see that meme of that kid who's like, where of his promise believe what I say before I ever be sure of what you say. So he paints a picture and he tells you what he needs you and he covers you in flowers and he always keeps on dreaming. If he always keeps on dreaming, you won't have a lonely hour. The day could last forever. You might like your ivory tower, but the night begins to turn your head around. You know you're gonna lose more than you found. Yes, your night begins to turn your head around. Beware of his promise. Believe what I say before I go forever. Be sure of what you say, for the words may come too easy. If you don't believe me, I'm leaving. And goodbye, Glenn Presley. If you think he really loves you, if you really think he loves you, he would give you up so sweetly. If a day could last forever, you would fall in love completely. And the light begins to turn your head around. And you know you're gonna lose more than you found. The night begins to turn your head around. The night begins to turn your head around. And you know you're gonna lose more than you found. Yes, the night begins to turn your head around. And you know you're gonna lose more than you found. Yes, the night begins to turn your head around. All right, kids. So some of you may be wondering, Yep, you in the back. Rabbi, what in the fuck happened to Bracky? So, well, if you really want to know if life extension technology is a thing and mind building is a thing, then all of you are targets to get plugged by this guy. Every Rebbitzin out there. So it might be 1,000 years from now, 10,000 years from now, 100,000 years from now, but all of y'all are going to have a face like this. Eyes, Bracky, up here. For a period of time. Don't worry. You're going to walk differently the next day and every day thus forth for the remainder of your time. And all the other good things that come with getting this plug. With that said, Frankie Valli had a certain night like Bracky had, if you don't know. So if you're like, Rabbi, yeah, you in the back. What was it like? What's it like to be Bracky? Well, Frankie Valli could tell you. In fact, this song could be called Bracky's song. Why? Because you never know. Hers might have been Mark Heshwan 5784, 5785, 5786. You never know. Might have been all three. Might have been the year 6000. Who knows? This could be a new epoch. Who knows? All I know is that she has inside of her what Frankie Valli had in December 1963. The Bracky song. It was approximately 70 degrees all night. Late December back in 63. What a very special time for me. As I remember what a night. Oh, what a night. You know, I didn't even know her name, but I was never gonna be the same. What a rabbi, what a night. Here we go, girls. Oh, I get a funny feeling when she walked in the room. Well, oh my. As I recall, it lasted far too soon. Oh, what a night! Hypnotizing, mesmerizing me. She was everything I dreamed she'd be. Sweet surrender, what a night. I felt the rush like a rolling ball of thunder, spinning my head around and taking my body under. Oh, what a night! Oh, I got a funny feeling when she walked in the room, and as I recall, it ended much too soon. Psych, that shit went all night, baby. All night. Why did it take so long to see the light? Seemed so wrong, but now it seems so right. What a lady, what a night. I felt the rush like a rolling ball of thunder, spinning my head around and taking the body on yonder. I want to die. Do, 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 do. I want to die. Do, 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 do. Oh, what a night. Do, 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 do. I want to die. Do, do, do. Yes, rabbits in the back. Wow, you're never gonna believe this. I think she's pulling out of it. Oh, you mean she's pulling out of her Mary Lou Henner syndrome with the side order of Rain Man? I think so. Okay. Well, what else do you think we can do? Rabbi, is there any way you could tell us one last story before we go? Sure, kids. All right. Rabbi is an interesting fellow. And believe it or not, at one time, unlike now, chicks weren't always throwing themselves at Rabbi. You know, prepubescent Rabbi didn't have the same kind of masculine energy. Pheromones just flying off him like sunspot off of the solar ball that our world revolves. Yeah, Rebels in the back. So you mean like solar flare? You emit sex pheromones like solar flares? Precisely. And ask anybody when I was younger. My hair is very, very important. Still is. And I never wanted to be the most athletic. I never wanted to be the coolest. I never wanted to be the smartest. I wanted to have the best hair, and I did. And then this one time when I was getting a little older, but yet still not old enough to know any better, I wanted to comb my hair and just make it perfect. And I'd use gel. I used just these big gallons of LA Looks gel and just like looking like Cameron Diaz. And There's Something About Mary. I mean, it's just like, okay. And I thought, I'm going to go in the linen closet. Linen closet's huge, kids. You guys didn't know. My mother is the Martha Stewart of everyone's neighborhood, and her friends are such jealous bitches that they even give her signs that say Martha Stewart does not live here. Well, I was in the linen closet going through, just searching around all kinds of new stuff, and all of a sudden I see this jar. And I put two and two together, and I take this jar out. And this jar says one thing and one thing only, girls. Vaseline. I get a big old hunk of this stick it in my hair. Oh, man, I'm thinking, wow, this is amazing. This is better than Brill Cream. This is the best. And I go to school just slick back, looking like Michael Douglas, Gordon Gekko in Wall Street. Coolest kid in the school. And I didn't recognize that if you do that, your hair does not dry for a day nor a week. Your hair is greasy for months. And let's just say I might have taken some shit for that. However, believe it or not, a few days later, this other kid comes into school looking exactly the same way. So I started the trend. What can I say? Here we go, girls. I solve my problems and I see the light. We gotta love and thing, we gotta feed it right. There ain't no danger, we can go too far. We still believe in now, then we can be who we are. Grease is the word. Music of love is just a growing pain. While they don't even understand, it's just a crying shame. Their lips are lying, only real is real. We stopped and fighting now. We do what we feel. This is the word, this is the word, it's the word that you heard. It's got a groove, it's got a meaning. Greece is the time, is the place, is the motion. And Greece is the way we are feeling. We take the pressure and we throw away conventionality belongs to yesterday. There is a chance that we can make it so far. We stop believing now that we can be who we are. This is the word, is the word, it's the word that you heard. It's got a groove, it's got a meaning. Greece is the time, is the place, is the motion. Now Greece is the way we are feeling. This is the life of illusion, of control. This is confusion, and in here. We take the pressure and we throw away conventionality belongs to yesterday. There is a chance that we can make it so far. We start believing now, but we can be who we are. Greece is the word, is the word, is the word. If you heard, it's got a move, it's got a meaning. Greece is the time, is the place, is the motion. Now Greece is the way we are feeling. Racky, you gonna be okay? You gonna pull out of it, girl? I think she's gonna be okay. This is the word, it's the word that you heard. It's got a groove, it's got a meaning. Greece is the time, is the place, is the motion. Now Greece is the way we are feeling. Greece is the word, is the word, is the word, is the word. Is the word, is the word, is the word, is the word, is the word. Yes, Rabbit's in the back. Rabbi, she's going to be just fine. She pulled out of it like a fighter pilot fighting against G's in Top Gun flight school. Good, glad. Shout out to Bracky and all the Brackies. Oh, Rabbi, that was great. You suck dick. All right, back to base, Joe, as they say in Seinfeld. All right, that was fun. There we go. Oh, wow, they like what I sing. You're amazing. You are amazing, period. I love you, exclamation point. I feel better. Oh, this shit is just called Milky Way. That's fucking crazy. Milky Way boy farmer. Frankie Valley has Why is this so difficult to download? Slut. This is absolutely incredible how difficult it is to download shit. Oh, yeah. that's fine. You download it with no audio. Dude, why is that even an option? I mean, I get it, but stop. Quit sucking dick. This shit is the worst. Dog. Format. MP4, baby. What's up, Pim? Any chicks in there? Oh, maybe. Are you a chick? No. Fuck it. If you're not a chick, don't talk to me. Video duration too long. Unable to fetch. What in the fuck? I do this every fucking night and I have to deal with this shit. This is absolute garbage. Not this shit. This is the worst. The worst. The worst. This shit is just terrible. Terrible. This is bad. Come on, you shitbag. No, I don't want to buy anything. I just want to fucking download things like it's 2009. YouTube to WebM. No, how about YouTube to MP4, slut? I'd be in a douche. Free YouTube to MP4. Oh, you wanted it to be long? Oh, okay, well, no. Why? Why does that matter? Oh, you wanted it to work. Psych. YouTube to MP4. MP4 download. Video duration too long. What in the fuck? Share? Oh. Wait, copy. Yo, dog, YouTube downloader. Worst shit ever. Yo, dog. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Dude, if I have to do another fucking captcha, this shit is the worst. What is this? Download video, but no sound? The worst. This shit isn't gonna work. It always says 5%. Oh, okay. See? Shitty website. Fuck you, Y2 made it up. YouTube. You suck. You're the worst. Why did the fuck did I do this right? Okay, I know. I don't want. It's fine. Dude, don't do any of that shit. Quit it. Video's ready. Download now. I doubt this. Oh my word, it fucking did. Oh, this one's baller. Oh, it's not gonna work. Oh, it didn't work. Fuck you. Oh, man. What in the fuck? Are you serious? That's some bullshit. Alright, do it again. That's... What the fuck did it just do? Invalid YouTube link. Okay, dude. How about this one, asshole? Okay. Okay, download video. And then it just doesn't do anything? Oh, please confirm. Okay. We found viral moments. Viral to whom? Your video is ready. Download now. No, it's not. It just did 5 fucking seconds. Or something. What the shit? Weird. That's fucking weird. Why would it just do that? Dude, this is horse shit. Unsupported link. What is this bullshit? What the fuck? Unknown error occurred. Well, figure it the fuck out. Wait, isn't this a good one? Yeah. Is it? Oh, that seemed to be too small. I don't know, it's perfect. Fuck yeah. That's how you do it. Okay, this is the good one. Download. Thank you, darling. 4 seasons. Yeah, replace it. Alright. Save the video. Cool, Rumble video downloader. Tight. You can hear me. I don't want to fucking hear you. All right. Are you done? Hey, it finished. All right, we got that shit taken care of. Oh, what the fuck? Why would it do this? Why would it just randomly leave and then not know? Like, hey, dude, we literally only do the same shit all the time. Maybe just do that again. Worst shit ever. This is the worst. Oh, the worst. I want you to wait. Wait, what? Oh, big man, help me. Don't go away. Don't go away. What up, Lockdown? How you living, pimp? Yo, how you doing, Lockdown? Hope you're well. We're watching Lex Friedman.
On my website, I have made a video, runs about an hour, which looks at a series of statements that Flint made during the debate, which I was not prepared to answer. And it turns out that some of those statements are not correct. The notion, for example, that there were 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped. Flint actually uses the word mapped, 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped at one point in the debate. And I've put that clip into the video that I brought out. That is not a fact. That is an estimate, a UNESCO estimate. And actually in the small print on one of the slides that he has on the screen, you can see the word estimate, but he never expresses that word out loud. So those who are listening to the podcast rather than watching it wouldn't even have a chance to see that. And I, sitting there in the studio, didn't see that word estimate either. And I didn't know that. I thought, my God, Flint has a point here. If there have been 3 million shipwrecks found and mapped, if that's the case, the absence of any shipwreck from a lost civilization of the Ice Age is a problem. But then I discovered that it isn't 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped. It's much, much less than that. And maybe it's 250,000. Still a large number, but most of them from the last 1,000 years. And unfortunately, what Flint didn't go into, and perhaps he should have shared with the audience, and again, I go into this in the video, is that there is indisputable evidence that human beings were seafarers as much as 50 or 60,000 years ago. The peopling of Australia involved a relatively short, 90 kilometers, 100 kilometer ocean voyage, but nevertheless it was an ocean voyage, and it must have involved a large enough people, a large enough number of people to create a permanent population that wouldn't go extinct. The settlement of Cyprus is the same thing. It was always an island, even during the Ice Age. No ships have survived that speak to the settlement of Australia, and no ships have survived that speak to the settlement of Cyprus either, but that doesn't mean that that thing didn't happen.
I should just like linger on this, because for me it was, the shipwrecks thing was convincing, and then looking back, first of all watching your video, but also just realizing the peopling of Australia part. That's mind-boggling. Yeah. 50,000 years ago. Just imagine being the person standing on the shore, looking out into the ocean, standing on the shore of a harsh environment, looking out to the ocean in a harsh environment, and deciding that, you know what, I'm going to go towards near certain death.
Mm-hmm.
And
I don't
explore.
know what's on the other side of that water. You can't see 90 kilometers.
Humans did it.
Yeah, yeah.
Man,
And again, it's that urge to explore.
Yeah.
And I suggest that it probably began with a few pioneers who made the journey there and back. They ventured into the water. They definitely had boats. And lo and behold, after a 2 or 3 day voyage, they ended up on a coastline. You're an individual. You've got by relatively straightforward island hopping, with where each island is within sight of each other as far as Timor. And when you get to Timor, suddenly you can't island hop anymore. There's an expansive ocean that you can't see across. But that urge to explore, that curiosity that is central to the human condition, would undoubtedly have led some adventurous individuals to want to find out more and even be willing to risk their lives. And that first reconnoitering of what lay beyond that strait would have undoubtedly been undertaken by very few individuals, not enough to create a permanent population in Australia. But when they came back with the good news that there's a whole land there, that's the land that was in it, that the geographers call Sahul, which just as Sunda, it was the Ice Age Indonesian and Malaysian peninsula all joined together into one landmass. So Sahul was New Guinea joined to Australia. So they would have made landfall in New Guinea. And then they think, well, here is this vast, open, incredible land. We need to bring more people here. And that would have involved larger craft. You need to bring people with the resources, and you need to bring enough of them, both men and women, in order to produce a population that will not rapidly become extinct. And it's the same in Cyprus. There, the detailed work that's been done suggests very strongly that we're looking at planned migrations of groups of people in excess of 1,000 at a time, bringing animals with them. And this certainly would have involved multiple boats, and boats of a significant size.
And there's no archaeological evidence of those boats?
None whatsoever. The oldest boat that's ever been found in the world is the Dokos shipwreck off Greece, which is around 5,000 years old, if I recall correctly.
So everything that makes a boat is lost to time?
Yes, boats can be preserved under certain circumstances. There's a wreck at the bottom of the Black Sea, almost 2 miles deep. I didn't know the Black Sea was that deep. So there's a wreck, and there's no oxygen down there. that is more than 2,000 years old and is still in pretty much perfect condition. But in other conditions, the structure of the ship evaporates. Sometimes what you're left with is the cargo of the ship, and you could say there was a ship that sank here, but the ship itself is gone. The fact is, we know that our ancestors were seafarers as much as 50,000 years ago, and no ship has survived to testify to that, yet we accept that they were.
Do you think one day we'll find a ship that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 years old?
It's not impossible. I think it's quite unlikely, given the very thin survival of ships the further back you go in time, with the oldest, as I say, being about 6,000 years old now. And then the other thing to take into account is the Younger Dryas event itself, and the cataclysmic circumstances of that event, and the roiling of the seas that would have taken place then. How much would have survived in a boat accident at that time would have survived for thousands of years afterwards? I'm not sure, but I don't give up hope. It's possible.
So okay, so that's back to the 3 million shipwrecks.
Yeah.
So what's your takeaway from that debate?
Well, my takeaway from that debate is that I should have been better prepared, and I should have been less angry. I have to say that Flint had really disturbed me with these constant, snide, not quite exact references to racism and white supremacism in my work. I detest such things. And to have those labels stuck on me. He's always avoided taking direct responsibility, pretty much always avoided. There's one example that I include in the video I've made where he really hasn't successfully avoided it. But in most cases, he's trying to say that I rely on sources that were racist. So that he's not saying that I myself am a racist. But the end result of those statements is that people all around the world came to the conclusion that Graham Hancock is a racist and a white supremacist, and that really got under my skin, and it really upset me, and I felt angry about it, and I felt that I was there to defend Ancient Apocalypse Season 1, whereas in fact what I was there to do was to listen to a series of lectures where an archaeologist tells me what archaeologists have found, and that somehow I'm to deduce that from what they have found, they're not going to find anything else, at least not anything to do with the lost civilization.
Listen, I feel you. I've seen the intensity of the attacks, and the whole racism label is the one that can get under your skin. And it's a toolbox that's been prevalent over the past, let's say, decade, maybe a little bit more, as a method of cancellation. Yeah. When a person is the opposite of racist very often, it's kind of hilarious to watch, but it can get under your skin, especially when you have certain dynamics that happen on the internet where it seeps into a Wikipedia page, and then other people read that Wikipedia page, and you get to hear it from like friends. Oh, I didn't know you're whatever, and you realize that Wikipedia description of who you are has a lot of power, not by people that know you well, but by people that just kind of are learning about you for the first time. Definitely, and they can really start to annoy you and get under your skin. And people are kind of indirectly injecting, they're writing articles about you. They can then be cited by Wikipedia. It can really bother a person who's actually trying to do good science or just trying to inspire people with different ideas.
I felt that my work was being deliberately misrepresented, and I felt that I, as a human being, was being insulted and wronged in ways that are deeply hurtful. My wife and I have 6 children between us, and we have 9 grandchildren. And of those 9 grandchildren, 7 are of mixed race. And this is my family. And these are kids who are going to grow up and read Wikipedia and learn from reading Wikipedia that grandpa was some kind of racist. You know, this is a personal issue for me, and I'm afraid I carried that personal anger into the debate, and it made me less effective than I should have been. But ultimately, I do want to pay tribute to Flint. He is an excellent debater. He's got a very sharp mind. He's a very clever man, and he's very fast on his feet. And I recognize that. I was definitely up against a superior debater in that debate. I'm not sure that I have those debating skills, and I certainly didn't have them on that particular day. I also admire about Flint something else, which is that he was willing to be there. Most archaeologists don't want to talk to me at all. They want to insult me from the sidelines. They want to make sure that Wikipedia keeps on calling me a pseudo-archaeologist or a purveyor of pseudo-archaeological theories. They want to make sure that the hints of racism are there, but they actually don't want to sit down and confront me. At least Finn was willing to do that. And I'm grateful to him for that. And I think in that sense, it is an important encounter between people with, let's say, an alternative view of history and those with the very much mainstream view of history that archaeology gives us. And he's also a very determined character. He doesn't give up. So all of those things about him I admire and respect. I think he fought dirty during the debate, and I've said exactly why in this video that I now have up on YouTube.
To say a positive thing that I enjoyed, I think towards the end, in him speaking about agriculture was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So the techniques of archaeology are pretty interesting, like where you can get some insights through the fog of time about like what people were doing, how they were living. That's pretty interesting.
It's very interesting. It's a very important discipline. And I've said many times before publicly, I couldn't do any of my work without the work that archaeologists do. I emphasize very strongly in this video that I don't study what archaeologists study. But nevertheless, the data that archaeologists have generated over the last century or so has been incredibly valuable to me in the work that I do. But when I look at the Great Sphinx and the studies of archaeology saying that this is the work of the pharaoh Khafre, despite the absence of any single contemporary inscription that describes it to Khafre, and in fact the presence of other inscriptions that say that it was already there in the time of Khufu, I am not looking at what Egyptologists study. They just dismiss all of that and lock into the Khafre connection. At Göbekli Tepe, I'm not really looking at what archaeologists look at. I'm looking at the alignments of the megaliths and how they seem to track precession of the star Sirius over a period of time. Archaeologists aren't interested in any of that. So I value and respect archaeology. I think it's an incredible tool for investigating our past. But I wish archaeologists would bring a slightly gentler frame of mind to it and a slightly opener perspective. And also that archaeologists would be willing to trust the general public to make up their own minds. It's as though certain archaeologists are afraid of the public being presented with an alternative point of view, which they regard as quote unquote dangerous, because they somehow underestimate the intelligence of the general public and think the general public are just going to accept that. Actually, by condemning those alternative point of view, archaeologists make it much more likely that the general public will accept those alternative point of view, because there is a great distrust of experts in our society today. And behaving in a snobbish, arrogant way, we archaeologists are the only people who are really qualified to speak about the past. And anybody else who speaks about the past is dangerous. That actually is not helpful to archaeology in the long term. There could be a much more positive and a much more cooperative relationship, and I can see that relationship with a gentleman like Ed Barnhart. It's very much the case with archaeologist Martti Pasanen from the University of Helsinki, and with geographer Alceo Ranzi, Brazilian geographer, very, very senior figure, who I worked with in the Amazon for season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, looking at these astonishing earthworks that have emerged from the Amazon jungle, and which more and more are now being found with LiDAR. Indeed, we found some of them ourselves with LiDAR while we were there.
Yeah, that was an incredible part of the show that I got a chance to preview. It's like there's all this earthworks, the traces of things built on the ground that probably you can only really appreciate when you look from up above.
That's right.
So the idea that they built stuff that you can only appreciate when viewed from up above means they had a very kind of deep relationship with the sky.
With the sky,
yeah,
and a very good knowledge of geometry as well, because these are geometrical structures, and some of them even seem to incorporate geometrical games, almost of the kind like squaring the circle. It's not quite that, but you have a lovely square earthwork with a lovely circle earthwork right in the middle of it. Whatever else they were geometers. They were not just builders of fantastically huge earthworks that nobody expected in the Amazon, not just builders of cities that we now know existed in the Amazon, but that they were astronomers or mathematicians as well.
Everything we're talking about is so full of mystery. It's just fascinating, especially the farther back we go.
That's what I love about the past, is the mystery that's there. And that's another thing that I regret about some archaeologists, is that their mission seems to be to drain all mystery out of the past, to suck it dry like some kind of vampire, sucking the blood out of the past, and to reduce it to a series of numbers that appear to be scientific. I think that's most unfortunate. The past is deeply mysterious. The whole story of life on Earth is deeply mysterious. I mean, we were talking about the timeline of human beings, but you know, if you go back to the formation of the Earth itself, if I've got the figures right, it's about 4.5 billion years ago that the Earth supposedly formed. It was then incredibly hot and inhospitable to life for the next several 100 million years. But it was actually Francis Crick who pointed out something odd, that within 100 million years of the Earth being cool enough to support life, there's bacterial life all over the planet. And Crick wrote a book called Life Itself. It was published in 1981. And he suggested that life had been brought here by a process of panspermia. Now, that's an idea that's around in circulation, that comets may carry bacteria which can seed life on planets. But Crick actually in Life Itself was talking about directed panspermia. He envisaged, this is Crick, not me, he envisaged an alien civilization far away across the galaxy, which faced extinction. Perhaps a supernova was going to go off in the neighborhood. They were highly advanced. Their first thought might have been, let's get ourselves off the planet and go and populate some other planet, but the distances of interstellar space were so great. So their second thought was, let's preserve our DNA. Let's put bacteria, genetically engineered bacteria, into cryogenic chambers and fire them off into the universe in all directions. And the bottom line of Crick's theory, Life Itself, is one of those cryogenic containers containing bacterial life from another solar system crashed into the early Earth, and that's why life began so suddenly here on Earth.
If we as a human civilization continue, I think that is a one way to create backups of us elsewhere in the universe, given the space, is to do a life gun and shoot it everywhere.
Yeah.
And there's just plants.
Yeah.
And you kind of hope that whatever is the magic that makes up human consciousness, and if that magic is already there in the initial DNA of the bacteria,
the potential for that magic is there.
The potential is there.
And evolutionary forces will work upon it in different ways in different environments. But the potential is there. Yes, it's something that we would do. If we were facing a complete extinction of life on planet Earth, a major global effort would be made to preserve it somehow. And that might well include firing off cryogenic chambers into the universe and hoping that some of them would land somewhere hospitable.
And as you were mentioning, there's just so many interesting mysteries along the way here. For example, I mean, it's like, I think like 3 billion years it was single cell organisms.
Yeah.
So it seems like life was pretty good.
Yeah.
Single cell organisms, that there's no need for multicellularity, that like for animals, for any of this kind of stuff. So why is that? It seems like you could adapt much better if you're a more complicated organism. It took a really long time to take that leap. Is it because it's really hard to do? And what was the forcing function to do that kind of leap? And the same, I mean, for us to be selfish and self-obsessed, for us humans, like what was the magic leap to Homo sapiens from the other hominids? And why did Homo sapiens win out against Neanderthals and the other competitors? Why aren't they not around anymore? So those are all fascinating mysteries, and it feels like the more we propose sort of radical ideas about our past and take it seriously and explore, the more we'll be able to sort of figure out that puzzle that leads all the way back to Homo sapiens and maybe all the way back to the origin of life on Earth.
Yeah. I think that Homo sapiens is the tail end of a very long, deep series of mysteries that goes back right to the beginning of life on this planet, and probably long before, actually. because this planet is part of the universe, and God knows what else is out there in the universe.
Why do you think Homo sapiens evolved? Why, like, what was the magic things? There's a bunch of theories about fire leading to meat, to cooking, which can fuel the brain. That's one. The other is like social interaction. We're able to use our imagination to construct ideas and share those ideas and tell great stories, and that is somehow an evolutionary advantage. Do you have any favorite conceptions?
Well, it's interesting. There's no doubt that anatomically modern humans and Neanderthals coexisted in Europe for at least 10,000 years, probably more than that. And yet one of the popular views is that anatomically modern humans wiped out the Neanderthals, that we killed them off. But at the same time, we were interbreeding with the Neanderthals. In a sense, the Neanderthals are not gone. They're still within us today. We are part Neanderthal. There's another theory that I've read about. There is some evidence that Neanderthals were cannibals, that there was ritual cannibalism took place amongst Neanderthals, and particularly the eating of human brains. And this can cause cruel, which can kill off whole populations. That's another suggestion of why the Neanderthals died out. There's lots of possibilities that have been put forward. Maybe we just outcompeted them. Maybe anatomically modern humans had some brain connections that they didn't have, even though the Neanderthal brain was bigger than the brain of anatomically modern human beings. As the old saying goes, size isn't everything. Maybe we just had a more compact, more efficient brain. The fact of the matter is that Neanderthals and Denisovans did not survive the rise of Homo sapiens.
For our discussion, though, what is interesting is all the hominids seem to be explorers.
Yes.
They spread. I mean, I didn't know this.
The fact that Homo erectus was all over the planet more than 1 million years ago is testament to that. And I do think that exploration urge is fundamental to humanity. And I would like to say that's what I think I'm doing. I'm exercising my urge to explore the past in my own way, making my own path and defining my own route.
That's the leap from non-human to human. One of the things you've discussed is your idea of what was the leap to human civilization. What is the driver? What is the inspiration for humans to form civilizations? And for you, that's shamanism.
Definitely.
Can you explain what that means?
I think that shamanism is the origin of everything of value in humanity. I think it was the earliest form of science. When I spend time with shamans in the Amazon, I observe people who are constantly experimenting with plants in a very scientific way. They're always trying a pinch of this and a pinch of that in different forms, for example, of the ayahuasca brew, to see if it enhances it or makes it different in any way. The invention of curare is a remarkable scientific feat, which is entirely down to shamans in the Amazon. They are the scientists of the hunter-forager state of society. And they were the ancient leaders of human civilization. So I think all civilization arises out of shamanism. And shamanism is a naturally scientific endeavor where experimentation is undertaken and exploration and investigation of the environment around us. And what I'm suggesting is that one group, perhaps more than one group, went a bit further than other groups did and used that study of the skies and developed navigational techniques and were able to sail and explore the earth. But that ultimately what lies behind it is the same curiosity and investigative skill that shamans are still using in the Amazon to this day. And I do see them as scientists in a very proper use of the word.
But do you think something like ayahuasca was a part of that process?
Yes. Ayahuasca is the result of shamanistic investigation of what's available in the Amazon. Of course, ayahuasca is all the fad in Western industrialized societies today, and some people see it as a miracle cure for all kinds of ailments and problems. And perhaps it is, perhaps it can be. in certain ways. Ayahuasca itself is not an Amazonian word. It comes from the Quechua language, and it means the vine of souls or the vine of the dead. But the ayahuasca vine is only one of two principal ingredients in the ayahuasca brew. And the other ingredient are leaves that contain dimethyltryptamine. And there are two sources of that. One is a bush called Psychotria viridis, that's its botanical name. They call it chacruna in the Amazon. And its leaves are rich in dimethyltryptamine, DMT, which is arguably the most powerful psychedelic known to science. The other source comes from another vine, Diplopteris cabrerana, which the leaves of that vine also contain DMT. So the ayahuasca vine on its own is not going to give you a visionary journey. And the leaves that contain DMT on their own, whether they come from Diplopteris or whether they come from chacruna, are not going to give you a visionary journey. And the reason they're not going to give you the visionary journey is because of the enzyme monoamine oxidase in the gut that shuts down DMT when absorbed orally. Basically, DMT is not accessible orally unless you combine it with a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. And that's what I mean when I'm talking about science in the Amazon, because there's so many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands different species of plants and trees in the Amazon, and they've gone around and they've found just 2 or 3 of them that put together can produce these extraordinary visionary experiences.
Just imagine the number of plants they had to have eaten.
Yeah.
It consumed and smoked, or all kinds of combinations to arrive at that.
Exactly. To realize that this is something very special. And then to use the principles there to find another form of it. So ayahuasca is the form that is made with the ayahuasca vine and the leaves of the chacruna plant. But yahe is made from the ayahuasca vine and the leaves of another vine, Diplopteris cabrerana, which contain not only NN-DMT, which is the DMT that everybody's pretty much familiar with these days, but also 5-MeO DMT, and the yahe experience, which I have also had, in my view, is more intense and more powerful, almost to the point of being overwhelming, than the ayahuasca experience. But what the result of this sophisticated chemistry that we find taking place here is a brew which is hideous to drink. The taste, I find it quite repulsive. I almost retch just smelling it in the cup. But then unleashes these extraordinary experiences. And it isn't just pretty visuals. It's the sense of encounters with sentient others. That there are sentient beings, that somehow we're surrounded by a realm of sentience that is not normally accessible to us. And that what the ayahuasca brew and certain other psychedelics, like some psilocybin mushrooms in a high enough dose can do it as well. LSD can do it, but ayahuasca is the master in this, of lowering the veil to what appears to be a seamlessly convincing other realm, other world. And of course, the hardline rational scientists will say that's just all fantasies of your brain. But I don't think we fully understand, or even close to understanding, exactly what consciousness is. And I remain open to two possibilities: that consciousness is generated by the brain, is made by the brain in the way that a factory makes cars. But I also am open to the possibility that the brain is a receiver of consciousness, just as a television set is the receiver of television signals. That if that is the case, then we, locked into the physical realm, we need our everyday alert problem-solving state of consciousness, and that's the state of consciousness that Western civilization values and highly encourages. But these other states of consciousness that allow us to access alternative realities are possibly more important. It may be apocryphal, but it was reported after Francis Crick's role and his Nobel Prize for the discovery of the double helix that he finally got it under the influence of LSD. There's the classic example of Kerry Mullis and the polymerase chain reaction. He said he got that under the influence of LSD. So the notion that the alert problem-solving state of consciousness is the only valuable state of consciousness is disproved by valuable experiences that people have had in a visionary state. But the question that remains unresolved is those entities that we encounter and not everybody encounters them, and you're certainly not going to encounter them on every ayahuasca trip. There are ayahuasca journeys where nothing seems to happen. I suspect something does happen, but it happens at a subconscious level. I know that shamans in the Amazon regard those trips where actually you don't see visions as amongst the most valuable. And they say you are learning stuff that you're not remembering, but you're learning it anyway. These sentient others that are encountered, what are they? Are they just figments of our brain on drugs? Or are we actually gaining access to a parallel reality which is inhabited by consciousness, which is in a non-physical form? And I'm equally open to that idea. I think that may be what is going on here with ayahuasca. But the other thing is that there is a presence within the ayahuasca brew, and she is present both in ayahuasca and in yahe. And that's one of the reasons why the shamans say that actually the master of the process is the ayahuasca vine, not the leaves. It's as though the vine has harnessed the leaves to gain access to human consciousness. And there, if you have sufficient exposure to ayahuasca or yahe, you drink it enough times. I've had maybe 75 or 80 journeys with ayahuasca. You definitely start to feel an intelligent presence with a definite personality, which I interpret as feminine and which most people in the West interpret it as feminine, and they call her Mother Ayahuasca. There are some tribes in the Amazon who interpret the spirit of ayahuasca as male, but in all cases, that spirit is seen as a teacher. That's fundamentally what ayahuasca is. It's a teacher, and it teaches moral lessons. And that's fascinating, that a mixture of two plants should cause us to reflect on our own behavior and how it may have hurt and damaged and affected others, and fill us with a powerful wish not to repeat that negative behavior again in the future. The more baggage you carry in your life, the harder the beating that ayahuasca is going to give you, until it forces you to confront and take responsibility for your own behavior. And that is an extraordinary thing to come from a plant brew in that way. And I think I think ayahuasca is the most powerful of all the plant medicines for accessing these mysterious realms. But there's no doubt you can access them. They're all tryptamines. They're all related to one another in one way. You can access them through LSD, and you certainly can access them through psilocybin mushrooms as well, in large enough dose.
Both possibilities, as you describe, are interesting, and to me, they're kind of akin to each other. I wonder what the limit of the brain's capacity is to create imaginary worlds and treat them seriously and make them real, and in those worlds explore and have real sort of moral, deep brainstorming sessions with those entities. So it's almost like the power of the human mind to imagine taken to its limit.
It is. And the curious thing is that the same iconography, people paint their visions after ayahuasca sessions. People were painting in Europe, in the cave of Lascaux, for example, and of course they had access to psilocybin mushrooms in prehistoric Europe. There's a remarkable commonality in the imagery that is painted. I like to give credit where credit is due, and there are two names that need to be mentioned here. One is the late, great Terence McKenna and his book, Food of the Gods, where he proposed the idea very strongly that it was our ancestral encounters with psychedelics that made us fully human. That's what switched on the modern human mind. And very much the same idea began to be explored a bit earlier by Professor David Lewis Williams at the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa. Fabulous book called The Mind in the Cave, where he is again arguing that these astonishing similarities in cave art and rock art all around the world can only be properly explained by people in deeply altered states of consciousness attempting to remember when they return to a normal everyday state of consciousness, attempting to remember their visions and document them on permanent media like the wall of a cave. So typically you get a lot of geometric patterns, but you also got entities. And those entities often are therianthropes, part animal, part human in form, might have the head of a wolf and the body of a human being, might have the head of a bird, the body of a human being, and so on and so forth, and that they communicate with us in the visionary state. Interestingly, although this sounds like woo-woo, and it is an area that most scientists would steer clear of at risk of their careers, there is very serious work now being done at Imperial College in London and at the University of California at San Diego, where volunteers are being given extended DMT. There's a new technology, DMTX, where the DMT is fed directly into the bloodstream by drip, and it's possible to keep the individual in the peak DMT state, which normally when you smoke or vape DMT, you're looking, if you're lucky, at 10 minutes. Or if you're unlucky, if it's a bad journey, because those 10 minutes can seem like forever. But with DMTX, with the drip feeding of DMT into the bloodstream, these volunteers actually could be kept in the peak state for hours. And unlike LSD, where you rapidly build up tolerance, nobody ever builds up tolerance to DMT. It always hits you with the same power. Even if you took it yesterday and the day before, and you're taking it tomorrow as well, it's still going to have that same power. There's no tolerance there. So that's how they can use that lack of tolerance to keep volunteers in this state. And then when they debrief those volunteers, they're also putting them in MRI scanners and looking at what's happening in the brain. But when they debrief them, they're all talking about encounters with sentient others. There's even a group now called Sentient Others, where people are exchanging, volunteers are now exchanging their experiences. They weren't allowed to do so at the beginning of the experiment, but now that most of them have left it, they're exchanging their experiences, and it's all about encounters with sentient others who wish to teach them moral lessons. Now, to me, that's wild. What is going on here? How do we account for this? Yeah, I get the notion of hallucinations and brightly colored visuals, but the moral lessons that come with it, those are very hard.
Yeah, and would you say that the reason that could give birth to a civilization is it because such visions can help create myths, and especially like religious myths, that would be a cohesive thing for a large group of people to get around?
Yeah, and can help us to be better members of our own community.
Right, with moral lessons.
Yeah, more contributing members of our community, more caring, more nurturing members of our community. That's got to be good for any community. I've said this a dozen times, but I'll say it again. If I had the power to do so, I would make it a law, an absolute law, that anybody running for a powerful political position, particularly if that position is president or head of state in any kind of way, that person has to undergo the ayahuasca ordeal first. They have to have 10 or 12 sessions of ayahuasca as a condition for applying for the job. I suspect that most who had those experiences wouldn't want to apply for the job anymore. They would want to live a different kind of life. And those who did want to carry on being a leader of a nation would be very different people from the people who are leading the nations of the earth into chaos and destruction today.
Yeah, they would be doing it for the right reasons. I mentioned to you, I recently interviewed Donald Trump and actually brought up this same idea that it would be a much better world if most of Congress and most politicians would take some form of psychedelic at the very least.
I have no doubt that it would be a better world. I mean, this raises an interesting point, which is the role of government in controlling our consciousness. And in my opinion, the so-called war on drugs is one of the fundamental abuses of human rights that have been undertaken in the past 60 years. It should be a Republican issue. If I understand the Republican Party correctly, the Republican Party believes in individual freedom for adults as much as possible, and particularly the freedom to make choices over their own bodies. But in the case of even cannabis, I know that's one of the great things that's happening in America It's happening state by state, where cannabis is being legalized, and that draconian hand of government is being taken off the back of people who are consuming a medicine that is far less harmful than alcohol, which is glorified in our society. We cannot say that we are free if we allow a government to dictate to us what experiences we may or may not have in our inner consciousness while doing no harm to others. And the point there is, we already have a whole raft of laws that deal with us when we do harm to others. Do we really need laws that tell us what we may or may not experience in the inner sanctum of our own consciousness? I think it's a fundamental violation of adult sovereignty. And we would have much less drug problems if these drugs were all legalized and made available to people without shaming them, without punishing them in any way, but just part of normal social life. And then you could be sure that you were getting good product rather than really shitty product, which has been cut with all sorts of other things. Ultimately, the way forward is for adults to take responsibility for their own behavior and for society to allow that to happen, and not to have big government taking responsibility for decisions that should be in the hands of individuals.
And for me also, it's exciting some of these substances like psilocybin are being integrated to scientific studies, large scale. It's really interesting.
We've seen a revolution in the way science looks at psychedelics in the last 20, 25 years. They were in that highly demonized category. But again, it's one of those paradigms which gets overwhelmed by new evidence, and it began to be realized that psilocybin and other psychedelics are very helpful in a range of conditions from which people suffer. Post-traumatic stress disorder, the fear of death when you're suffering from terminal cancer can be overwhelming, and it's been found that psilocybin can remove that. Deep depressions can be evaporated with one single massive psilocybin journey. They just go away. There's really good science on this, and they are being integrated into conventional medicine more and more. We'll see it happening. I'm not sure if it'll happen as fast as I would like to see it happen in my lifetime, but it is going to happen.
Yeah, actually, just recently found out that he had a TED Talk, War on Consciousness, that was taken down.
Yeah,
and that was just part of just the general resistance, because it wasn't radical. It wasn't really radical.
I was talking about ayahuasca, and I was talking about the view that I hold very strongly, that as long as we do no harm to others, sovereign adults should be allowed to make decisions about their own bodies and not face a jail sentence or shaming as a result. So it was a TEDx talk, not a TED Talk, organized by a local TED group. They call them TEDx talks. I gave this talk about the war on consciousness, and it was immediately pulled down from TED's main channel with all kinds of bizarre reasons being given. But unfortunately, it was too late, because a number of people had already downloaded the talk and then uploaded it onto other YouTube channels, and actually their banning of it made it go viral in a way that would not have happened otherwise. But again, it's a sign that points of view that are not acceptable to those in positions of power are simply dismissed and shut down, or at least attempts are made to do so.
In general, just along that line of thinking, I'm pretty sure that what we understand about consciousness today will seem silly to humans from 100 years from now.
You bet it will. Especially if we harness psychedelics to investigate consciousness, and that is what is happening at Imperial College right now. Is the investigation of the experience. They're not looking. There are other trials that are looking for the therapeutic potential of DMT, but in this case, they're looking entirely at the experiences that people have and why they're so similar from people from different age groups and different genders and different parts of the world are all having the same experiences.
And for me, from an engineer perspective, it's interesting if it's possible to engineer consciousness in artificial beings.
Yeah.
It's another way to approach the question of how special is human consciousness.
Yeah.
From where does it arise? Is it something that permeates all of life? And in that case, what is the thing that makes life special? Like, what is life? What is these living organisms that we have here, and that evolved to create humans? And what is truly special about humans? And it's both scary and exciting to consider the possibility that we can create something like this.
Yeah, but why not? We're a vehicle for consciousness, in my view. I think consciousness is present in all life on Earth. I don't think it's limited to human beings. We have the equipment to manifest and express that consciousness in the way that a dog, for example, doesn't have, or a snail doesn't have, or a pigeon doesn't have. But when I look at two pigeons sitting on my garden fence and rubbing up close to each other and enjoying each other's company and taking off together and hanging out together, I think they're conscious beings. And I think consciousness is everywhere. I think it's the basis of everything, and I suspect that fundamentally consciousness is non-physical, and that it can manifest in physical forms where it can then have experiences that would not be available in the non-physical state. That's a guess.
That'd be a fascinating, because then you can construct all kinds of physical forms to manifest the consciousness.
And see if consciousness enters, if they become conscious. Isn't there some suggestion that artificial intelligence is already becoming conscious?
That makes humans really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because we are at the top of the food chain. We consider ourselves truly special, and to consider that there's other things that could be special is scary.
Well, look how other people make us uncomfortable too. I mean, look at the state of the world today. All the conflicts that are raging. That's because we're afraid. When I say we, I'm speaking nation by nation. We are afraid of other people. We fear that they're going to hurt us or damage us in some way, and so we seek to stop that. It's the root of many conflicts. This fear, and so fear of AI may not be such a good idea after all. It might be very interesting to go down that route and see where it comes. Certainly, in terms of exploring consciousness, it is very interesting.
Yeah, fear is a useful thing. But it can also be destructive.
Well, it can be destructive, and it can shut you down completely.
If you look into the future, maybe the next 100 years, what do you hope are the interesting discoveries in archaeology that we'll find?
Well, I'd really like to know how the Great Pyramid was built, and we now have, with new tech, with scanning technology, it's now become apparent that there are many major voids within the Great Pyramid. Right above the Grand Gallery, there's what looks like a second Grand Gallery that has been identified with remote scanning. And new chambers, one of them has even been opened up already, are being found as a result of this. So it may be that the Great Pyramid will ultimately give up its secrets. I often think that the Great Pyramid is partly designed to do that. It's designed to invite its own initiates. Some people aren't interested in the Great Pyramid at all, but some people are fascinated by it, and they're drawn towards it. And when they're drawn towards it, it immediately starts raising questions in their minds, and they seek answers to their questions. So it's like saying, here I stand, investigate me, find out about me, figure out what I am. Why have I got these two shafts cut into the side of the so-called Queen's Chamber? Why do they slope up through the body of the Great Pyramid? Why do they not exit on the outside of the Great Pyramid? Why, when we send a robot up those shafts, do we find them after about 160 feet blocked by a door with metal handles? Why, when we drill through that door to see what's beyond it, 3 or 4 feet away, we see another door? It's like very frustrating, but it's saying to us, keep on exploring. If you're persistent enough, we'll eventually give you the answer. So I'm hoping that answer will come as to how this most mysterious of monuments was actually built, and the inspiration that lay behind it. Certainly, I'm sure it was never a tomb or a tomb only. The later pyramids might have been. Actually, no pharaonic burial has been discovered in any pyramid, but nevertheless, it's pretty clear that the later pyramids, with the pyramid texts written on the walls, like the Pyramid of Unas, 5th Dynasty Pyramid at Saqqara, were tombs. But the Great Pyramid, to go to that length to create a tomb, to make it a scale model of the Earth, to orient it perfectly to true north, to make it 6 million tons. This is not a tomb. This is something else. This is a curiosity device. This is something that is asking us to understand it. And I hope we will understand it. And I hope Egyptologists will be willing to set aside that prejudice that they're only looking at a tomb and consider other possibilities. And as new tech is revealing these previously unknown inner spaces within the Great Pyramid, I think that's going to become more and more likely.
So not just the how it was built, but the why.
But the why.
And to you, it seems obvious that there would be a cosmic motivation.
Yeah, very, very much so. As above, so below. Which is an idea in the Hermetica. The god Hermes for the Greeks was the Greek version of Thoth, the wisdom god of ancient Egypt, and that's where that saying comes from. It comes from the Hermetica, but it's expressing an ancient Egyptian idea to mirror the perfection of the heavens on earth.
So you think there's something interesting to be discovered about the how it was built? You mean beyond the sort of the ideas of using ramps and wet sand?
Ramps won't do it. Ramps won't do it, nor will wet sand. It's true that the ancient Egyptians did haul big objects on sleds on wet sand. There are even reliefs that show the process where an individual is standing on the front of the sledge pouring water down to lubricate the sand underneath, and that's a perfectly respectable way to move a 200-ton block of stone across sand, flat sand, if you have enough people to pull it. But that is not going to help you get dozens of 70-ton granite blocks 300 feet in the air to form the roof of the king's chamber and the floor of the chamber above it and the roof of that chamber and the floor of the chamber above that, and so on and so forth. Wet sand never got those objects up there. Somehow they were lifted up there. Now, ramps are proposed as the solution, but where are the remains of those ramps? If you're going to carry blocks weighing up to 2 or 3 tons right to the top of the Great Pyramid to complete your work, you're going to need a ramp that's going to extend out into the desert for more than a mile at a 10-degree slope. And it's calculated that a 10-degree slope is about the maximum slope that human labor can haul objects up a ramp. And that ramp can't just be compacted sand, since heavy objects are being hauled up. It's going to have to be made of very solid material, almost as solid as the pyramid itself. Where is it? We don't see any trace of those so-called ramps that are supposed to have been involved in the construction of the pyramid. I think we don't know. I think we have no idea it's built. That's why there's so many different theories. We haven't got the answer yet. But the how of it is one of the big mysteries from our past.
I love the Great Pyramids as a kind of puzzle that was created by the ancient peoples to be solved by later.
What's up, sluts? It's everybody's favorite pimp here. You potentially may be in store for something amazing, a two-a-day. So, if you weren't aware, we had some fun with Frankie Valli in the Four Seasons. There is just like the most amazing fucking band, though, that I absolutely love. And it's because I love them so much that I am going to sing some of their songs. Now, to the Rebecca note, you have to understand, when I talk about you, no one has believed in you, ever. Like, you've always had to play second fiddle to your husbands. And I know when I've been at some Shabbat tables, especially if I'm new, I say that I stand up for women. And the faces on the women there, the Jewish women, specifically the Rebbitzins, are undeniable. I'll never forget one time I was at a Shabbat and I was asked to say something about myself, and I said that I was there to stand up for women. And my Rebbitzins, her face shot up like this, and like it was something that I'll never forget. I think someone needs to stand up for women, particularly Jewish women. Alrighty, you ready, big dog? All right. You good? I think so. All right, here we go. I love this band so much. I just do. And if you don't, there's the door. You should know, though, when I think of the Rebecca note, this is what I think of. Oh, just one moment. Did you guys know that Sundar Pichai sucks absolute massive donkey dick? Just the worst fucking CEO, perhaps, aside from Tim Cook, ever. Because Tim Cook sucks. My phone sucks. Everybody's phone sucks. Anyway. This band is so amazing. I love them. And if you haven't heard me say it before, if someone's like, yeah, you in the front row, you loser douche, what's up? You're not supposed to listen to women because you could get turned down by them. Hey, listen here. No one gives a shit about that. Okay, got it. So you take those ridiculous thoughts back to wherever you learned them, and you tell them there's a new sheriff in town. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Baby, I'm aware of where you go. Each time you leave my door, I watch you walk down the street, knowing in your heart you're loving me. But each time before you run to her, leaving me alone and her, thinking over after I've been good to you, thinking over after I've been sweet to you. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Think it over. Think it over. No, of your secluded nights, I've even seen her maybe once or twice. But is her sweet expression worth more than my love and affection? But each time before you leave, my God, made a note up to her charm. Think it over after I've been good just to you. Think it over, I've been sweet to you. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Think it over. Think it over. It's not hard to be patient. I'm thinking you'll stop this infatuation. But each time you are together, those out of losing you forever. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Think it over. Stop in the name of think it over, baby, before you break my heart over. Stop. Yeah, rabbits in the back. So let me get this straight. When you think of all of us, you imagine the Supremes? Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. Which one's Diana Ross? Girls, you're all Diana Ross. Yeah, you in the back. Even Bracky, especially Bracky. Eyes. Hey. Eyes. So, Rabbi, you mean to tell us that at 5:59 in the morning after you already davened, now you're just going to sing a concert of the Supremes? Yeah, is that okay? Sounds amazing. I fucking love the Supremes. And any rabbi out there is like, I don't think you hear me listening. Dog, what if we take mind uploading technology and preserve the Supremes or revivify or do whatever we need to do and bring them back? And if they want to be 600 million years from now, they could be dudes. Then am I not really just listening to dudes? Huh? Get back in your seat. Oh, 1 second. Hold on, everybody. Hey, Angeli Pushai. How are you?
My husband is such an asshole.
Told you. Hey, Sundar, what are you up to? Oh, you're listening to half of your songs on Zoom? Oh, that's cool. Neato. I need love to ease my mind. I need to find someone to calm mine. But mama said you can't hurry love. No, you just have to wait. She said love don't come easy. It's a game of give and take. Don't hurry love. No, you just have to wait. You gotta trust, give it time, no matter how long it takes or how many heartaches must I stand before I find a love to let me live again. Right now the only thing that keeps me hanging on when I feel my strength, it's almost gone. I remember mama said, Henry Low, you just have to wait. She said love don't come easy. It's a game of give and take. How long must I wait? How much more can I take before loneliness. Your heart's my heart, hard to break. No, I can't bear to live my life alone. I grow impatient for a love to call my own. Run when I feel that I can't go on. These precious words, keep me hanging on. I remember Mama said, hanging, oh, you just have to wait. She said, love don't come easy. It's a game of give and take behind her love. No, just have to wait. She said, just give it time, no matter how long it takes. Wait. No, love don't come easy. But I keep on waiting, anticipating for that soft voice to talk to me at night. For some tender arms to hold me tight. I keep waiting, I keep on waiting. But it ain't easy, ain't easy. But Mama said you can't hurry love. No, you just have to wait. She said just give it time. No matter how long it takes, so can't hurry love. Ooh, you just have to wait. Oh, that was fun. What's next, Rabbi? All right. So, if you were wondering, I think that many of you, this is to all Jewish women, can do better than your significant other, your spouse. I just think you can. If any of them ever cheated on you, leave. I don't care if they're millionaires or billionaires, leave. Oh, I don't care if it happened at the beginning of your leave. We'll get you a get. We'll have a special fund just for you because your husband is a douchebag. And I can't stand that. And I've never cheated on anyone. Fortunately, no one would ever cheat on me. Never really been in a relationship because I'm slanging so much dick. But nevertheless, I've never cheated on anyone. And I don't think it's right. And I really stand up for women in cases where it happens. And additionally, I am someone who stands up for women who need to get a get. If you don't know what it is, essentially it is a contractual obligation for marriage. It's a marriage contract. And a ketub is a marriage contract. A get essentially can nullify the marriage, and it's part of the divorce proceeding. And I am someone who knows that there are cowardly Jews who hide in Israel from their spouses so that their wives cannot get a get. And I want to stop that practice. So if you're in Israel, we're going to out these people. And we're going to make sure that their spouses are able to have the legal rights that they deserve. I love Jews. I love Jewish men. I love Jewish women. But I do not tolerate in my family, which is Judaism, any immorality towards each other. Oh, just 1 second. Hey, Angeli, what do you think I think of your husband? He's such an asshole. Word, girl. Hey, Sundar Pichai, how's that Zune? You like listen to halfway through all your music? Douche canoe. Ooh, baby love, my baby love, I need you, oh how I need you, but all you do is treat me bad, and break my heart and leave me sad. Tell me what did I do wrong to make you stay away so long, 'cause baby love, my baby love, been missing you. Instead of breaking up, Let's do some kissing and making up all alone. Not throw our love away. In my arms, why don't you stay? Need ya, baby love, ooh, baby love. Baby love, my baby love, why must we separate, my love? All of my wholeness through. Don't love no one but you. Now help me like you do. I get this need. Ooh, ooh, need to hold you once again, my love. Feel your warm embrace, my love. Don't throw our love away. Don't through me this way. No happy like it used to be. Loneliness has got the best of me, my love, my baby love. I need you, oh how I need you. Why do like you do? I've been through to you, so deep in love with you. Baby, 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 ooh, it's hurting time, till it's hurting time. Baby love, ooh, baby love. Don't throw our love away, don't throw our love. I don't normally pay attention to this kind of stuff. Psych, I probably pay attention more than anybody. But the Supremes only have 80,000 subscribers on the whole internet. On YouTube, do you know I have at least 1,000 on one of my accounts, and they're the Supremes. They're like, they should have millions and millions of people. Now I understand YouTube started when they had already hit their peak. Psych, maybe they haven't even hit their peak yet. Why? Because you never know. MILFs turn into GILFs, and MILFs peak, and GILFs peak, and perhaps maybe good GILFs peak, and good GILFs. It just can happen. It can continue indefinitely with life extension technology and mind uploading technology. With that said, let's get the Supreme some more subscribers. 80,000. I mean, come on. I figured it'd be like 1 million. No, they have asshole 18-year-old kids who have done shit in their life, and they have like 3.6 million people. These are the fucking Supremes. I can tell you as well on the Ketubah Get issue, I am going to slice through Judaism like a lightsaber, finding where people have wronged other people. I know women haven't been perfect either, and people will know about everything. What happens in the dark, folks, will be seen in the light. And especially for those men out there who are cowardly and run away instead of giving their wives what they want, I'm coming after you harder than anyone. I'm the head of the JDL. I'm the head of the Kosher Nostra. I'm the head of all of the mafias, not just the Jewish mafias. I'm the head of the Russian mafia. I'm the head of the Yakuza, the Triads. I'm the head of the cartels, the South American cartel, the Central American cartel, the Mexican cartel. I'm the head of everyone. I'm the best. And I'm going to enforce Rabbi's law. It's Rabbi Rothschild rules for a reason, folks. Baby, 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 don't leave me. Ooh, please don't leave me all by myself. I've got this burning, yearning feeling inside